Chapter 1 of the Marquis of Lossie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. The Marquis of Lossie, by George MacDonald. Chapter 1 The Stable Yard. It was one of those exquisite days that come in every winter, in which it seems no longer the dead body, but the lovely ghost of summer. Such a day bears to its sister of the happier time something of the relation the marble statue bears to the living form. The sense it awakes of beauty is more abstract, more ethereal. It lifts the soul into a higher region than will summer day of lordliest splendor. It is like the love that loss has purified. Such, however, were not the thoughts that at the moment occupied the mind of Malcolm Collinsey. Instead, the loveliness of the morning was but partially visible from the spot where he stood, the stable-yard of Lossie House, ancient and roughly paved. It was 100 years since the stones had been last relaid and levelled. None of the horses of the late Marquis minded it, but one, her whom the young man in Highland dress was now grooming, and she would have fidgeted had it been an oak floor. The yard was a long and wide space, with 2-storied buildings on all sides of it. In the centre of one of them rose the clock, and the morning sun shone red on its tarnished gold. It was an ancient clock, but still capable of keeping good time, good enough at least for all the requirements of the house, even when the family was at home, seeing it never stopped, and the church clock was always ordered by it. It not only set the time, but seemed also to set the fashion of the place, for the whole aspect of it was one of wholesome, weather-beaten, time-worn existence. One of the good things that accompany good blood is that its possessor does not much mind a shabby coat. Tarnish and lichens and water-wearing, a wavy house-ridge, and the few families of worms in the wainscot do not annoy the Marquis as they do the city man who has just bought a little place in the country. When an old family ceases to go lovingly with nature, I see no reason why it should go any longer. An old tree is venerable, and an old picture precious to the soul. But an old house, on which has been laid none but loving and respectful hands, is dear to the very heart. Even an old barn door, with the carved initials of hinds and maidens of vanished centuries, has a place of honour in the cabinet of the poet's brain. It was centuries since Lossie House had begun to grow shabby and beautiful, and he to whom it now belonged was not one to discard the reverent for the neat, or let the vanity of possession interfere with the grandeur of inheritance. Beneath the tarnished gold of the clock, flushed with the red winter sun, he was at this moment grooming the coat of a powerful black mare. That he had not been brought up a groom was pretty evident from the fact that he was not hissing. But that he was Marquis of Lossie there was nothing about him to show. The mare looked dangerous. Every now and then she cast back a white glance of the one visible eye. But the youth was on his guard, and as wary as fearless in his handling of her. When at length he had finished the toilette which her restlessness, for her 4 feet were never all still at once upon the stones, had considerably protracted, he took from his pocket a lump of sugar, and held it for her to bite at with her angry-looking teeth. It was a keen frost, but in the sun the icicles had begun to drop. The roofs in the shadow were covered with hoar-frost. Wherever there was shadow, there was whiteness. But for all the cold, there was keen life in the air, and yet keener life in the 2 animals, biped and quadruped. As they thus stood, the one trying to sweeten the other's relation to himself, if he could not hope much for her general temper, a man, who looked half farmer, half lawyer, appeared on the opposite side of the court in the shadow. "You are spoiling that mare, MacPhail," he cried. "I canna weel do that, sir. She canna be muckle waur," said the youth. "It's whip and spur she wants, not sugar. She has had and sall hae both, time aboot, and I hope they'll do something for her in time, sir. Her time shall be short here, anyhow. She's not worth the sugar you give her." "Eh, sir! "Look at her," said Malcolm, in a tone of expostulation, as he stepped back a few paces and regarded her with admiring eyes. "Saw ye ever sic legs, and sic a neck, and sic a head, and sic fore and hind quarters? She's a bonny with the temper o'er, and that she canna help, like the likes o' you and me. She'll be the death o' somebody some day. The sooner we get rid of her the better. Just look at that," he added, as the mare laid back her ears and made a vicious snap at nothing in particular. "She was a favourite o' my maester, the Marquis," returned the youth, "and I would ill like to part with her." "I'll take any offer in reason for her," said the factor. "You'll just ride her to Forest Market next week and see what you can get for her. I do think she's quieter since you took her in hand." "I'm sure she is, but it winna last a day. The moment I leave her, she'll be as ill as ever," said the youth. "She has a kind o' a liking to me, 'cause I give her sugar, and she cannot cast me. But she's no a bit better in the heart o' her yet. She's an unsanctified brute. I couldna think o' sellin' her like this." "Let them 'at buys take 10," said the factor. "Oh, ay, let them, I dinna objec', gin only they ken what she's like afore they buy her," rejoined Malcolm. The factor burst out laughing. To his judgment, the youth had spoken like an idiot. "We'll not send you to sell," he said. "Stoat shall go with you, and you shall have nothing to do but hold the mare and your own tongue." "Sir," said Malcolm seriously, "ye dinna mean what ye say. Ye said yoursel' she would be the death o' somebody, and to sell her on telt what she's like would be to call the sixth commandment clean to shivers." "That may be good doctrine in the kirk, my lad, but it's pure heresy in the horse market. No, no, you buy a horse as you take a wife. For better, for worse, as the case may be. A woman's not bound to tell her faults when a man wants to marry her. If she keeps off the worst of them afterwards, it's all he has a right to look for." "Hoot, sir, there's not a pair of parallel lines in all the comparison," returned Malcolm. "Mistress Kelpie here is e'en o'er ready to confess her faults, and that by gieing the taste to them. She winna bide to be spared. But for holding off o' them after the bargain's made, ye ken she's no even responsible for the bargain. And gin ye expect me to hold my tongue about them, faith, Maister Crathie, I would as soon think o' sellin' a rotten boat to Blue Peter. Gin the man 'at has her to see till dinna ken to look out for a storm o' iron shoon or long teeth ony moment, his wife may be a widow that same market night. And forby, it's again the 8th commandment as well as the 6th. There's no exception there in regard to horseflesh. We maun be honest in that as well as in corn or herring, or onything ither that's coft and selt atween man and his neighbour." "There's one commandment, my lad," said Mr. Crathie, with the dignity of intended rebuke, "you seem to find hard to learn, and that is to mind your own business." "Gin ye mean catchin' the herring, maybe ye're right," said the youth. "I ken mair about that nor the horse coopin', and it's full cleaner." "None of your impudence," returned the factor. "The Marquis is not here to uphold you in your follies. That they amused him is no reason why I should put up with them. So keep your tongue between your teeth, or you'll find it the worse for you." The youth smiled a little oddly, and held his peace. "You're here to do what I tell you, and make no remarks," added the factor. "I'm aware o' that, sir, within certain limits," returned Malcolm. "What do you mean by that?" "I mean within the limits o' doing by your neighbour as you would hae your neighbour do by you. That's what I mean, sir." "I've told you already that doesn't apply in horse dealing. Every man has to take care of himself in the horse market, that's understood. If you had been brought up amongst horses instead of herring, you would have known that as well as any other man." "I doubt I'll hae to gang back to the herring then, sir, for they're like to prove the honester o' the two. But there's nae hypocrisy in Kelpie, and she maun hae her day's dinner, come o' the morns what may." At the word hypocrisy, Mr. Crathie's face grew red as the sun in a fog. He was an elder of the kirk, and had family worship every night as regularly as his toddy. So the word was as offensive and insolent as it was foolish and inapplicable. He would have turned Malcolm adrift on the spot, but that he remembered, not the favour of the late Marquis for the lad, that was nothing to the factor now. His lord under the mould was to him as if he had never been above it. But the favour of the present Marchioness, for all in the house knew that she was interested in him. Choking down therefore his rage and indignation, he said sternly, "Malcolm, you have two enemies, a long tongue and a strong conceit. You have little enough to be proud of, my man, and the less said the better. I advise you to mind what you're about, and show suitable respect to your superiors, or as sure as judgment, you'll go back to Fishguts." While he spoke, Malcolm had been smoothing Kelpie all over with his palms. The moment the factor ceased talking, he ceased stroking, and with one arm thrown over the mare's back, looked him full in the face. "Gin ye imagine, Maester Crathie," he said, "'at I count at any rise in the world that brings me under the orders o' a man less honest than he might be, ye're mista'en. I dinna think it's pride this time. I would ile Blue Peter's lang boots till him, but I winna lay for any factor atween this and Davy Jones." It was too much. Mr. Crathie's feelings overcame him, and he was a wrathful man to see, as he strode up to the youth with clenched fist. "Hold for the mare, for God's sake, Maester Crathie!" cried Malcolm. But even as he spoke, two reversed Moorish arches of gleaming iron opened on the terror-quickened imagination of the factor a threatened descent from which his most potent instinct, that of self-preservation, shrank in horror. He started back, white with dismay, having by a bare inch of space and a bare moment of time escaped what he called eternity. Dazed with fear, he turned and had staggered halfway across the yard as if going home, before he recovered himself. Then he turned again, and with what dignity he could scrape together, said, "MacPhail, you go about your business." In his foolish heart, he believed Malcolm had made the brute strike out. "I canna well gang till Stilts comes hame," answered Malcolm. "If I see you about the place after sunset, I'll horsewhip you," said the factor, and walked away, showing the crown of his hat. Malcolm again smiled oddly, but made no reply. He undid the mare's halter, and took her into the stable. There he fed her, standing by her all the time she ate, and not once taking his eyes off her. His father, the late Marquis, had bought her at the sale of a stud of a neighbouring laird, whose whole being had been devoted to horses, till the pale one came to fetch himself. The men about the stable had drugged her, and, taken with the splendid lines of the animal, nor seeing cause to doubt her temper as she quietly obeyed the halter, he had bid for her, and, as he thought, had her a great bargain. The accident that finally caused his death followed immediately after, and while he was ill, no one cared to vex him by saying what she had turned out. But Malcolm had even then taken her in hand in the hope of taming her a little before his master, who often spoke of his latest purchase, should see her again. In this he had very partially succeeded, but if only for the sake of him whom he now knew for his father, nothing would have made him part with the animal. Besides, he had been compelled to use her with so much severity at times, that he had grown attached to her from the reaction of pity, as well as from admiration of her physical qualities, and the habitude of ministering to her wants and comforts. The factor, who knew Malcolm only as a servant, had afterwards allowed her to remain in his charge, merely in the hope, through his treatment, of by and by selling her, as she had been bought, for a faultless animal, but at a far better price. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Marquis of Lossie by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 2. The Library. When she had finished her oats, Malcolm left her busy with her hay, for she was a huge eater, and went into the house, passing through the kitchen and ascending a spiral stone stair to the library, the only room now not dismantled. As he went along the narrow passage on the second floor leading from it to the head of the stair, the housekeeper, Mrs. Courthope, peered after him from one of the many bedrooms opening upon it, and watched him as he went, nodding her head 2 or 3 times with decision. He reminded her so strongly, not of his father, the last Marquis, but the brother who had preceded him, that she felt all but certain, whoever might be his mother, he had as much of the Collinsy blood in his veins as any Marquis of them all. It was in consideration of this likeness that Mr. Crathie had permitted the youth, when his services were not required, to read in the library. Malcolm went straight to a certain corner, and from amongst a dingy set of old classics took down a small Greek book in large type. It was the manual of that slave among slaves, that noble among the free, Epictetus. He was no great Greek scholar, but with the help of the Latin translation and the gloss of his own Wrath experience, he could lay hold of the mind of that slave of a slave, whose very slavery was his slave to carry him to the heights of freedom. It was not Greek he cared for, but Epictetus. It was but little he read, however, for the occurrence of the morning demanded, compelled thought. Mr. Crathie's behaviour caused him neither anger nor uneasiness, but it rendered necessary some decision with regard to the ordering of his future. I can hardly say he recalled how, on his death-bed, the late Marquis, about 3 months before, having with all needful observances acknowledged him his son, had committed to his trust the welfare of his sister. For the memory of this charge was never absent from his feeling, even when not immediately present to his thought. But although a charge which he would have taken upon him all the same had his father not committed it to him, it was none the less a source of perplexity, upon which, as yet, all his thinking had let in but little light. For to appear as Marquis of Lossie was not merely to take from his sister the title she supposed her own, but to declare her illegitimate, seeing that, unknown to the Marquis, the youth's mother, his first wife, was still alive when Florimel was born. How to act so that as little evil as possible might befall the favourite of his father, and one whom he had himself loved with the devotion almost of a dog, before he knew she was his sister, was the main problem. For himself, he had had a rough education, and had enjoyed it. His thoughts were not troubled about his own prospects. Mysteriously committed to the care of a poor blind Highland piper, a stranger from inland regions, settled amongst a fishing people, he had, as he grew up, naturally fallen into their ways of life and labour, and but lately abandoned the calling of a fisherman to take charge of the Marquis's yacht, whence by degrees he had, in his helpfulness, grown indispensable to him and his daughter, and had come to live in the house of Lossie as a privileged servant. His book education, which he owed mainly to the friendship of the parish schoolmaster, although nothing marvellous, or in Scotland very peculiar, had opened for him in all directions doors of thought and inquiry. But the desire of knowledge was in his case, again through the influences of Mr. Graham, subservient to an almost restless yearning after the truth of things, a passion so rare that the ordinary mind can hardly master even the fact of its existence. The Marchioness of Lossie, as she was now called, for the family was one of the 2 or 3 in Scotland in which the title descends to an heiress, had left Lossie House almost immediately upon her father's death, under the guardianship of a certain dowager countess. Lady Belair had taken her first to Edinburgh, and then to London. Tidings of her Malcolm occasionally received through Mr. Souter of Duff Harbour, the lawyer the Marquis had employed to draw up the papers substantiating the youth's claim. The last amounted to this, that, as rapidly as the proprieties of mourning would permit, she was circling the vortex of the London season, and Malcolm was now almost in despair of ever being of the least service to her as a brother, to whom, as a servant, he had seemed at one time of daily necessity. If he might but once be her skipper, her groom, her attendant, he might then at least learn how to discover to her the bond between them, without breaking it in the very act, and so ruining the hope of service to follow. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Marquis of Lossie by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 3. Miss Horne. The door opened, and in walked a tall, gaunt, hard-featured woman in a huge bonnet, trimmed with black ribbons, and a long black net veil, worked over with sprigs, coming down almost to her waist. She looked stern, determined, almost fierce, shook hands with a sort of loose dissatisfaction, and dropped into one of the easy-chairs in which the library abounded. With the act, the question seemed shot from her. "Do you call yoursel an honest man now, Malcolm?" "I call mysel nothing," answered the youth. "But I would fain be what ye say, Miss Horne." "Oh, I dinna doubt ye wouldna steal, nor yet tell lies about a horse. I ha' just come frae a sair waggin' o' tongues about ye. Mistress Crathie tells me her man's in a sair vex that ye winna tell a wordless lay about the black mare. That's what I call it, no her. But lay it would be, and dinna ye either wag or hold a layin' tongue. A gentleman maun no lay, no even by sayin' nothing. Na, no gin it were to win intil the kingdom. But God be thanked, that's where layers never come. Maybe ye're thinkin' I a small occasion to say sic like to yoursel. And yet, what's your life but a lay, Malcolm? You it's the honest Marquis of Lossie to wear your time and the strength of your body and the might of your soul, jobbing with a devil of a she-horse, when there's that half-sister of your ain gone to the very devil or perdition himsel among the godless gentry of Lunnon. What would ye ha' me understand by that, Miss Horne? Returned Malcolm. I hear no ill o' her. I daresay she's not just a saint yet, but that's not to be looked for in one of the breed. They maun all try the world first, onygate. There's a heap o' folk, and not I the worst, maybe, continued Malcolm, thinking of his father, that will hae their bite o' the apple afore they spit it out. But for my lady's sister, she's ower proud ever to disgrace hersel. Well, maybe, gin she be not misguided by them she's with. But I'm no so muckle concerned about her, only it's plain that ye hadna right to lead her intil temptation. How am I tempting at her, mem? That's plain to half an eye. Are you not letting her live believing a lie? Are you not allowing her to gang on as gin she was somebody mair nor mortal, when ye ken she's no mair Marchioness of Lossie nor you're the son of old Duncan MacPhail? Faith, ye lost truth gin ye agint the whirl in the change of 4 bears. Mind it nothing agin the dead, mem. My father's gane till his account, and it's weel for him he has his father and not his sister to pronounce upon him. "'Deed, you're right there, laddie," said Miss Horne, in a subdued tone. "He's made it up with my mither afore now, I'm thinking. And onygate he confessed her his wife and me her son afore he died, and what mair had he time to do?" "It's fact," returned Miss Horne. "And now look at yoursel. What your father confessed with the very dead thraw of a labouring spirit, to the whilk nothing could have brought him but the dead throes. Death struggles, o' the bodily nature and the fear o' hell. That same confession ye raw up again in the cloot o' secrecy, in place o' dightin' with it the blot frae the memory o' one who I believed I loved mair as my third cousin nor ye do as your ain mither." "There's no blot upon her memory, mem," returned the youth, "or I would be Marquis the morn. There's never a soul kens she was mither but kens she was wife. Ay, and whose wife too?" Miss Horne had neither wish nor power to reply, and changed her front. "And so, Malcolm Collinsie," she said, "ye hae no less nor made up your mind to pass your days in your ain stable, neither better nor waur than an ostler at the Lossie Arms, and that after a' 'at I hae borne and done to make a gentleman o' ye, birdin' your father here like a very lion in his den, and garrin' him confess the thing again ilka hair on the stiff neck o' him. Losh, laddie, it was a picture to see him standin' with his back to the door like a camsterry bullock. Obstinate. Hold your tongue, mem, gin ye please. I canna bide to hear my father spoken o' like that. For ye see I loved him afore I kent he was any drops blood to me. Well, that's very well. But father and mither's man and wife, and ye came not of father alone." "That's true, mem, and it cannot be I sud ever forget yon face ye showed me in the coffin. The bonniest, sairest sight I e'er saw," returned Malcolm, with a quaver in his voice. "But what for carry your thoughts to the dead face o'er? Ye kent the living one weel," objected Miss Horne. "That's true, mem, but the dead face must blot at the living out o' my brain. I'm sorry for that. Eh, laddie, but she was bonny to see. I thought her the bonniest lady I ever set eye upon. And dinna think, mem, I'm going to forget the dead, 'cause I'm mair concerned about the living. I tell ye I just dinna ken what to do. What with my father's dayin' words committing her to my charge, and the more than regard I have to Lady Florimel hersel, I'm just whiles driven to one mair. How can I take the very sunshine out o' her life 'at I loved afore I kent she was my ain sister, and just that long to win near enough till to do her any good turn worth doing? And here I am, her one half brither, with nothing in my power but to scold the heart o' her, or else lay. Supposin' she was well married first, how would she stand with her man when he came to ken 'at she was no marchioness? Had no lawful right to any name but her mither's. And afore that, what right could I have to allow any man to marry her unkent the truth about her? Faith, it would be a fine chance, though, for finding out whether or not the man was worthy o' her. But you see, that might be to make a plague o' her heart. Poor thing, she looks down upon me frae the tap of her bonny neck as frae a heavenly height. But I s' let her ken yet, gin only I can win at the gate o' it, that I hadna come nigh her for nothing." He gave a sigh with the words, and a pause followed. "The truth," resumed Miss Horne, "neither mair nor less." "Ay," responded Malcolm, "but there's a right and a wrong time for the tellin' o' it. It's no as gin I had had han' or tongue in any foregone lay. It was nothing o' my doing, as ye ken, mem. To mysel' I was never anything but a fisherman born. I confess at whiles, when we would be lying in the lee o' the nets, tethered to them like, with the wind blawing strong and steady, I have thought with mysel' 'at I kent naething about my father, and what gin it sud turn out 'at I was the son o' somebody? What would I do in my siller?" "And what thought ye would do, laddie?" asked Miss Horne gently. "What but a big harbour at Scarnose for the poor fisher folk, that was like my ain flesh and blood." "Well," rejoined Miss Horne eagerly, "div ye no look upon that as a vow to the Almighty? A vow 'at ye're bound to pay now 'at ye hae your wuss? And it's no merely 'at ye hae the means, but there's no another that has the right, for they're your ain folk 'at ye gather rent frae, and it's been for many a generation settled upon your lan', though for the matter o' the lan', they hae had little mair o' that than the birds o' the rock hae on feud, and them honest folks wi' wives and souls o' their ain. Hoo upon earth are ye to do your duty by them, and render your account at the last, gin ye dinna tak till ye your power and reign? Ilk man 'at's in any sense a king o' men is bound to reign ower them in that sense. I ken little about things mysel', and I hae no feelings to guide me, but I hae a wheen common sense, and that maun jist stand for the lave." A silence followed. "What for speak now, ye Malcolm?" said Miss Horne at length. "I was just tryin'," he answered, "to min' upon a 2 lines 'at I came upon the ither day in a book 'at Maister Graham gae me afore he gaed awa', 'cause I reckon he kent them all by heart. They say jist sic like as ye been sayin', mem, gin I could but mind upon them. They're about a man 'at aye does the right gait, made by one they call Wordsworth." "I ken naething about him," said Miss Horne with emphasized indifference, "and I ken but little. I s' ken mair or lang, though. This is how the piece begins: "'Who is the happy warrior? Who is he that every man in arms should wish to be? It is the generous spirit who, when brought among the tasks of real life, hath wrought upon the plan that pleased his childish thought.' There, that's what he would have o' me, mem." "Hear till him!" cried Miss Horne. "The man's in the right, though nobody ever heard of him. Hold ye by that, Malcolm, and dinna ye rest till ye hae bigged a harbour to the men and women o' Scarnose. Who kens how many may gang to the bottom afore it be done, just for the want o' it? The foundation maun be laid in righteousness, though, mem. Else, what gin it were to save lives better lost?" "That belongs to the matie," said Miss Horne. "Ay, but the laying o' the foundation belongs to me, and I'll no do it till I can do it unruint my sister." "Weel, there's one thing clear: ye'll never ken what to do so long as ye hang on about a stable, full o' 4-footed animals wantin' sense, and some 2-footed 'at has less. I doobt ye're right there, mem. And gin I could but take poor Kelpie awa' wi' me—" "Hoots! I'm affrontit wi' ye. Kelpie, quo he! Preserve 's a'! The lad'll let his ain sister gang and bide at home wi' the mare." Malcolm held his peace. "Ay, I'm thinking I maun gang," he said at last. "Whaur till, then?" asked Miss Horne. "Ow, to Lonnon. Whaur ither?" "And what'll your lordship do there?" "Dinna say lordship to me, mem, or I'll think ye're jeerin' at me. What would the caterpillar say," he added, with a laugh, "gin ye called her my lady Psyche?" Malcolm, of course, pronounced the Greek word in Scotch fashion. "I ken naething about your Psyches or your Sukis," rejoined Miss Horne. "I ken 'at ye're bound to be a lord and no a stableman, and I s' not lat ye rest till ye up and say what neist." "It's what I have been sayin' for the last 3 month," said Malcolm. "Ay, I dare say, but ye've been sayin' it upon the braid o' your back, and I would have ye up and sayin' it." "Gin I but kent what to do!" said Malcolm, for the 1000th time. "Ye can at least gang whaur ye have a chance of learnin'," returned his friend. "Come and take your supper with me the night, a resart haddie and an egg, and I'll tell ye mair about your mither." But Malcolm avoided a promise, lest it should interfere with what he might find best to do. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Marquis of Lossie by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 4 Kelpie's Airing. When Miss Horne left him, with a farewell kindlier than her greeting, rendered yet more restless by her talk, he went back to the stable, saddled Kelpie, and took her out for an airing. As he passed the factor's house, Mrs. Crathie saw him from the window. Her colour rose. She rose herself also, and looked after him from the door. A proud and peevish woman, jealous of her husband's dignity, still more jealous of her own. "The very image of the old Marquis," she said to herself, for in the recesses of her bosom she spoke the Scotch she scorned to utter aloud. "And sits just like himsel', with a wee stoop in the saddle, and ilka now and then a swing o' his hale body back, as gin some thought had set him straight. Gin the fractious brute would but break a bone or two o' him," she went on in growing anger. "The impudence o' the fellow! He has his leave, what for disna he take it and gang? But oot o' this gang he sall. To call a man like mine a hypocrite, 'cause he wouldna proclaim till a hale market ilka secret fault o' the horse he had to sell. Haith, he came upon the wrang side o' the sheet to play the lord master here, and that I can tell him." The mare was fresh, and the roads through the Portlossie hard both by nature and by frost, so that he could not let her go, and had enough to do with her. He turned, therefore, towards the sea-gate, and soon reached the shore. There, westward of the Seaton, where the fisher folk lived, the sand lay smooth, flat, and wet along the edge of the receding tide. He gave Kelpie the rein, and she sprang into a wild gallop, every now and then flinging her heels as high as her rider's head. But finding, as they approached the stony part from which rose the great rock called the Board Craig, that he could not pull her up in time, he turned her head towards the long dune of sand which, a little beyond the tide, ran parallel with the shore. It was dry and loose, and the ascent steep. Kelpie's hoofs sank at every step, and when she reached the top, with wide-spread, struggling haunches, and nostrils like pits full of blood to the brim, he had her in hand. She stood panting, yet pawing and dancing, and making the sand fly in all directions. Suddenly a woman with a child in her arms rose, as it seemed to Malcolm, under Kelpie's very head. She wheeled and reared, and, in wrath or in terror, strained every nerve to unseat her rider, while, whether from faith or despair, the woman stood still as a statue, staring at the struggle. "Hold away a bit, Lizzy," cried Malcolm. "She's a mad brute, and I mayna be able to hold her. Ye hae the bairnie, ye see." She was a young woman, with a sad white face. To what Malcolm said she paid no heed, but stood with her child in her arms, and gazed at Kelpie as she went on plunging and kicking about on the top of the dune. "I reckon ye wouldna care though the she-devil knocked out your harns, but ye hae the bairn, woman. Hae mercy on the bairn, and run to the bottom." "I want to speak to ye, Malcolm MacPhail," she said, in a tone whose very stillness revealed a depth of trouble. "I doubt I cannot hearken to ye right enow," said Malcolm, "but bide a wee." He swung himself from Kelpie's back, and hanging hard on the bit with one hand, searched with the other in the pocket of his coat, saying as he did so, "Sugar, Kelpie, sugar!" The animal gave an eager snort, settled on her feet, and began snuffing about him. He made haste, for if her eagerness should turn to impatience, she would do her endeavour to bite him. After crunching 3 or 4 lumps, she stood pretty quiet, and Malcolm must make the best of what time she would give him. "No, Lizzy," he said hurriedly. "Speak while ye can." "Malcolm," said the girl, and looked him full in the face for a moment, for agony had overcome shame. Then her gaze sought the far horizon, which to seafaring people is as the hills whence cometh their aid to the people who dwell among mountains. "Malcolm, he's gane to marry Lady Florimel." Malcolm started. Could the girl have learned more concerning his sister than had yet reached himself? A fine watching over her was his, truly. But who was this he? Lizzy had never uttered the name of the father of her child, and all her people knew was that he could not be a fisherman, for then he would have married her before the child was born. But Malcolm had had a suspicion from the first, and now her words all but confirmed it. And was that fellow going to marry his sister? He turned white with dismay, then red with anger, and stood speechless. But he was quickly brought to himself by a sharp pinch under the shoulder blade from Kelpie's long teeth. He had forgotten her, and she had taken the advantage. "Who tell't ye that, Lizzy?" he said. "I'm no at liberty to say, Malcolm, but I'm sure it's true, and my heart's like to break." "Poor lassie," said Malcolm, whose own trouble had never at any time rendered him insensible to that of others. "But is it onybody 'at kens what he says?" he pursued. "Well, I dinna just rightly ken gin she kens, but I think she maun have good reason, or she wouldna say as she says. Oh, me, me! My bairnie'll be scorning me sair when he comes to ken. Malcolm, ye're the only one 'at disna look down upon me, and when ye came ower the top o' the boar's tail, it was like an angel in a fire flacht, and something inside me said, 'Tell him, tell him,' and so I bod to tell ye." Malcolm was even too simple to feel flattered by the girl's confidence, though to be trusted is a greater compliment than to be loved. "Hearken, Lizzy," he said, "I cannot e'en think with this brute ready ilka minute to ate me up. I maun take her hame. After that, gin ye would like to tell me onything, I s' be at your service. Bide about here, or, look ye, here's the key o' yon door. Come through that intil the park, through aneath the toll road, ye ken. There ye'll get into the laith wi' the bairnie, and I'll be with ye in a quarter o' an hour. It'll take me but 2 minutes to gang hame. Stote'll put up the mare, and I'll be back. I can do it in 10 minutes." "Dinna hurry for me, Malcolm. I'm not worth it," said Lizzy. But Malcolm was already at full speed along the top of the dune. "Lord preserve us!" cried Lizzy, when she saw him clear the brass swivel. "Sic a lad as that is! He maun have a right lass to lo'e him some day. It's a' ane to him, boat or beast. He winna turn frae the deil himsel'. And syne he's just as soft as a duck's neck when he speaks till a woman or a bairn. Ay, or an old man either." And full of trouble as it was about another, Lizzy's heart yet ached at the thought that she should be so unworthy of one like him. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Marquis of Lossie by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 5. Lizzy Findlay. From the sands she saw him gain the turnpike road with a bound and a scramble. Crossing it, he entered the park by the sea gate. She had to enter it by the tunnel that passed under the same road. She approached the grated door, unlocked it, and looked in with a shudder. It was dark, the other end of it being obscured by trees, and the roots of the hill on whose top stood the Temple of the Winds. Through the tunnel blew what seemed quite another wind, one of death, from regions beneath. She drew her shawl, one end of which was rolled about her baby, closer around them both, ere she entered. Never before had she set foot within the place, and a strange horror of it filled her. She did not know that by that passage, on a certain lovely summer night, Lord Mickleham had issued to meet her on the sands under the moon. The sea was not terrible to her. She knew all its ways nearly as well as Malcolm knew the moods of Kelpie. But the earth and its ways were less known to her, and to turn her face towards it and enter by a little door into its bosom was like a visit to her grave. But she gathered her strength, entered with a shudder, passed in growing hope and final safety through it, and at the other end came out again into the light. Only the cold of its death seemed to cling to her still. But the day had grown colder. The clouds that, seen or unseen, ever haunt the winter's sun, had at length caught and shrouded him, and through the gathering vapours he looked ghastly. The wind blew from the sea. The tide was going down. There was snow in the air. The thin, leafless trees were all bending away from the shore, and the wind went sighing, hissing, and almost wailing through their bare boughs and budless twigs. There would be a storm, she thought, ere the morning, but none of their people were out. Had there been, well, she had almost ceased to care about anything, and her own life was so little to her now that she had become less able to value that of other people. To this had the ignis fatuus of a false love brought her. She had dreamed heedlessly, to awake sorrowfully. But not until she heard he was going to be married had she come right awake, and now she could dream no more. Alas, alas, what claim had she upon him? How could she tell, since such he was, what poor girl like herself she might not have robbed of her part in him? Yet even in the midst of her misery and despair, it was some consolation to think that Malcolm was her friend. Not knowing that he had already suffered from the blame of her fault, or the risk at which he met her, she would have gone towards the house to meet him the sooner, had not this been a part of the grounds where she knew Mr. Crathie tolerated no one, without express leave given. The fisher folk, in particular, must keep to the road by the other side of the burn, to which the sea gate admitted them. Lizzy therefore lingered near the tunnel, afraid of being seen. Mr. Crathie was a man who did well under authority, but upon the top of it was consequential, overbearing, and far more exacting than the Marquis. Full of his employer's importance when he was present, and of his own when he was absent, he was yet, in the latter circumstances, so doubtful of its adequate recognition by those under him, that he had grown very imperious, and resented with indignation the slightest breach of his orders. Hence he was in no great favour with the fishers. Now all the day he had been fuming over Malcolm's behaviour to him in the morning, and when he went home, and learned that his wife had seen him upon Kelpie, as if nothing had happened, he became furious, and in this possession of the devil was at the present moment wandering about the grounds, brooding on the words Malcolm had spoken. He could not get rid of them. They caused an acrid burning in his bosom, for they had in them truth, like which no poison stings. Malcolm, having crossed by the great bridge at the house, hurried down the western side of the burn to find Lizzy, and soon came upon her, walking up and down. "Eh, lassie, you mun be cold," he said. "No that cold," she answered, and with the words burst into tears. "But nobody says a kind word to me noo," she said in excuse, "and I cannot weel bide the sound o' one when it comes. I'm not used to it." "Nobody?" exclaimed Malcolm. "Na, nobody," she answered. "My mither willna, my father darna, and the bairnie canna, and I gang near nobody forbye." "Weel, we maunna stan out here in the cold. Come this gate," said Malcolm. "The bairnie'll get its deed." "There wudna be money to grate at that," returned Lizzy, and pressed the child closer to her bosom. Malcolm led the way to the little chamber contrived under the temple in the heart of the hill, and unlocking the door made her enter. There he seated her in a comfortable chair, and wrapped her in the plaid he had brought for the purpose. It was all he could do to keep from taking her in his arms for very pity, for both body and soul she seemed too frozen to shiver. He shut the door, sat down on the table near her, and said, "There's nobody to disturb us here, Lizzy. What would you say to me now?" The sun was nearly down, and its light already almost smothered in clouds, so that the little chamber, whose door and window were in the deep shadow of the hill, was nearly dark. "I wouldna hae ye tell me onything ye promised not to tell," resumed Malcolm, finding she did not reply, "but I would like to hear as muckle as ye can say." "I hae naething to tell ye, Malcolm, but just that my lady Florimel's gone to be married upon Lord Macallum. Lord Liftore they call him noo. Hech me!" "God forbid she should be married upon any sic a blackguard!" cried Malcolm. "Dinna ca' him ill names, Malcolm. I canna bide it, though I had no right to take up the stick for him." "I wudna say a word 'at might fall sair on a sair heart," he returned. "But gien ye kent all, ye would ken I had a gey sized craw to pluck wi' his lordship mysel'." The girl gave a low cry. "Ye wouldna hurt him, Malcolm," she said, in terror at the thought of the elegant youth in the clutches of an angry fisherman, even if he were the generous Malcolm MacPhail himself. "I would raither not," he replied, "but we maun see how he carries himsel'." "Do nothing till him for my sake, Malcolm. Ye can hae nothing again him yoursel'." It was too dark for Malcolm to see the keen look of wistful regret with which Lizzy tried to pierce the gloom and read his face. For a moment the poor girl thought he meant he had loved her himself. But far other thoughts were in Malcolm's mind. One was that her whom, as a scarce approachable goddess, he had loved before he knew her of his own blood, he would rather see married to an honest fisherman in the Seton of Portlossie than to such a lord as Michaelm. He had seen enough of him at Lossie House to know what he was, and puritanical fish-catching Malcolm had ideas above those of most marquises of his day. The thought of the alliance was horrible to him. It was possibly not inevitable, however. Only what could he do, and at the same time avoid grievous hurt? "I dinna think he'll ever marry my lady," he said. "What gars ye say that, Malcolm?" returned Lizzy, with eagerness. "I cannot tell ye just in the know, but ye ken a body cannot weel be aye about a place onseeing things. I'll tell ye something o' mair consequence, however," he continued. "Some folk say there's a God, and some say there's none, and I hae no right to preach to ye, Lizzy. But I maun just tell ye this, 'at gien God dinna help them 'at cry till him in the worst o' troubles, they micht just as weel hae no God at all. For my ain part, I hae been helped, and I think it was him intil it. Wi' his help a man may warstle through onything. I say I think it was himsel' took me through it, and here I stand afore ye, ready for the next trouble, and the help it'll come with it. What it may be, God only knows." End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of the Marquis of Lossie by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 6. Mr. Crathie. He was interrupted by the sudden opening of the door, and the voice of the factor in exultant wrath. "MacPhail!" it cried. "Come out with you! Don't think to sneak there. I know you. What right have you to be on the premises? Didn't I send you about your business this morning?" "Ay, sir, but ye didn't pay me my wages," said Malcolm, who had sprung to the door, and now stood holding it half shut, while Mr. Crathie pushed it half open. "No matter. You're nothing better than a housebreaker if you enter any building about the place." "A break na lock," returned Malcolm. "I had the key my lord gave me to ilka place within the walls except the strong room." "Give it me directly. I'm master here now." "'Deed I do nae sic thing, sir. What he gave me I'll keep. Give up that key, or I'll go at once and get a warrant against you for theft." "Well, we sud refer it to Maister Suitor." "Damn your impudence, that I sud say it." "What has he to do with my affairs? Come out of that directly." "Hooly, hooly, sir," returned Malcolm, in terror lest he should discover who was with him. "You low-bred rascal! Who have you there with you?" As he spoke, Mr. Crathie would have forced his way into the dusky chamber, where he could just perceive a motionless, undefined form. But stiff as a statue, Malcolm kept his stand, and the door was immovable. Mr. Crathie gave a second and angrier push, but the youth's corporeal as well as his mental equilibrium was hard to upset, and his enemy drew back in mounting fury. "Get out of there," he cried, "or I'll horsewhip you for a damned blackguard." "Whoop away," said Malcolm, "but in here you s' no come the night." The factor rushed at him, his heavy whip upheaved, and the same moment found himself not in the room, but lying on the flower-bed in front of it. Malcolm instantly stepped out, locked the door, put the key in his pocket, and turned to assist him. But he was up already, and busy with words unbefitting the mouth of an elder of the kirk. "Didna I say it, you sudna come in, sir? What for will folk not take a tellin'?" expostulated Malcolm. But the factor was far beyond force of logic or illumination of reason. He raved and swore. "Get out of my sight," he cried, "or I'll shut ye like a tyke." "Gang and fess your gun," said Malcolm, "and gien ye find me waitin' for ye, ye can lat at me." The factor uttered a horrible imprecation on himself if he did not make him pay dearly for his behaviour. "Hoot, sir! Be ashamed o' yersel'. Gang hame to the mistress, and I s' be up the mornin' for my wages. If ye set foot on the grounds again, I'll set every dog in the place upon you." Malcolm laughed. "Gien I was to turn the order the other gait, would they mind you or me, div ye think, Maister Crathie? Give me that key, and go about your business." "Na, na, sir. What my lord gave me I s' keep, for all the factors atween this and the land's end," returned Malcolm. "And for leein' the place, gien I be not in your service, Maister Crathie, I'm nae under your orders. I'll gang when it suits me. And mair yet, ye s' gang out o' this first, or I s' gar ye, and that ye'll see." It was a violent proceeding, but for a matter of manners he was not going to risk what of her good name poor Lizzy had left. Like the books of the Sibyl, that grew in value. He made, however, but one threatful stride towards the factor, for the great man turned and fled. The moment he was out of sight, Malcolm unlocked the door, led Lizzy out, and brought her through the tunnel to the sands. There he left her, and set out for Scournose. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Marquis of Lossie by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 7. Blue Peter. The door of Blue Peter's cottage was opened by his sister. Not much at home in the summer, when she carried fish to the country, she was very little absent in the winter, and as there was but one room for all uses, except the closet bedroom and the garret at the top of the ladder, Malcolm, instead of going in, called to his friend, whom he saw by the fire, with his little Phemy upon his knee, to come out and speak to him. Blue Peter at once obeyed the summons. "There's nothing wrong, I hope, Malcolm," he said, as he closed the door behind him. "Maister Graham would say," returned Malcolm, "naething ever was wrong but what you did wrong yoursel, or wouldna put right when you had a chance. I have him nae mair to gang till, Joseph, and same come to you. Come down by, and in the Scogo Rock I'll tell you all about it." "Ye wouldna hae the mistress no ken o' it," said his friend. "I dinna just like haeing secrets frae her. Ye sall judge for yoursel, man, and tell her or no, just as ye like. Only she maun hold her tongue, or the black dog'll hae all the butter." "She can hold her tongue, like the toastone o' a grave," said Peter. As they spoke, they reached the cliff that hung over the shattered shore. It was a clear, cold night. Snow, the remnants of the last storm, which frost had preserved in every shadowy spot, lay all about them. The sky was clear and full of stars, for the wind that blew cold from the northwest had dispelled the snowy clouds. The waves rushed into countless gulfs and crannies and straits on the ruggedest of shores, and the sounds of waves and wind kept calling like voices from the unseen. By a path, seemingly fitter for goats than men, they descended halfway to the beach, and under a great projection of rock stood sheltered from the wind. Then Malcolm turned to Joseph Mair, commonly called Blue Peter, because he had been a man-of-war's man, and laying his hand on his arm, said, "Blue Peter, did ever I tell ye a lay?" "No, never," answered Peter. "What gars ye speir sic a thing?" "'Cause I want you to believe me noo, and it winna be easy. I'll believe onything ye tell me, 'at can be believed. Weel, I hae come to the knowledge 'at my name's no MacPhail, it's Colonsey. Man, I'm the Marquis of Lossie." Without a moment's hesitation, without a single stare of unbelief or even astonishment, Blue Peter pulled off his bonnet, and stood bareheaded before the companion of his toils. "Peter," cried Malcolm, "dinna break my heart. Put on your bonnet." "The Lord o' Lords be thankit, my lord," said Blue Peter. "The poor man has a friend this day." Then, replacing his bonnet, he said, "And what will be your lordship's wool?" "First and foremost, Peter, that my best friend, after my old daddy and the schoolmaster, is not to turn again me 'cause I had a Marquis and neither piper nor fisher to my father." "It's no like it, my lord," returned Blue Peter, "when the first thing I say is, 'What would ye hae of me?' Here I am, no speirin' a question." "Weel, I would hae ye hear the story o' it all." "Say on, my lord," said Peter. But Malcolm was silent for a few moments. "I was thinking, Peter," he said at last, "whether I could bide to hear ye say my lord to me. Doubtless, as it'll hae to come to that, it would be better to grow used till it while we're thegither, so 'at when it maun be, it may not hae the look o' change intil it, for change is just the thing I canna bide. In the meantime, however, we cannot give in till it, 'cause it would set folk jalousin. But I would be obliged till ye, Peter, gien ye would say, my lord, whiles, when we're our lanes. For I would fain grow so used till it 'at I never kent ye said it, for atween you and me, I dinna like it. And noo I sud tell ye all 'at I ken." When he had ended the tale of what had come to his knowledge, and how it had come, he paused. "Gi'e's a grip o' your hand, my lord," said Blue Peter, "and may God hold ye long in life and honour to rule ower us. Now gin ye please, what are ye going to do?" "Tell ye me, Peter, what ye think I ought to do." "That would take a heap o' thinking," returned the fisherman. "But one thing seems aboot plain. Ye had not the right to let your sister gang exposed to temptations ye could hold frae her. Thus not, as ye promised, to be kind till her. I canna believe that's how your father expected o' ye. I ken weel that folk in his position hae not the privileges o' the like o' us. They hae not the wind and the water, and whiles a lee shore to gar them know they are but men, and send them rattling at the wicket o' heaven. But still I dinna think by your ain account, specially now 'at I hope he's forgi'en and letten in, God grant it. I did not think he would like my lady Florimel to be under the influences of sic a one as that Lady Belair. Ye maun gang till her. Ye hadna choice, my lord. But what am I to do when I div gang? That's what ye have to gang and see. And that's what I hae been tellin' mysel', and what Miss Horne's been tellin' me too. But it's a grand thing to get yer own thoughts corroborate. You see, I'm feared for wrongin' her for pride, and bringin' her down to set mysel' up. My lord, said Blue Peter, solemnly, ye ken the life o' poor fisher folk. Ye ken how it might be latent, so long as it lasts, and mony a hole sticked at the cold death creeps in at the know. Count ye them nothin', my lord? Count ye the will o' Providence that sets ye o'er them nothin'? What for could the Lord give ye sic an upbringin' as no Marquis' son ever had afore ye, or maybe ever will have efter ye, gin it be not 'at you sud take them in hand to do your part by them? Gin ye forsake them now, ye'll be forgettin' him 'at made them and you and the sea and the herrin' to be ta'en intil it. Gin ye forget them, there's no hope for them, but the same death'll keep on swallowin' at them upon sea and shore. Ye spake the truth as I hae spoken it till mysel', Peter. Now hearken, will ye sail with me the night for Lunnon town? The fisherman was silent a moment, then answered, I will, my lord, but I maun tell my wife. Rin and fess her here then, for I'm fleid at your sister, honest woman, and little Feemy. It would blood all thing gin I was hurried to do something afore I kenned what. I say hae her out in a minute, said Joseph, and scrambled up the cliff. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Marquis of Lossie by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 8 Voyage to London. For a few minutes Malcolm stood alone in the dim starlight of winter, looking out on the dusky sea, dark as his own future, into which the wind now blowing behind him would soon begin to carry him. He anticipated its difficulties, but never thought of perils. It was seldom anything oppressed him but the doubt of what he ought to do. This was ever the cold mist that swallowed the airy castles he built and peopled with all the friends and acquaintances of his youth. But the very first step towards action is the death warrant of doubt, and the tide of Malcolm's being ran higher that night, as he stood thus alone under the stars, than he had ever yet known it run. With all his common sense and the abundance of his philosophy, which the much leisure belonging to certain phases of his life had combined with the slow strength of his intellect to render somewhat long-winded in utterance, there was yet room in Malcolm's bonnet for a bee above the ordinary size, and if it buzzed a little too romantically for the taste of the 19th century, about disguises and surprises and bounty and plots and rescues and such like, something must be pardoned to one whose experience had already been so greatly out of the common, and whose nature was so far childlike and poetic, and developed in far too simple a surrounding of labour and success, difficulty and conquest, danger and deliverance, not to have more than the usual amount of what is called the romantic in its composition. The buzzing of his bee was for the present interrupted by the return of Blue Peter with his wife. She threw her arms round Malcolm's neck, and burst into tears. "Hoots, my woman," said her husband, "what are ye greetin' at?" "Eh, Peter," she answered, "I canna help it. It's just like a death. He's gaun to leave us all and gang hame till his ain, and I canna bide it he sud grow strange like to us that had kenned him so long." "It'll be an ill day," returned Malcolm, "when I grow strange to ony friend. I'll hae to gang far down the Leigh road, low road, afore that be possible. I mayna aye be able to do just what ye would like, but lippen ye to me, I s' be fair to ye. And now I want Blue Peter to gang wi' me, and help me to do what I hae to do. Gin ye have nae objection to let him?" "Na, none hae I. I wad gang mysel' gin I could be ony use," answered Mistress Mare. "But women are in the gait whiles." "Weel, I'll no even say thank ye. I'll be owin' ye that as weel as the lave. But gin I dinna do weel, it winna be the faut o' one or the ither o' you twa, freens. No, Peter, we maun be aff." "No the nicht, surely," said Mrs. Mare, a little taken by surprise. "The sooner the better, lass," replied her husband. "An' we couldna hae a better win. Jist run ye home an' get some victuals thegither, an' come efter his to Portlossie." "But hoo'll ye get the boat to the water on mair han's? I'll need to come mysel' an' fess Jean." "Na, na, let Jean sit. There's plenty in the seatin' to help. We're gaein' to take the Marquis's cutter. She's a heap easier to launch, an' she'll sail a heap fester." "But what'll Maister Crathie say?" "We maun tak oor chance o' that," answered her husband with a smile of confidence. And thereupon he and Malcolm set out for the Seaton, while Mrs. Mare went home to get ready some provisions for the voyage, consisting chiefly of oatcakes. The prejudice against Malcolm from his imagined behaviour to Lizzy Findlay had by this time, partly through the assurances of Peter, partly through the power of the youth's innocent presence, almost died out. And when the two men reached the Seaton, they found plenty of hands ready to help them to reach the little sloop. Malcolm said he was going to take her to Peterhead, and they asked no questions but such as he contrived to answer with truth, or to leave unanswered. Once afloat, there was very little to be done to her, for she had been laid up in perfect condition, and as soon as Mrs. Mare appeared with her basket, and they had put that, a keg of water, some fishing lines, and a pan of mussels for bait on board, they were ready to sail, and wished their friends a light good-bye, leaving them to imagine they were gone but for a day or two, probably on some business of Mr. Crathie's. With the wind from the north-west, they soon reached Duff Harbour, where Malcolm went on shore and saw Mr. Suitor. He, with a landsman's prejudice, made strenuous objections to such a mad prank as sailing to London at that time of the year, but in vain. Malcolm saw nothing mad in it, and the lawyer had to admit he ought to know best. He brought on board with him a lad of Peter's acquaintance, and now, fully manned, they set sail again, and by the time the sun appeared, were not far from Peterhead. Malcolm's spirits kept rising as they bowled along over the bright, cold waters. He never felt so capable as when at sea. His energies had been first called out in combat with the elements, and hence he always felt strongest, most at home, and surest of himself on the water. Young as he was, however, such had been his training under Mr. Graham, that a large part of this elevation of spirit was owing to an unreasoned sense of being there more immediately in the hands of God. Later in life he interpreted the mental condition thus: that of course he was always and in every place equally in God's hands, but that at sea he felt the truth more keenly. Where a man has nothing firm under him, where his life depends on winds invisible and waters unstable, where a single movement may be death, he learns to feel what is at the same time just as true every night he spends asleep in the bed in which generations have slept before him, or any sunny hour he spends walking over ancestral acres. They put in at Peterhead, purchased a few provisions, and again set sail. And now it seemed to Malcolm that he must soon come to a conclusion as to the steps he must take when he reached London. But think as he would, he could plan nothing beyond finding out where his sister lived, going to look at the house, and getting into it if he might. Nor could his companion help him with any suggestions, and indeed he could not talk much with him because of the presence of Davy, a rough, round-eyed, red-haired young Scot, of the dull, invaluable class that can only do what they are told, but do that to the extent of their faculty. They knew all the coast as far as the Frith of Forth. After that they had to be more careful. They had no charts on board, nor could have made much use of any, but the wind continued favourable and the weather cold, bright, and full of life. They spoke many coasters on their way, and received many directions. Off the Nore they had rough weather, and had to stand off and on for a day and a night till it moderated. There they spoke a fishing boat, took a pilot on board, and were soon in smooth water. More and more they wondered as the channel narrowed, and ended their voyage at length below London Bridge, in a very jungle of masts. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The Marquis of Lossie by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 9. London Streets. Leaving Davy to keep the sloop, the two fishermen went on shore. Passing from the narrow precincts of the river, they found themselves at once in the roar of London's city. Stunned at first, then excited, then bewildered, then dazed, without plan to guide their steps, they wandered about until, unused to the hard stones, their feet ached. It was a dull day in March. A keen wind blew round the corners of the streets. They wished themselves at sea again. "Sic a sight of folk," said Blue Peter. "It's hard to think," rejoined Malcolm, "what way the God 'at made 'em can look after them all in sic a tumult. But they say even the sheepdog kens ilk sheep in the flock it's gin him in charge." "Aye, but ye see," said Blue Peter, "they're mair like a shoal o' herring nor a flock o' sheep." "It's not the number o' them that plagues me," said Malcolm. "The grand difficulty is how he can let ilk ane take his ain gait, and yet look after them all. But gien he does it, it stands to reason it maun be in some way 'at them it's sae looked after cannot by any possibility understand." "That's truth, I'm thinking. We maun just gie up and confess there's things abune all human comprehension." "Who kens but that may be 'cause in their very nature they're ower simple for creatures like us, that's made sae mixed like, and see sae little into the heart o' things." "Ye're ayont me there," said Blue Peter, and a silence followed. It was a conversation very unsuitable to London streets. But then these were raw Scotch fishermen, who had not yet learned how absurd it is to suppose ourselves come from anything greater than ourselves, and had no conception of the liberty it confers on a man to know that he is the child of a protoplasm, or something still more beautifully small. At length a policeman directed them to a Scotch eating-house, where they fared after their country's fashions, and from the landlady gathered directions by which to guide themselves towards Curzon Street, a certain number in which Mr. Souter had given Malcolm as Lady Bellaire's address. The door was opened to Malcolm's knock by a slatternly charwoman, who, unable to understand a word he said, would, but for its fine frank expression, have shut the door in his face. From the expression of hers, however, Malcolm suddenly remembered that he must speak English, and having a plentiful store of the book sort, he at once made himself intelligible in spite of tone and accent. It was, however, only a shifting of the difficulty, for he now found it nearly impossible to understand her. But by repeated questioning and hard listening, he learnt at last that Lady Bellair had removed her establishment to Lady Lossie's house in Portland Place. After many curious perplexities, odd blunders, and vain endeavours to understand shop signs and notices in the windows, after they had again and again imagined themselves back at a place they had left miles away, after many a useless effort to lay hold of directions given so rapidly that the very sense could not gather the sounds, they at length stood, not in Portland Place, but in front of Westminster Abbey. Inquiring what it was, and finding they could go in, they entered. For some moments not a word was spoken between them. But when they had walked slowly half-way up the nave, Malcolm turned and said, "Eh, Peter, sic a blessin'." And Peter replied, "There cannot be muckle o' this in the world." Comparing impressions afterwards, Peter said that the moment he stepped in, he heard the rush of the tide on the rocks of Scarnose, and Malcolm declared he felt as if he had stepped out of the world into the regions of eternal silence. "What a mercy it maun be," he went on, "to mony a creature, in sic a wummel and a rummel and a ramish as this London, to ken that there is sic a cave howked out o' the din, 'at he can gang intil and say his prayers intil. Man, Peter, I'm just some feared whiles that the very din in my lugs may not maist drive the thought o' God out o' me." At length they found their way into Regent Street, and leaving its mean assertion behind, reached the stately modesty of Portland Place, and Malcolm was pleased to think the house he sought was one of those he now saw. It was one of the largest in the place. He would not, however, yield to the temptation to have a good look at it, for fear of attracting attention from its windows and being recognized. They turned therefore aside into some of the smaller thoroughfares lying between Portland Place and Great Portland Street, where, searching about, they came upon a decent-looking public house and inquired after lodgings. They were directed to a woman in the neighbourhood, who kept a dingy little curiosity shop. On payment of a week's rent in advance, she allowed them a small bedroom. But Malcolm did not want Peter with him that night. He wished to be perfectly free. And besides, it was more than desirable that Peter should go and look after the boat and the boy. Left alone, he fell once more to his hitherto futile scheming. How was he to get near his sister? To the whitest of lies he had insuperable objection, and if he appeared before her with no reason to give, would she not be far too offended with his presumption to retain him in her service? And except he could be near her as her servant, he did not see a chance of doing anything for her without disclosing facts which might make all such service as he would most gladly render her impossible, by causing her to hate the very sight of him. Plan after plan rose and passed from his mind rejected, and the only resolution he could come to was to write to Mr. Souter, to whom he had committed the protection of Kelpie, to send her up by the first smack from Aberdeen. He did so, and wrote also to Miss Horne, telling her where he was, then went out, and made his way back to Portland Place. Night had closed in, and thick vapours hid the moon, but lamps and lighted windows illuminated the wide street. Presently it began to snow. But through the snow and the night went carriages in all directions, with great lamps that turned the flakes into white stars for a moment as they gleamed past. The hoofs of the horses echoed hard from the firm road. Could that house really belong to him? It did, yet he dared not enter it. That which was dear and precious to him was in the house, and just because of that he could not call it his own. There was less light in it than in any other within his range. He walked up and down the opposite side of the street its whole length some 50 times, but saw no sign of vitality about the house. At length a brougham stopped at the door, and a man got out and knocked. Malcolm instantly crossed, but could not see his face. The door opened, and he entered. The brougham waited. After about a quarter of an hour he came out again, accompanied by 2 ladies, one of whom he judged by her figure to be Florimel. They all got into the carriage, and Malcolm braced himself for a terrible run. But the coachman drove carefully. The snow lay a few inches deep, and he found no difficulty in keeping near them, following with fleet foot and husbanded breath. They stopped at the doors of a large, dark-looking building in a narrow street. He thought it was a church, and wondered that his sister should be going there on a week-night. Nor did the aspect of the entrance hall, into which he followed them, undeceive him. It was more showy, certainly, than the vestibule of any church he had ever been in before, but what might not churches be in London? They went up a great flight of stairs, to reach the gallery, as he thought, and still he went after them. When he reached the top, they were just vanishing round a curve, and his advance was checked. A man came up to him, said he could not come there, and gruffly requested him to show his ticket. "I haven't got one." "What is this place?" said Malcolm, whom the aspect of the man had suddenly rendered doubtful, mouthing his English with Scotch deliberation. The man gave him a look of contemptuous surprise, and turning to another who lounged behind him with his hands in his pockets, said, "Tom, here's a gentleman as wants to know where he is. Can you tell him?" The person addressed laughed, and gave Malcolm a queer look. "Every cock crows on his own midden," said Malcolm, "but if I were on mine, I would try to be civil." "You go down there and pay for a pit ticket, and you'll soon know where you are, mate," said Tom. Malcolm obeyed, and after a few inquiries and the outlay of 2 shillings, found himself in the pit of one of the largest of the London theatres. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Marquis of Lossie by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 10. The Tempest. The play was begun, and the stage was the centre of light. Thither Malcolm's eyes were drawn the instant he entered. He was all but unaware of the multitude of faces about him, and his attention was at once fascinated by the lovely show revealed in soft radiance. But surely he had seen the vision before. One long moment its effect upon him was as real as if he had been actually deceived as to its nature. Was it not the shore between Scournos and Portlossie, betwixt the Boar's Tail and the sea? And was not that the Marquis, his father, in his dressing-gown, pacing to and fro upon the sands? He yielded himself to illusion, abandoned himself to the wonderful, and looked only for what would come next. A lovely lady entered. To his excited fancy, it was Florimel. A moment more, and she spoke. "If by your art, my dearest father, you have put the wild waters in this roar, allay them." Then first he understood that before him rose in wondrous realization the play of Shakespeare he knew best, the first he had ever read, The Tempest, hitherto a lovely phantom for the mind's eye, now embodied to the enraptured sense. During the whole of the first act, he never thought either of Miranda or Florimel apart. At the same time, so taken was he with the princely carriage and utterance of Ferdinand, that, though with a sigh, he consented he should have his sister. The drop scene had fallen for a minute or two before he began to look around him. A moment more, and he had commenced a thorough search for his sister amongst the ladies in the boxes. But when at length he found her, he dared not fix his eyes upon her, lest his gaze should make her look at him, and she should recognize him. Alas, her eyes might have rested on him 20 times without his face once rousing in her the thought of the fisher lad of Portlossie. All that had passed between them in the days already old was virtually forgotten. By degrees he gathered courage, and soon began to feel that there was small chance indeed of her eyes alighting upon him for the briefest of moments. Then he looked more closely, and felt through, rather than saw with his eyes, that some sort of change had already passed upon her. It was Florimel, yet not the very Florimel he had known. Already something had begun to supplant the girl freedom that had formerly in every look and motion asserted itself. She was more beautiful, but not so lovely in his eyes. Much of what had charmed him had vanished. She was more stately, but the stateliness had a little hardness mingled with it. And could it be that the first of a cloud had already gathered on her forehead? Surely she was not so happy as she had been at Lossie House. She was dressed in black, with a white flower in her hair. Beside her sat the bold-faced countess, and behind them her nephew, Lord Michaelham that was, now Lord Liftore. A fierce indignation seized the heart of Malcolm at the sight. Behind the form of the Earl, his mind's eye saw that of Lizzy, out in the wind on the Boar's Tail, her old shawl wrapped about herself, and the child of the man who sat there so composed and comfortable. His features were fine and clear-cut, his shoulders broad, and his head well set. He had much improved since Malcolm offered to fight him with one hand in the dining-room of Lossie House. Every now and then he leaned forward between his aunt and Florimel and spoke to the latter. To Malcolm's eyes she seemed to listen with some haughtiness. Now and then she cast him an indifferent glance. Malcolm was pleased. Lord Liftore was anything but the Ferdinand to whom he could consent to yield his Miranda. They would make a fine couple, certainly, but for any other fitness, knowing what he did, Malcolm was glad to perceive none. The more annoyed was he when once or twice he fancied he caught a look between them that indicated more than acquaintanceship, some sort of intimacy at least. But he reflected that in the relation in which they stood to Lady Belair, it could hardly be otherwise. The play was tolerably well put upon the stage, and free of the absurdities attendant upon too ambitious an endeavour to represent to the sense things which Shakespeare and the dramatists of his period freely committed to their best and most powerful ally, the willing imagination of the spectators. The opening of the last scene, where Ferdinand and Miranda are discovered at chess, was none the less effective for its simplicity, and Malcolm was turning from a delighted gaze at its loveliness to glance at his sister and her companions, when his eyes fell on a face near him in the pit, which had fixed an absorbed regard in the same direction. It was that of a man a few years older than himself, with irregular features, but a fine mouth, large chin, and great forehead. Under the peculiarly prominent eyebrows shone dark eyes of wondrous brilliancy and seeming penetration. Malcolm could not but suspect that his gaze was upon his sister, but as they were a long way from the boxes he could not be certain. Once he thought he saw her look at him, but of that also he could be in no wise certain. He knew the play so well that he rose just in time to reach the pit door ere exit should be impeded with the outcomers, and thence with some difficulty he found his way to the foot of the stair, up which those he watched had gone. There he had stood but a little while, when he saw in front of him, almost within reach of an outstretched hand, the same young man waiting also. After what seemed a long time, he saw his sister and her two companions come slowly down the stair in the descending crowd. Her eyes seemed searching amongst the multitude that filled the lobby. Presently an indubitable glance of still recognition passed between them, and by a slight movement the young man placed himself so that she must pass next him in the crowd. Malcolm got one place nearer in the change, and thought they grasped hands. She turned her head slightly back, and seemed to put a question, with her lips only. He replied in the same manner. A light rushed into her face and vanished, but not a feature moved, and not a word had been spoken. Neither of her companions had seen the dumb show, and her friend stood where he was till they had left the house. Malcolm stood also, much inclined to follow him when he went, but his attention having been attracted for a moment in another direction, when he looked again, he had disappeared. He sought him where he fancied he saw the movement of his vanishing, but was soon convinced of the uselessness of the attempt, and walked home. Before he reached his lodging, he had resolved on making trial of a plan which had more than once occurred to him, but had as often been rejected as too full of the risk of repulse. End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Marquis of Lossie by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 11. Demon and the Pipes. His plan was to watch the house until he saw some entertainment going on, then present himself as if he had but just arrived from her ladyship's country seat. At such a time no one would acquaint her with his appearance, and he would, as if it were but a matter of course, at once take his share in waiting on the guests. By this means he might perhaps get her a little accustomed to his presence before she could be at leisure to challenge it. When he put Kelpie in her stall the last time for a season, and ran into the house to get his plaid for Lizzy, who was waiting him near the tunnel, he bethought himself that he had better take with him also what other of his personal requirements he could carry. He looked about, therefore, and finding a large carpet-bag in one of the garret rooms, hurried into it some of his clothes, amongst them the Highland dress he had worn as henchman to the Marquis, and added the great Lossie pipes his father had given to old Duncan as well, but which the piper had not taken with him when he left Lossie House. The said Highland dress he now resolved to put on, as that in which latterly Florimel had been most used to see him. In it he would watch his opportunity of gaining admission to the house. The next morning Blue Peter made his appearance early. They went out together, spent the day in sightseeing, and, on Malcolm's part chiefly, in learning the topography of London. In Hyde Park, Malcolm told his friend that he had sent for Kelpie. "She'll be the death o' ye in the streets, as full o' wheels as the sea o' fish. Twice I've been most grown to pother on my road here," said Peter. "Aye, but ye see, out here among the gentry, it's no freely so ill, and the roads are not all stone. And here, ye see, is the place where they come, ladies and all, to hae the rides together. What I'm fleyt for is that she'll be breaking legs with her devillich kicking. Hold her upon dry straw and water for a whiley, till her bones begin to cry out for something to keep them from the cold. That'll quiet her a bit," said Peter. "That's all ye ken," returned Malcolm. "She's aye the waur natured the less she has to ate. Na, she maun be weel lined. The divil in her maun lie warm, or she'll be neither to hold nor bind. There's no doubt she's waur to hold in when she's in good condition, but she's none so like to take a body by the sma' o' the back, and shake the inside out o' him, as she maist did one day to the herd laddie at the farm, only he had an old girth about the midstone for a belt, and he took the less scathe." "Couldna we gang and see the maester the day?" said Blue Peter, changing the subject. He meant Mr. Graham, the late schoolmaster of Portlossie, whom the charge of heretical teaching had driven from the place. "We canna weel do that till we hear where he is. The last time Miss Horn heard frae him, he was changing his lodgings, and ye see the kind o' a place this Lunnon is," answered Malcolm. As soon as Peter was gone, to return to the boat, Malcolm dressed himself in his kilt and its belongings, and when it was fairly dusk, took his pipes under his arm, and set out for Portland Place. He had the better hope of speedy success to his plan, that he fancied he had read on his sister's lips, in the silent communication that passed between her and her friend in the crowd, the words "come" and "tomorrow." It might have been the merest imagination, yet it was something. How often have we not to be grateful for shadows? Up and down the street he walked a long time, without seeing a sign of life about the house. But at length the hall was lighted. Then the door opened, and a servant rolled out a carpet over the wide pavement, which the snow had left wet and miry, a signal for the street children, ever on the outlook for sights, to gather. Before the first carriage arrived, there was already a little crowd of humble watchers and waiters about the gutter and curbstone. But they were not destined to much amusement that evening, the visitors amounting only to a small dinner party. Still they had the pleasure of seeing a few grand ladies issue from their carriages, cross the stage of their epiphany, the pavement, and vanish in the paradise of the shining hall, with its ascent of gorgeous stairs. No broken steps, no missing balusters there. And they have the show all for nothing. It is one of the perquisites of street service. What one would give to see the shapes glide over the field of those camerae obscurae, the hearts of the street Arabs, once to gaze on the jewelled beauties through the eyes of those shock-haired girls. I fancy they do not often begrudge them what they possess, except perhaps when feature or hair or motion chances to remind them of some one of their own people, and they feel wronged and indignant that she should flaunt in such splendour, when our Sally would set off grand clothes so much better. It is neither the wealth nor the general consequence it confers that they envy, but, as I imagine, the power of making a show, of living in the eyes and knowledge of neighbours for a few radiant moments. Nothing is so pleasant to ordinary human nature as to know itself by its reflection from others. When it turns from these warped and broken mirrors to seek its reflection in the divine thought, then it is redeemed. Then it beholds itself in the perfect law of liberty. Before he became himself an object of curious interest to the crowd he was watching, Malcolm had come to the same conclusion with many a philosopher and observer of humanity before him, that on the whole the rags are inhabited by the easier hearts, and he would have arrived at the conclusion with more certainty, but for the high training that cuts off intercourse between heart and face. When some time had elapsed, and no more carriages appeared, Malcolm, judging the dinner must now be in full vortex, rang the bell of the front door. It was opened by a huge footman, whose head was so small in proportion that his body seemed to have absorbed it. Malcolm would have stepped in at once and told what of his tale he chose at his leisure, but the servant, who had never seen the dress Malcolm wore except on street beggars, with the instinct his class shares with watch-dogs, quickly closed the door. Ere it reached the post, however, it found Malcolm's foot between. "Go along, Scotchy. You're not wanted here," said the man, pushing the door hard. "Police is round the corner." Now one of the weaknesses Malcolm owed to his Celtic blood was an utter impatience of rudeness. In his own nature entirely courteous, he was wrathful even to absurdity at the slightest suspicion of insult. But that, in part through the influence of Mr. Graham, the schoolmaster, he had learned to keep a firm hold on the reins of action, this foolish feeling would not unfrequently have hurried him into conduct undignified. On the present occasion, I fear the main part of his answer, but for the shield of the door, would have been a blow to fell a bigger man than the one that now glared at him through the shoe-broad opening. As it was, his words were fierce with suppressed wrath. "Open the door and let me in," was, however, all he said. "What's your business?" asked the man, on whom his tone had its effect. "My business is with my Lady Lossie," said Malcolm, recovering his English, which was one step towards mastering, if not recovering, his temper. "You can't see her, she's at dinner." "Let me in, and I'll wait. I come from Lossie House." "Take away your foot, and I'll go and see," said the man. "No, you open the door," returned Malcolm. The man's answer was an attempt to kick his foot out of the doorway. If he were to let in a tramp, what would the butler say? But thereupon Malcolm set his port vent to his mouth, rapidly filled his bag, while the man stared as if it were a petard with which he was about to blow the door to shivers, and then sent from the instrument such a shriek, as it galloped off into the Lossie gathering, that involuntarily his adversary pressed both hands to his ears. With a sudden application of his knee, Malcolm sent the door wide, and entered the hall with his pipes in full cry. The house resounded with their yell, but only for one moment. For down the stair, like bolt from catapult, came Demon, Florimel's huge Irish staghound, and springing on Malcolm, put an instant end to his music. The footman laughed with exultation, expecting to see him torn to pieces. But when instead he saw the fierce animal, a foot on each of his shoulders, licking Malcolm's face with long, fiery tongue, he began to doubt. "The dog knows you," he said sulkily. "So shall you before long," returned Malcolm. "Was it my fault that I made a mistake of looking for civility from you? One word to the dog, and he has you by the throat." "I'll go and fetch Wallace," said the man, and closing the door, left the hall. Now this Wallace had been a fellow-servant of Malcolm's at Lossie House, but he did not know that he had gone with Lady Belair when she took Florimel away. Almost everyone had left at the same time. He was now glad indeed to learn that there was one amongst the servants who knew him. Wallace presently made his appearance, with a dish in his hands, on his way to the dining-room, from which came the confused noises of the feast. "You'll be come up to wait on Lady Lossie," he said. "I haven't a moment to speak to you now, for we're at dinner and there's a party." "Never mind me. Give me that dish. I'll take it in. You can go for another," said Malcolm, laying his pipes in a safe spot. "You can't go into the dining-room that figure," said Wallace, who was in the Belair livery. "This is how I waited on my lord," returned Malcolm, "and this is how I'll wait on my lady." Wallace hesitated, but there was that about the fisher fellow was too much for him. As he spoke, Malcolm took the dish from his hands, and with it walked into the dining-room. There, one reconnoitring glance was sufficient. The butler was at the sideboard opening a champagne bottle. He had cut wire and strings, and had his hands on the cork as Malcolm walked up to him. It was a critical moment, yet he stopped in the very article and stared at the apparition. "I'm Lady Lossie's man from Lossie House. I'll help you to wait," said Malcolm. To the eyes of the butler he looked a savage. But there he was in the room with the dish in his hands, and speaking at least intelligibly. The cork of the champagne bottle was pushing hard against his palm, and he had no time to question. He peeped into Malcolm's dish. "Take it round, then," he said. So Malcolm settled into the business of the hour. It was some time after he knew where she was, before he ventured to look at his sister. He would have her already familiarized with his presence before their eyes met. That crisis did not arrive during dinner. Lord Liftore was one of the company, and so, to Malcolm's pleasure, for he felt in him an ally against the Earl, was Florimel's mysterious friend. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Marquis of Lossie by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 12. A New Livery. Scarcely had the ladies gone to the drawing-room, when Florimel's maid, who knew Malcolm, came in quest of him. Lady Lossie desired to see him. "What is the meaning of this, MacPhail?" she said, when he entered the room where she sat alone. "I did not send for you. Indeed, I thought you had been dismissed with the rest of the servants." How differently she spoke. And she used to call him Malcolm. The girl Florimel was gone, and there sat the Marchioness, was it? Or some phase of riper womanhood only? It mattered little to Malcolm. He was no curious student of man or woman. He loved his kind too well to study it. But one thing seemed plain. She had forgotten the half-friendship and whole service that had had place betwixt them, and it made him feel as if the soul of man, no less than his life, were but as a vapour that appeareth for a little, and then vanisheth away. But Florimel had not so entirely forgotten the past as Malcolm thought. Not so entirely at least, but that his appearance, and certain difficulties in which she had begun to find herself, brought something of it again to her mind. "I thought," said Malcolm, assuming his best English, "your ladyship might not choose to part with an old servant at the will of a factor, and so took upon me to appeal to your ladyship to decide the question." "But how is that? Did you not return to your fishing when the household was broken up?" "No, my lady. Mr. Crathie kept me to help stoat, and do odd jobs about the place." "And now he wants to discharge you?" Then Malcolm told her the whole story, in which he gave such a description of Kelpie, that her owner, as she imagined herself, expressed a strong wish to see her, for Florimel was almost passionately fond of horses. "You may soon do that, my lady," said Malcolm. "Mr. Suitor, not being of the same mind as Mr. Crathie, is going to send her up. It will be but the cost of the passage from Aberdeen, and she will fetch a better price here if your ladyship should resolve to part with her. She won't fetch the third of her value anywhere, though, on account of her bad temper and ugly tricks." "But as to yourself, MacPhail, where are you going to go?" said Florimel. "I don't like to send you away, but if I keep you, I don't know what to do with you. No doubt you could serve in the house, but that would not be suitable at all to your education and previous life." "A body would take you for a granny grown," said Malcolm to himself. But to Florimel he replied, "If your ladyship should wish to keep Kelpie, you will have to keep me too, for not a creature else will she let near her." "And pray tell me what use then can I make of such an animal?" said Florimel. "Your ladyship, I should imagine, will want a groom to attend you when you are out on horseback, and the groom will want a horse, and here am I and Kelpie," answered Malcolm. Florimel laughed. "I see," she said. "You contrive I shall have a horse nobody can manage but yourself." She rather liked the idea of a groom so mounted, and had too much well-justified faith in Malcolm to anticipate dangerous results. "My lady," said Malcolm, appealing to her knowledge of his character to secure credit, for he was about to use his last means of persuasion, and as he spoke, in his eagerness, he relapsed into his mother tongue. "My lady, did I ever tell ye a lie?" "Certainly not, Malcolm, so far as I know." "Indeed, I am sure you never did," answered Florimel, looking up at him in a dominant yet kindly way. "Then," continued Malcolm, "I'll tell your ladyship something you may find hard to believe, and yet is as true as that I loved your ladyship's father. Your ladyship knows he had a kindness for me." "I do know it," answered Florimel gently, moved by the tone of Malcolm's voice and the expression of his countenance. "Then I make bold to tell your ladyship that on his deathbed your father desired me to do my best for you.
took my word that I would be your ladyship's true servant."
"Is it so indeed, Malcolm?" returned Florimel, with a serious wonder in her tone, and looked him in the face with an earnest gaze. She had loved her father, and it sounded in her ears almost like a message from the tomb. "It's as true as I stand here, my lady," said Malcolm. Florimel was silent for a moment. Then she said, "How is it that only now you come to tell me?"
"Your father never desired me to tell you, my lady. Only he never imagined you would want to part with me, I suppose. But when you did not care to keep me, and never said a word to me when you went away, I could not tell how to do as I had promised him. It wasn't that 1 hour I forgot his wish, but that I feared to presume. For if I should displease your ladyship, my chance was gone. So I kept about Lossie House as long as I could, hoping to see my way to some plan or other. But when at length Mr. Crathie turned me away, what was I to do but come to your ladyship? And if your ladyship will let things be as before, in the way of service, I mean." "I cannot doubt, my lady, but it'll be pleasant in the sight of your father, whenever he may come to ken o' it, my lady." Florimel gave him a strange, half-startled look. Hardly more than once since her father's funeral had she heard him alluded to, and now this fisher lad spoke of him as if he were still at Lossie House. Malcolm understood the look. "Ye mean, my lady—" "I ken what ye mean," he said. "I canna help it. For to love anything is to ken it immortal. He's living to me, my lady." Florimel continued staring, and still said nothing. I sometimes think that the present belief in mortality is nothing but the almost universal, although unsuspected, unbelief in immortality, grown vocal and articulate. But Malcolm gathered courage and went on. "And what for no, my lady?" he said, floundering no more in attempted English, but soaring on the clumsy wings of his mother dialect. "Didna he turn his face to the licht afore he died? And him 'at raised frae the dead said 'at whoever believed in him sud never die. So we mun believe 'at he's livin', for gien we dinna believe what he says, what are we to believe, my lady?" Florimel continued yet a moment, looking him fixedly in the face. The thought did arise that perhaps he had lost his reason, but she could not look at him thus and even imagine it. She remembered how strange he had always been, and for a moment had a glimmering idea that in this young man's friendship she possessed an incorruptible treasure. The calm, truthful, believing, almost for the moment enthusiastic expression of the young fisherman's face wrought upon her with a strangely quieting influence. It was as if one spoke to her out of a region of existence of which she had never even heard, but in whose reality she was compelled to believe because of the sound of the voice that came from it. Malcolm seldom made the mistake of stamping into the earth any seeds of truth he might cast on it. He knew when to say no more, and for a time neither spoke. But now, for all the coolness of her upper crust, Lady Florimel's heart glowed. Not indeed with the power of the shining truth Malcolm had uttered, but with the light of gladness in the possession of such a strong, devoted, disinterested squire. "I wish you to understand," she said at length, "that I am not at present mistress of this house, although it belongs to me. I am but the guest of Lady Belair, who has rented it of my guardians. I cannot therefore arrange for you to be here, but you can find accommodation in the neighbourhood and come to me every day for orders. Let me know when your mare arrives. I shall not want you till then. You will find room for her in the stables. You had better consult the butler about your groom's livery." Malcolm was astonished at the womanly sufficiency with which she gave her orders. He left her with the gladness of one who has had his righteous desire, held consultation with the butler on the matter of the livery, and went home to his lodging. There he sat down and meditated. A strange new yearning pity rose in his heart as he thought about his sister and the sad facts of her lonely condition. He feared much that her stately composure was built mainly on her imagined position in society, and was not the outcome of her character.
Would it be cruelty to destroy that false foundation, hardly the more false as a foundation for composure, that beneath it lay a mistake? Or was it not rather a justice which her deeper and truer self had a right to demand of him? At present, however, he need not attempt to answer the question. Communication even such as a trusted groom might have with her, and familiarity with her surroundings, would probably reveal much. Meantime, it was enough that he would now be so near her, that no important change of which others might be aware could well approach her without his knowledge, or anything take place without his being able to interfere if necessary. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of The Marquis of Lossie by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 13. Two Conversations. The next day, Wallace came to see Malcolm and take him to the tailor's. They talked about the guests of the previous evening.
"There's a great change on Lord Michaelham,"
said Malcolm. "There is that," said Wallace. "I consider him much improved. But you see he's succeeded. He's the Earl now and Lord Liftore, and a menseful, broad-shouldered man to the boot of the bargain. He used to be such a windle-straw." In order to speak good English, Wallace now and then, like some Scotch people of better education, anglicized a word ludicrously.
"Is there no news of his marriage?"
asked Malcolm, adding,
"They say he has great property."
"My love, she's but a lassie yet," said Wallace, "though she too has changed quite as much as my lord."
"Who are you speaking of?"
asked Malcolm, anxious to hear the talk of the household on the matter. "Why, Lady Lossie, of course. Anybody with half an eye can see as much as that."
"Is it settled, then?"
"That would be hard to say. Her ladyship is too like her father. No one can tell what may be her mind the next minute. But as I say, she's young and ought to have her fling first. So far, that is, as we can permit it to a woman of her rank. Still, as I say, anybody with half an eye can see the end of it all. He's forever hovering about her. My lady, too, has set her mind on it, and for my part I can't see what better she can do. I must say I approve of the match. I can see no possible objection to it."
"We used to think he drank too much,"
suggested Malcolm. "Claret," said Wallace, in a tone that seemed to imply no one could drink too much of that.
"No, not claret only. I've seen the whiskey follow the claret."
"Well, he don't now, not whiskey at least. He don't drink too much, not much too much, not more than a gentleman should. He don't look like it, does he now? A good wife, such as my Lady Lossie will make him, will soon set him all right. I think of taking a similar protection myself one of these days."
"He is not worthy of her,"
said Malcolm. "Well, I confess his family won't compare with hers. There's a grandfather in it somewhere that was a banker or a brewer or a soap boiler or something of the sort, and she and her people have been earls and marquises ever since they walked arm in arm out of the Ark. But bless you, all that's been changed since I came to town. So long as there's plenty of money and the mind to spend it, we have learned not to be exclusive. It's selfish, that. It's not Christian. Everything lies in the mind to spend it, though. Mrs. Treasure, that's our lady's maid, only this is a secret, says it's all settled. She knows it for certain fact. Only there's nothing to be said about it yet. She's so young, you know."
"Who was the man that sat nearly opposite my lady, on the other side of the table?"
asked Malcolm. "I know who you mean. Didn't look as if he'd got any business there, not like the rest of them, did he? No, they never do. Odd and end sort of people like he is never do look the right thing, let them try ever so hard. How can they, when they ain't it? That's a fellow that's painting Lady Lossie's portrait. Why he should be asked to dinner for that, I'm sure I can't tell. He ain't paid for it in victuals, is he? I never saw such landleapers let into Lossie House, I know. But London's an awful place. There's no such thing as respect to persons here. Here you meet the butcher, the baker, the candlestick-maker, any night in my lady's drawing-room. I declare to you, Malcolm MacPhail, it makes me quite uncomfortable at times to think who I may have been waiting upon without knowing it. For that painter fellow, Lenormand they call him, I could knock him on the teeth with the dish every time I hold it to him. And to see him stare at Lady Lossie as he does."
"A painter must want to get a right good hold of the face he's got to paint,"
said Malcolm.
"Is he here often?"
"He's been here 5 or 6 times already," answered Wallace, and how many times more I may have to fill his glass I don't know. I always give him second-best sherry, I know. I'm sure the time that picture's been on hand, he ought to be ashamed of himself. If she's been once to his studio, she's been 20 times, to give him sittings, as they call it. He's making a pretty penny of it, I'll be bound. I wonder he has the cheek to show himself when my lady treats him so haughtily. But those sort of people have no proper feelings, you see. It's not to be expected of such." Wallace liked the sound of his own sentences, and a great deal more talk of similar character followed before they got back from the tailor's. Malcolm was tired enough of him, and never felt the difference between man and man more strongly than when, after leaving him, he set out for a walk with Blue Peter, whom he found waiting him at his lodging. On this same Blue Peter, however, Wallace would have looked down from the height of his share of the marquisate as one of the lower orders, ignorant, vulgar, even dirty. They had already gazed together upon not a few of the marvels of London, but nothing had hitherto moved or drawn them so much as the ordinary flow of the currents of life through the huge city. Upon Malcolm, however, this had now begun to pall, while Peter already found it worse than irksome, and longed for Scarnos. At the same time, loyalty to Malcolm kept him from uttering a whisper of his homesickness. It was yet but the 4th day they had been in London. "Eh, my lord," said Blue Peter, when by chance they found themselves in the lull of a little quiet court, somewhere about Gray's Inn, with the roar of Holborn in their ears. "It's like a month sin' I was at the kirk. I'm feart the din's gotten into my head, and I'll never get it out again. I could maist wish I was a mackerel, for they tell me the fish here's nothin'. I ken weel know what ye meant, my lord, when ye said ye dreaded the din might gar ye forget your maker." "I ha' been wissing sair mysel' this last 2 days," responded Malcolm, "that I could get one sight of the jaws clashin' upon the scornos, or rowin' up upon the edge of the links. The din o' nature never troubles the good thoughts in ye. I reckon it's 'cause it's a kind o' harmony in itsel', and a harmony's just, as the maister used to say, a higher kind o' a peace. Yon organ that we hearkened till one day outside the kirk ye mind, man, it was a quietness in itsel', and came through the din like a bonny silence, like a lull in the wind of its whirl. It wasna a din at all, but a grand repose like. But this noise tumultuous o' human strife, this din o' iron shoon and iron wheels, this whir and wuzz o' buyin' and sellin' and gettin' gain, it disna help a body to their prayers. Eh, na, my lord, just think o' the privilege, I never saw nor thought o' it afore, o' haein' it in your power, ony night 'at you're not efter the fish, to step out at your ain door and be in the midst of the temple. Be it light or dark, be it foul or fair, the sea sleepin' or ragin', ye have aye room, and nothing atween ye and the throne of the Almighty, to the whilk your prayers ken the gate, as well as the headin' to the shores of Scotland. Ye have but to let them fly, and they'll gang straight there. But here ye have aye to look so gleg after your body 'at, as ye say, my lord, your soul's like to come off the wear, get it binna clean forgotten." "I doubt there's something no right about it, Peter," returned Malcolm. "There maun be a heap no right about it," answered Peter. "Aye, but I'm not meaning it just as ye do. I had the hale thing through my head last night, and I cannot but think there's something wrong with a man, gin he cannot hear the word o' God as well in the midst o' a multitude no man can number, all made ilk one in the image o' the Father, as well I say as in the heart o' wind and water and the lift and the starns and all. Ye cannot say it they things are all made in the image o' God, in the same way at least, 'at ye can say it o' the body and face o' a man, for through them the God of the whole earth revealed himsel' in Christ. Well, I would allow what ye say, gin they were all to be considered Christians." "Oh, I grant we canna weel do that in the full sense, but I doubt, gin they be not all Christians 'at call themselves that, there's a heap mair Christianity nor gets the credit o' its ain name. I mind weel how Maister Graham said to me once at how there was something o' him 'at made him looking out o' the een o' ilka man 'at he had made. And what would ye call that but a skart or a strake o' Christianity? Well, I ken not, but ony gate I cannot think it can be agin the truth o' the gospel to wuss yoursel' mair alone wi' your God nor ye ever can be in sic an awful Babylon o' a place as this." Na, Peter, I'm not sayin' that. I ken weel we're to gang into the closet and shut to the door. I'm only afeart 'at there be something wrong in mysel' 'at takes it ill to be among so many neighbours.
I'm thinking it, gin all was right within me, gin I loved my neighbour as gin the Lord would have them 'at loved him, love ilk on his brother, I might be better able to play among them. Aye, in the very face of the bargaining and laying all about me. And mind ye, said Peter, pursuing the train of his own thoughts, and heedless of Malcolm's, at our Lord himself bud whiles to win away, even frae his disciples, to be him along with the father o' him. Aye, ye're right there, Peter, answered Malcolm. But there is a pint in it ye maunna forget, and that is that it was never in the daytime, so far as I mind, 'at he did so. The livelong day he was among his folk, working his mighty work. When the night came, in which no man could work, he gaed hame till his father, as it were. Eh me, but it's weel to have a man like the schoolmaster to put truth intil ye. I kenna what comes o' them 'at has drunken masters, or sic as cares for nothing but counting and latin, and the likes o' that.
End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of the Marquis of Lossie by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 14. Florimel. That night Florimel had her thoughts as well as Malcolm. Already life was not what it had been to her, and the feeling of a difference is often what sets one thinking first. While her father lived, and the sureness of his love overarched her consciousness with a heaven of safety, the physical harmony of her nature had supplied her with a more than sufficient sense of well-being. Since his death, too, there had been times when she even fancied an enlargement of life, in the sense of freedom and power which came with the knowledge of being a great lady, possessed of the rare privilege of an ancient title, and an inheritance which seemed to her a yet greater wealth than it was. But she had soon found that, as to freedom, she had less of that than before, less of the feeling of it within her. Not much freedom of any sort is to be had without fighting for it, and she had yet to discover that the only freedom worth the name, that of heart and soul and mind, is not to be gained except through the hardest of battles. She was very lonely, too. Lady Belair had never assumed with her any authority, and had always been kind even to petting, but there was nothing about her to make a home for the girl's heart. She felt in her no superiority, and for a spiritual home that is essential. As she learned to know her better, this sense of loneliness went on deepening, for she felt more and more that her guardian was not one in whom she could place genuine confidence, while yet her power over her was greater than she knew. The innocent nature of the girl had begun to recoil from what she saw in the woman of the world, and yet she had in herself worldliness enough to render her fully susceptible of her influences. Notwithstanding her fine health and natural spirits, Florimel had begun to know what it is to wake suddenly of a morning between 3 and 4, and lie for a long weary time sleepless. In youth, bodily fatigue ensures falling asleep, but as soon as the body is tolerably rested, if there be unrest in the mind, that wakes it, and consciousness returns in the shape of a dull misgiving like the far echo of the approaching trump of the archangel. Indeed, those hours are as a vestibule to the great hall of judgment, and to such as, without rendering it absolute obedience, yet care to keep on some sort of terms with their conscience, is a time of anything but comfort. Nor does the court in those hours sitting concern itself only with heavy questions of right or wrong, but whoever loves and cares himself for his appearance before the eyes of men, finds himself accused of paltry follies, stupidities, and indiscretions, and punished with paltry mortifications, chagrins, and anxieties. From such arraignment no man is free but him who walks in the perfect law of liberty, that is, the will of the perfect, which alone is peace. On the morning after she had thus taken Malcolm again into her service, Florimel had one of these experiences, a foretaste of the valley of shadow. She awoke in the hour when judgment sits upon the hearts of men. Or is it not rather the hour for which a legion of gracious spirits are on the watch? When, fresh raised from the death of sleep, cleansed a little from the past and its evils by the gift of God, the heart and brain are most capable of their influences. The hour when, besides, there is no refuge of external things wherein the man may shelter himself from the truths they would so gladly send conquering into the citadel of his nature. No world of the senses to rampart the soul from thought, when the eye and the ear are as if they were not, and the soul lies naked before the infinite of reality. This live hour of the morning is the most real hour of the day, the hour of the motions of a prisoned and persecuted life, of its effort to break through and breathe. A good man then finds his refuge in the heart of the purifying fire. The bad man curses the swarms of Beelzebub that settle upon every sore spot in his conscious being. But it was not the general sense of unfitness in the conditions of her life, neither was it dissatisfaction with Lady Belair, or the want of the pressure of authority upon her unstable being. It was not the sense of loneliness and unshelteredness in the sterile waste of fashionable life. Neither was it weariness with the same and its shows, or all these things together, that could have waked the youth of Florimel and kept it awake at this hour of the night. For night that hour is, however near the morning. Some few weeks agone, she had accompanied to the study of a certain painter, a friend who was then sitting to him for her portrait. The moment she entered, the appearance of the man and his surroundings laid hold of her imagination. Although on the very verge of popularity, he was young, not more than 25. His face, far from what is called handsome, had a certain almost grandeur in it, owed mainly to the dominant forehead and the regnant life in the eyes. To this the rest of the countenance was submissive. The mouth was sweet yet strong, seeming to derive its strength from the will that towered above and overhung it, throned on the crags of those eyebrows. The nose was rather short, not unpleasantly so, and had mass enough. In figure he was scarcely above the usual height, but well formed. To a first glance even, the careless yet graceful freedom of his movements was remarkable, while his address was manly, and altogether devoid of self-recommendation. Confident modesty and unobtrusive ease distinguished his demeanour. His father, Arnold Lenorme, descended from an old Norman family, had given him the Christian name of Raoul, which, although outlandish, tolerably fitted the surname, notwithstanding the contiguous L's, objectionable to the fastidious ear of their owner. The earlier and more important part of his education, the beginnings, namely, of everything he afterwards further followed, his mother herself gave him, partly because she was both poor and capable, and partly because she was more anxious than most mothers for his best welfare. The poverty they had crept through, as those that strive after better things always will, one way or another, with immeasurable advantage, and before the time came when he must leave home, her influence had armed him in adamant, a service which, alas, few mothers seem capable of rendering the knights whom they send out into the battlefield of the world. Most of them give their children the best they have, but how shall a foolish woman ever be a wise mother? The result in this case was that reverence for her as the type of womanhood, working along with a natural instinct for refinement, a keen feeling of the incompatibility with art of anything in itself low or unclean, and a healthful and successive activity of mind, had rendered him so far upright and honourable that he had never yet done that in one mood which in another he had looked back upon with loathing. As yet he had withstood the temptations belonging to his youth and his profession, in great measure also the temptations belonging to success. He had not yet been tried with disappointment, or sorrow, or failure. As to the environment in which Florimel found him, it was to her a region of confused and broken colour and form, a kind of chaos out of which beauty was ever ready to start. Pictures stood on easels, leaned against chair-backs, glowed from the wall, each contributing to the atmosphere of solved rainbow that seemed to fill the space. Lenorme was seated, not at his easel, but at a grand piano which stood away, half hidden in a corner, as if it knew itself there on sufferance, with pictures all about the legs of it. For they had walked straight in without giving his servant time to announce them. A bar of a song, in a fine tenor voice, broke as they opened the door, and the painter came to meet them from the farther end of the study. He shook hands with Florimel's friend, and turned with a bow to her. At the first glance the eyes of both fell. Raised the same instant, they encountered each other point blank, and then the eloquent blood had its turn at betrayal. What the moment meant, Florimel did not understand. But it seemed as if Raoul and she had met somewhere long ago, were presumed not to know it, but could not help remembering it and agreeing to recognize it as a fact. A strange pleasure filled her heart. While Mrs. Bernardiston sat, she flitted about the room like a butterfly, looking at one thing after another, and asking now the most ignorant, now the most penetrative question, disturbing not a little the work, but sweetening the temper of the painter, as he went on with his study of the mask and helmet into which the Gorgon stare of the unideal had petrified the face and head of his sitter. He found the situation trying nevertheless. It was as if Cupid had been set by Jupiter to take a portrait of Io in her stall, while evermore he heard his Psyche fluttering about among the peacocks in the yard. For the girl had bewitched him at first sight. He thought it was only as an artist, though to be sure a certain throb, almost of pain, in the region of the heart, when first his eyes fell before hers, might have warned, and perhaps did in vain warn him otherwise. Sooner than usual he professed himself content with the sitting, and then proceeded to show the ladies some of his sketches and pictures. Florimel asked to see one, standing as in disgrace with its front to the wall. He put it, half reluctantly, on an easel, and said it was meant for the unveiling of Isis, as presented in a Märchen of Novalis, introduced in Die Lehrling zu See, in which the goddess of nature reveals to the eager and anxious gaze of the beholder the person of his Rosenblüchen, whom he had left behind him when he set out to visit the temple of the divinity. But on the great pedestal where should have sat the goddess, there was no gracious form visible. That part of the picture was a blank. The youth stood below, gazing enraptured with parted lips and outstretched arms, as if he had already begun to suspect what had begun to dawn through the slowly thinning veil. But to the eye of the beholder, he gazed as yet only on vacancy, and the picture had not reached an attempt at self-explanation. Florimel asked why he had left it so long unfinished, for the dust was thick on the back of the canvas. "Because I have never seen the face or figure," the painter answered, "either an eye of mind or of body that claimed the position." As he spoke, his eyes seemed to Florimel to lighten strangely, and as if by common consent they turned away and looked at something else. Presently Mrs. Bernardiston, who cared more for sound than form or colour, because she could herself sing a little, began to glance over some music on the piano, curious to find what the young man had been singing. Whereupon Lenormand said to Florimel hurriedly, and almost in a whisper, with a sort of hesitating assurance, "If you would give me a sitting or two, I know I am presumptuous, but if you would, I should send the picture to the Academy in a week." "I will," replied Florimel, flushing like a wild poppy, and as she said it, she looked up in his face and smiled. It would have been selfish, she said to herself as they drove away, to refuse him. This first interview, and all the interviews that had followed, now passed through her mind as she lay awake in the darkness preceding the dawn, and she reviewed them not without self-reproach. But for some of my readers it will be hard to believe that one of the feelings that now tormented the girl was a sense of lower dignity because of the relation in which she stood to the painter. Seeing there was little or no ground for moral compunction, and the feeling had its root merely in the fact that he was a painter fellow, and she a marchioness. Her rank had already grown to seem to her so identified with herself that she was hardly any longer capable of the analysis that should show it distinct from her being. As to any duty arising from her position, she had never heard the word used, except as representing something owing to, not owed by rank. Social standing in the eyes of the super-excellent few of fashion was the Satan of unrighteousness worshipped around her. And the precepts of this worship fell upon soil prepared for it. For with all the simplicity of her nature, there was in it an inborn sense of rank, of elevation in the order of the universe, above most others of the children of men, of greater intrinsic worth, therefore, in herself. How could it be otherwise with the offspring of generations of pride and falsely conscious superiority? Hence, as things were going now with the mere human part of her, some commotion, if not earthquake indeed, was imminent. Nay, the commotion had already begun, as manifest in her sleeplessness and the thoughts that occupied it. Rightly to understand the sense of shame and degradation she had not unfrequently felt of late, we must remember that in the circle in which she moved, she heard professions, arts, and trades alluded to with the same unuttered, but the more strongly implied, contempt. A contempt indeed regarded as so much a matter of course, so thoroughly understood, so reasonable in its nature, so absolute in its degree, that to utter it would have been bad taste from very superfluity. Yet she never entered the painter's study but with trembling heart, uncertain foot, and fluttering breath, as of one stepping within the gates of an enchanted paradise, whose joy is too much for the material weight of humanity to ballast, even to the steadying of the bodily step, and the outward calm of the bodily carriage. How far things had gone between them we shall be able to judge by and by. It will be enough at present to add that it was this relation and the inward strife arising from it that had not only prematurely, but over-rapidly ripened the girl into the woman. This my disclosure of her condition, however, has not yet uncovered the sorest spot upon which the flies of Beelzebub settled in the darkness of this torture hour of the human clock. Although still the same lively, self-operative nature she had been in other circumstances, she was so far from being insensible or indifferent to the opinions of others, that she had not even strength enough to keep a foreign will off the beam of her choice. The will of another, in no way directly brought to bear on hers, would yet weigh to her encouragement where her wish was doubtful, or to her restraint where impulse was strong. It would even move her towards a line of conduct whose anticipated results were distasteful to her. Ever and anon, her pride would rise armed against the consciousness of slavery, but its armor was too weak either for defense or for deliverance. She knew that the heart of Lady Belair, what of heart she had, was set upon her marriage with her nephew, Lord Liftore. Now she recoiled from the idea of marriage, and dismissed it into a future of indefinite removal. She had no special desire to please Lady Belair from the point of gratitude, for she was perfectly aware that her relation to herself was far from being without advantage to that lady's position as well as means. A whisper or two that had reached her had been enough to enlighten her in that direction. Neither could she persuade herself that Lord Liftore was at all the sort of man she could become proud of as a husband, and yet she felt destined to be his wife. On the other hand, she had no dislike to him. He was handsome, well-informed, capable, a gentleman, she thought, of good regard in the circles in which they moved, and one who would not in any manner disgrace her, although to be sure he was her inferior in rank, and she would rather have married a duke. At the same time, to confess all the truth, she was by no means indifferent to the advantages of having for a husband a man with money enough to restore the somewhat tarnished prestige of her own family to its pristine brilliancy. She had never said a word to encourage the scheming of Lady Belair. Neither, on the other hand, had she ever said a word to discourage her hopes, or give her ground for doubting the acceptableness of her cherished project. Hence, Lady Belair had naturally come to regard the two as almost affianced. But Florimel's aversion to the idea of marriage, and her horror at the thought of the slightest whisper of what was between her and Lenormand, increased together. There were times, too, when she asked herself in anxious discomfort whether she was not possibly a transgressor against a deeper and simpler law than that of station, whether she was altogether maidenly in the encouragement she had given and was giving to the painter. It must not be imagined that she had once visited him without a companion, though that companion was indeed sometimes only her maid, her real object being covered by the true pretext of sitting for her portrait, which Lady Belair pleased herself with imagining would one day be presented to Lord Liftore. But she could not, upon such occasions of morning judgment as this, fail to doubt sorely whether the visits she paid him, and the liberties which upon fortunate occasions she allowed him, were such as could be justified on any ground other than that she was prepared to give him all. All, however, she was by no means prepared to give him. That involved consequences far too terrible to be contemplated even as possibilities. With such causes for disquiet in her young heart and brain, it is not then wonderful that she should sometimes be unable to slip across this troubled region of the night in the boat of her dreams, but should suffer shipwreck on the waking coast, and have to encounter the staring and questioning eyes of more than one importunate truth. Nor is it any wonder either that, to such an inexperienced and so troubled a heart, the assurance of one absolutely devoted friend should come with healing and hope, even if that friend should be but a groom, altogether incapable of understanding her position, or perceiving the phantoms that crowded about her, threatening to embody themselves in her ruin. A clumsy, ridiculous fellow, she said to herself, from whose person she could never dissociate the smell of fish, who talked a horrible jargon called Scotch, and who could not be prevented from uttering unpalatable truths at uncomfortable moments, yet whose thoughts were as chivalrous as his person was powerful, and whose countenance was pleasing, if only for the triumph of honesty therein. She actually felt stronger and safer to know he was near, and at her beck and call. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Marquis of Lossie by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 15 Portlossie. Mr. Crathie, seeing nothing more of Malcolm, believed himself at last well rid of him. But it was days before his wrath ceased to flame, and then it went on smouldering. Nothing occurred to take him to the Seton, and no business brought any of the Fisher people to his office during that time. Hence he heard nothing of the mode of Malcolm's departure. When at length, in the course of ordinary undulatory propagation, the news reached him that Malcolm had taken the yacht with him, he was enraged beyond measure at the impudence of the theft, as he called it, and ran to the Seton in a fury. He had this consolation, however: the man who had accused him of dishonesty and hypocrisy had proved but a thief. He found the boat-house indeed empty, and went storming from cottage to cottage, but came upon no one from whom his anger could draw nourishment, not to say gain satisfaction. At length he reached the Partons, found him at home, and commenced at haphazard abusing him as an aider and abettor of the felony. But Meg Parton was at home also, as Mr. Crathie soon learned to his cost, for hearing him usurp her unique privilege of falling out upon her husband, she stole from the Ben End, and having stood for a moment silent in the doorway, listening for comprehension, rushed out in a storm of tongue. "And what for shouldna my man," she cried, at full height of her screeching voice, "lay to his hand with ither honest folk to do for the boat what him it was weel kent for the captain o'er, sin ever she was a boat wanted done? Would ye take the command of the boat, sir, as well as all thing ither about the place?" "Hold your tongue, woman," said the factor. "I have nothing to say to you." "Ay, sirs, but it's a pity ye wasna foreordained to be the Marquis yoursel. It maun be a sair vex to ye ye're nothing but the factor." "If you don't mind your manners, Mistress Findlay," said Mr. Crathie in glowing indignation, "perhaps you'll find that the factor is as much the Marquis when he's all there is for one." "Lord save us, hear till him," cried the Partoness. "Who would have thought it o' him? There's folk that it sets weel to take upon them. His father, honest man, would ne'er have spoken like that to Meg Parton. But syne he was an honest man, though he was but the head shipper upon the estate. Man, I might have been your mither.
Gin I had been old enough for his first wife, for he would fain ha' had me for his second.
I've a great mind to take out a warrant against you, John Findlay, otherwise called the Parton, as art in part in the stealing of the Marchioness of Lossie's pleasure boat, said the factor. And for you, Mistress Findlay, I would have you please to remember that this house, as far at least as you are concerned, is mine, although I am but the factor and not the Marquis. And if you don't keep that unruly tongue of yours a little quieter in your head, I'll set you in the street the next quarter day but one, as sure as ever you gutted a herring. And then you may bid good-bye to Portlossie, for there's not a house, as you very well know, in all the Seaton, that belongs to another than her ladyship.
"'Deed, Mr. Crathie," returned Meg Parton, a little sobered by the threat, "you would have mair sense nor run the risk of an uprising of the fisher folk. They would ill stand to see my old man and me misused, not to say that her ladyship hersel would see any of her ain folk turned out o' house and holding for nothing of all."
"Her ladyship would give herself small concern gin the hale bilin' o' you were where you came frae," returned the factor. "And for the town here, the folk kens the good o' a quiet causey o'er weel to lament the loss o' ye."
"The deil's in the man!" cried the Partoness in high scorn.
"He would threep upon me 'at I was one of the long-tongued limmers that makes himsel' heard frae a tones into the dither. But I se gar improve his words yet."
"You see, sir," interposed the mild Parton, anxious to shove extremities aside, "we dinna ken 'at there was anything intil it by ordinare. Gin we had but kent it he was out o' your good graces—"
"Hold your tongue afore you lie, man," interrupted his wife.
"Ye ken weel enough you would do what Malcolm MacPhail would hae you do for ony factor in bred Scotland."
"You must have known," said the factor to the Parton, apparently heedless of this last outbreak of the generous evil temper, and laying a cunning trap for the information he sorely wanted, but had as yet failed in procuring. "Else why was it that not a soul went with him? He could ill manage the boat alone."
"What put sic buffin stite in your head, sir?" returned Meg,
defiant of the hints her husband sought to convey to her.
"There's many one would have been ready to gang. Only who suld gang but him 'at gaed wi' him and his lordship frae the first?"
"And who was that?" asked Mr. Crathie.
"Ow, who but Blue Peter?" answered Meg.
Said the factor, in a tone that for almost the first time in her life made the woman regret that she had spoken, and therewith he rose and left the cottage.
"Eh, mither!"
cried Lizzy, in her turn appearing from the ben end with her child in her arms.
"Ye hae wrought ruin in the earth. He'll hae Peter and Annie and all to hoose and hall come midsummer."
"I dar him till it!" cried her mother, in the impotence and self-despite of a mortifying blunder. "I'll raise the tone upon him."
"What would that do, mither?"
returned Lizzy, in distress about her friends.
"It would but make ill waur."
"And who are ye to open your mouth so wide to your mither?"
burst forth Meg Parton, glad of an object upon which the chagrin that consumed her might issue in flame.
"Ye hae not lookit to your ain gait so well 'at ye can treat to set right them 'at brought ye forth. Who are ye, I say?"
she repeated in rage.
"One 'at folly's made wiser, maybe, mither," answered Lizzy sadly, and proceeded to take her shawl from behind the door. She would go to her friends at Scournos, and communicate her fears for their warning. But her words smote the mother within the mother, and she turned and looked at her daughter with more of the woman and less of the Parton in her rugged countenance than had been visible there since the first week of her married life. She had been greatly injured by the gaining of too easy a conquest and resultant supremacy over her husband, whence she had ever after revelled in a rule too absolute for good to any concerned. As she was turning away, her daughter caught a glimpse of her softened eyes, and went out of the house with more comfort in her heart than she had felt ever since first she had given her conscience cause to speak daggers to her. The factor kept raging to himself all the way home, flung himself trembling on his horse, vouchsafing his anxious wife scarce any answer to her anxious enquiries, and galloped to Duff Harbour, to Mr. Souter. I will not occupy my tale with their interview. Suffice it to say that the lawyer succeeded at last in convincing the demented factor that it would be but prudent to delay measures for the recovery of the yacht and the arrest and punishment of its abductors, until he knew what Lady Lossie would say to the affair. She had always had a liking for the lad, Mr. Souter said, and he would not be in the least surprised to hear that Malcolm had gone straight to her ladyship and put himself under her protection. No doubt by this time the cutter was at its owner's disposal. It would be just like the fellow. He always went the nearest road anywhere. And to prosecute him for a thief would in any case but bring down the ridicule of the whole coast upon the factor,
and breed him endless annoyance in the getting in of his rents, especially among the fishermen. The result was that Mr. Crathie went home, not indeed a humbler or wiser man than he had gone, but a thwarted man, and therefore the more dangerous in the channels left open to the outrush of his angry power. When Lizzy reached Scournose, her account of the factor's behaviour, to her surprise, did not take much effect upon Mrs. Mare. A queer little smile broke over her countenance, and vanished. An enforced gravity succeeded, however, and she began to take counsel with Lizzy as to what they could do, or where they could go, should the worst come to the worst, and the doors not only of her own house, but of Scournose and Portlossie as well, be shut against them. But through it all reigned a calm regard and fearlessness of the future, which, to Lizzy's roused and apprehensive imagination, was strangely inexplicable. Annie Mare seemed possessed of some hidden and upholding assurance that raised her above the fear of man or what he could do to her. The girl concluded it must be the knowledge of God, and prayed more earnestly that night than she had prayed since the night on which Malcolm had talked to her so earnestly before he left. I must add this much, that she was not altogether astray. God was in Malcolm, giving new hope to his fisher folk. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Marquis of Lossie by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 16. St. James the Apostle. When Malcolm left his sister, he had a dim sense of having lapsed into Scotch, and set about buttressing and strengthening his determination to get rid of all unconscious and unintended use of the northern dialect. Not only that, in his attendance upon Florimel, he might be neither offensive nor ridiculous, but that, when the time should come in which he must appear what he was, it might be less of an annoyance to her to yield the marquisate to one who could speak like a gentleman, and one of the family. But not the less did he love the tongue he had spoken from his childhood, and in which were on record so many precious ballads and songs, old and new. And he resolved that when he came out as a marquis, he would at Lossie House indemnify himself for the constraint of London. He would not have an English servant there, except Mrs. Courthope. He would not have the natural country speech corrupted with cockneyisms, and his people taught to speak like Wallace. To his old friends the Fishers and their families, he would never utter a sentence but in the old tongue, haunted with all the memories of relations that were never to be obliterated or forgotten, its very tones reminding him and them of hardships together endured, pleasures shared, and help willingly given. At night, notwithstanding, he found that in talking with Blue Peter he had forgotten all about his resolve, and it vexed him with himself not a little. He now saw that if he could but get into the way of speaking English to him, the victory would be gained, for with no one else would he find any difficulty then. The next morning he went down to the stairs at London Bridge, and took a boat to the yacht. He had to cross several vessels to reach it. When at length he looked down from the last of them on the deck of the little cutter, he saw Blue Peter sitting on the coamings of the hatch, his feet hanging down within. He was lost in the book he was reading. Curious to see, without disturbing him, what it was that so absorbed him, Malcolm dropped quietly on the tiller, and thence on the deck, and approaching softly, peeped over his shoulder. He was reading the epistle of James the Apostle. Malcolm fell a-thinking. From Peter's thumbed Bible his eyes went wandering through the thicket of masts, in which moved so many busy seafarers, and then turned to the docks and wharfs and huge warehouses lining the shores. And while they scanned the marvellous vision, the thoughts that arose and passed through his brain were like these. "What are you doing here, James the Just? Ye was nothing but a fisher body upon a small water in the heart of the hills, that wasna even salt. And what can the thoughts that gaed through your fish-catching brain ha to do with sic a sight as this? I wonder gin at this moment there be another man in all London, sitting reading that epistle o' yours but Blue Peter here. He thinks there's nothing o' mair importance, 'cept maybe some other parts o' the same book. But syne, he's but a poor fisher body himsel', And what kens he o' the wisdom and riches and power o' this mighty queen o' the nations, throned about him? Is't possible the old body kent something 'at was just as necessary to ilka man, the busiest in this crowded mart, to ken and gang by, as it was to James and the lave o' the mighty apostles themselves? For me, I dinna doubt it. But who it should ever be anything but an old world story to the new world o' London, I think it would bleck Maister Graham himsel' to imagine. Before this, Blue Peter had become aware that someone was near him, but, intent on the words of his brother fisher of the old time, had half unconsciously put off looking up to see who was behind him. When now he did so, and saw Malcolm, he rose and touched his bonnet. "It was just in my head, my lord," he said, without any preamble. "Sic a kind o' a heavenly Jacobin as this same Jacobus was. He's sic a leveller as was few afore him, I doubt, with his gold-ringed man and his cloak-clad brither. He put me in two minds, my lord, when I got up, whether I would touch my bonnet to your lordship or no." Malcolm laughed with hearty appreciation.
"When I am King of Lossie," he said, "be it known to all whom it may concern, that it is and shall be the right of Blue Peter and all his descendants to the end of time to stand with bonneted heads in the presence of Lord no, not Lady Peter, of the house of Lossie."
"Ay, but ye see, Malcolm," said Peter, forgetting his address, and his eye twinkling in the humour of the moment, "it's no by your leave, or any man's leave. It's the right o' the thing, and that I maun think about, and see whether I be at liberty to call ye my lord or no."
"Meantime, don't do it," said Malcolm, "lest you should have to change afterwards. You might find it difficult."
"Ye're changed already," said Blue Peter, looking up at him sharply. "I ne'er heard ye speak like that afore."
"Make nothing of it," returned Malcolm. "I am only airing my English on you. I have made up my mind to learn to speak in London as London people do. And so, even to you, in the meantime only, I am going to speak as good English as I can. It's nothing between you and me, Peter, and you must not mind it," he added, seeing a slight cloud come over the fisherman's face. Blue Peter turned away with a sigh. The sounds of English speech from the lips of Malcolm addressed to himself seemed vaguely to indicate the opening of a gulf between them, destined ere long to widen to the whole social width between a fisherman and a marquis, swallowing up in it not only all old memories, but all later friendship and confidence. A shadow of bitterness crossed the poor fellow's mind, and in it the seed of distrust began to strike root, and all because a newer had been substituted for an older form of the same speech and language. Truly man's heart is a delicate piece of work, and takes gentle handling or hurt. But that the pain was not all of innocence is revealed in the strange fact, afterwards disclosed by the repentant Peter himself, that in that same moment, what had just passed his mouth as a joke, put on an important, serious look, and appeared to involve a matter of doubtful duty. Was it really right of one man to say my lord to another? Thus the fisherman, and not the marquis, was the first to sin against the other because of altered fortune. Distrust awoke pride in the heart of Blue Peter, and he erred in the lack of the charity that thinketh no evil. But the lack and the doubt made little show as yet. The two men rowed in the dinghy down the river to the Aberdeen wharf, to make arrangements about Kelpie, whose arrival Malcolm expected the following Monday, then dined together, and after that had a long row up the river. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Marquis of Lossie by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 17. A Difference. Notwithstanding his keenness of judgment and sobriety in action, Malcolm had yet a certain love for effect, a delight, that is, in the show of concentrated results, which, as I believe I have elsewhere remarked, belongs especially to the Celtic nature, and is one form in which the poetic element vaguely embodies itself. Hence arose the temptation to try on Blue Peter the effect of a literally theatrical surprise.
He knew well the prejudices of the greater portion of the Scots people against every possible form of artistic, most of all dramatic, representation. He knew, therefore, also, that Peter would never be persuaded to go with him to the theatre. To invite him would be like asking him to call upon Beelzebub. But as this feeling was cherished in utter ignorance of its object, he judged he would be doing him no wrong if he made experiment how the thing itself would affect the heart and judgment of the unsophisticated fisherman. Finding that the Tempest was still the play represented, he contrived, as they walked together, so to direct their course that they should be near Drury Lane towards the hour of commencement. He did not want to take him in much before the time. He would not give him scope for thought, doubt, suspicion, discovery. When they came in front of the theatre, people were crowding in, and carriages setting down their occupants. Blue Peter gave a glance at the building. "This'll be one o' the London kirks, I'm thinking," he said. "It's a muckle place, and there maun be a heap o' good folk in Lunnon, for as ill as it's called, to see so many, and in the carriages comin' to the kirk, on a Saturday night, too. It maun be some kind o' a prayer meeting, I'm thinking." Malcolm said nothing, but led the way to the pit entrance. "That's not an ill way o' gathering the bawbees," said Peter, seeing how the incomers paid their money. "I ha' heard o' the plate being robbed in a muckle town afore noo." When at length they were seated, and he had time to glance reverently around him, he was a little staggered at sight of the decorations, and the thought crossed his mind of the pictures and statues he had heard of in Catholic churches. But he remembered Westminster Abbey, its windows and monuments, and returned to his belief that he was, if in an Episcopal, yet in a Protestant church. But he could not help the thought that the galleries were a little too gaudily painted, while the high pews in them astonished him. Peter's nature, however, was one of those calm, slow ones, which, when occupied by an idea or a belief, are by no means ready to doubt its correctness, and are even ingenious in reducing all apparent contradictions to theoretic harmony with it. Whence it came that to him all this was only part of the church furniture according to the taste and magnificence of London. He sat quite tranquil, therefore, until the curtain rose, revealing the ship's company in all the confusion of the wildest sea storms. Malcolm watched him narrowly, but Peter was first so taken by surprise, and then so carried away with the interest of what he saw, that thinking had ceased in him utterly, and imagination lay passive as a mirror to the representation. Nor did the sudden change from the first to the second scene rouse him, for before his thinking machinery could be set in motion, the delight of the new show had again caught him in its meshes. For to him, as it had been to Malcolm, it was the shore at Portlossie, while the cave that opened behind was the bailie's barn, where his friends the fishers might at that moment, if it were a fine night, be holding one of their prayer meetings. The mood lasted all through the talk of Prospero and Miranda, but when Ariel entered there came a snap, and the spell was broken. With a look in which doubt wrestled with horror, Blue Peter turned to Malcolm, and whispered with bated breath, "I'm Jelusin. It cannot be. It's not a playhouse, this." Malcolm merely nodded, but from the nod Peter understood that he had had no discovery to make as to the character of the place they were in. "Eh," he groaned, overcome with dismay. Then rising suddenly, "Good night to you, my lord," he said with indignation, and rudely forced his way from the crowded house. Malcolm followed in his wake, but said nothing till they were in the street. Then, forgetting utterly his resolves concerning English in the distress of having given his friend ground to complain of his conduct towards him, he laid his hand on Blue Peter's arm, and stopped him in the middle of the narrow street. "I but thought, Peter," he said, "to get ye to see with your ain een, and hear with your ain ears afore ye pass judgment. But you're just like the lave." "And what for sudna I be like the lave?" returned Peter fiercely. "'Cause it's not fair to set down a thing for wrong 'at ye have been in the way o' hearing abused by them 'at kens as little about them as yoursel'. I cam here mysel' unkent where I was gaein' the ither night, for the first time in my life. But I wasna fleyt like you, 'cause I kent frae the book o' it was comin'. I hae heard in a kirk in 10 minutes just a sight o' what maun hae been sair displeasin' to the heart o' the maester o' us all.
But that night I saw nae ill and heard nae ill, but was weel paid back upon him 'at did it and said it afore the business was ower, and that's mair nor ye'll see in the streets o' Portlossie ilka day. The playhouse is where ye gang to see what comes o' things that ye cannot follow out in ordinary life. Whether Malcolm, after a year's theatre-going, would have said precisely the same is hardly doubtful. He spoke of the ideal theatre to which Shakespeare is true, and in regard to that he spoke rightly. "Ye decoyed me into the house of iniquity," was Peter's indignant reply, "and it's not what ye ever gave me cause to expect o' ye, so 'at I might ha' taken tent o' ye." "I thought nae ill o' it," returned Malcolm. "Well, I div," retorted Peter.
"Then perhaps you are wrong," said Malcolm, "for charity thinketh no evil. You wouldn't stay to see the thing out."
"There ye are at your English again, and misgooglin' scripture wi' it. And all this upon Saturday night, maist the Sabbath day. Well, I hae heard 'at London was an awfu' place, but I little thought the very air o' it would sae soon turn an honest lad like Malcolm MacPhail into a scoffer. But maybe it's the Marquis o' him, and not the muckle town 'at's made the differ. Onygate, I'm thinking it'll be about time for me to be gaein' hame." Malcolm was vexed with himself, and both disappointed and troubled at the change which had come over his friend, and threatened to destroy the lifelong relation between them. His feelings therefore held him silent. Peter concluded that the Marquis was displeased, and it clenched his resolve to go. "What way am I to win hame, my lord?" he said, when they had walked some distance without word spoken.
"By the Aberdeen smack,"
returned Malcolm.
"She sails on Tuesday. I will see you on board. You must take young Davy with you, for I wouldn't have him here after you are gone. There will be nothing for him to do."
"Ye're unco ready to part with us now that ye have nae mair use for us," said Peter. "No so ready as ye seem to part with your charity," said Malcolm, now angry too. "Ye see Annie'll be thinking lang," said Peter, softening a little. No more angry words passed between them, but neither did any thoroughly cordial ones, and they parted at the stairs in mutual, though with such men it could not be more than superficial, estrangement. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Marquis of Lossie by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 18. Lord Liftore. The chief cause of Malcolm's anxiety had been, and perhaps still was, Lord Liftore. In his ignorance of Mr. Lenormand, there might lie equal cause with him, but he knew such evil of the other that his whole nature revolted against the thought of his marrying his sister. At Lossie he had made himself agreeable to her, and now, if not actually living in the same house, he was there at all hours of the day. It took nothing from his anxiety to see that his lordship was greatly improved. Not only had the lanky youth passed into a well-formed man, but in countenance, whether as regarded expression, complexion, or feature, he was not merely a handsomer, but looked in every way a healthier and better man. Whether it was from some reviving sense of duty, or that, in his attachment to Florimel, he had begun to cherish a desire of being worthy of her, I cannot tell. But he looked altogether more of a man than the time that had elapsed would have given ground to expect, even had he then seemed on the mend, and indeed promised to become a really fine-looking fellow. His features were far more regular, if less informed, than those of the painter, and his carriage prouder, if less graceful and energetic. His admiration of, and consequent attachment to Florimel, had been growing ever since his visit to Lossie House the preceding summer, and if he had said nothing quite definite, it was only because his aunt represented the impolicy of declaring himself just yet. She was too young. She judged thus, attributing her evident indifference to an incapacity as yet for falling in love. Hence, beyond paying her all sorts of attentions and what compliments he was capable of constructing, Lord Liftore had not gone far towards making himself understood. At least, not until just before Malcolm's arrival, when his behaviour had certainly grown warmer and more confidential. All the time she had been under his aunt's care, he had had abundant opportunity for recommending himself,
and he had made use of the privilege. For one thing, credibly assured that he looked well in the saddle, he had constantly encouraged Florimel's love of riding, and desire to become a thorough horsewoman, and they had ridden a good deal together in the neighbourhood of Edinburgh. This practice they continued as much as possible after they came to London early in the spring. But the weather of late had not been favourable, and Florimel had been very little out with him. For a long time Lady Belair had had her mind set on a match between the daughter of her old friend the Marquis of Lossie and her nephew, and it was with this in view that, when invited to Lossie House, she had begged leave to bring Lord Michaelham with her. The young man was from the first sufficiently taken with the beautiful girl to satisfy his aunt, and would even then have shown greater fervour in his attentions, had he not met Lizzy Findlay at the wedding of Joseph Mare's sister, and found her more than pleasing. I will not say that from the first he purposed wrong to her. He was too inexperienced in the ways of evil for that. But even when he saw plainly enough to what their mutual attraction was tending, he gave himself no trouble to resist it, and through the whole unhappy affair had not had one smallest struggle with himself for the girl's sake. To himself he was all in all as yet, and such was his opinion of his own precious being, that, had he thought about it, he would have considered the honour of his attentions far more than sufficient to make up to any girl in such a position for whatever mishap his acquaintance might bring upon her. What were the grief and mortification of parents to put in the balance against his condescension? What the shame and the humiliation of the girl herself, compared with the honour of having been shone upon for a period, however brief, by his enamoured countenance? Must not even the sorrow attendant upon her loss be rendered more than endurable, be radiantly consoled by the memory that she had held such a demigod in her arms? When he left her at last with many promises, not one of which he ever had the intention of fulfilling, he did purpose sending her a present. But at that time he was poor, dependent indeed for his pocket-money upon his aunt, and up to this hour he had never since his departure from Lossie House taken the least notice of her, either by gift or letter. He had taken care also that it should not be in her power to write to him, and now he did not even know that he was a father. Once or twice the possibility of such being the case occurred to him, and he thought within himself that if he were, and it should come to be talked of, it might, in respect of his present hopes, be awkward and disagreeable. For, although such a predicament was nowise unusual, in this case the circumstances were. More than one of his bachelor friends had a small family even, but then it was in the regular way of an open and understood secret. The fox had his nest in some pleasant nook, adroitly masked, where lay his vixen and her brood. One day he would abandon them forever, and with such gathered store of experience, set up for a respectable family man. A few tears, a neat legal arrangement, and all would be as it had never been, only that the blood of the Montmorencys or Cliffords would meander unclaimed in this or that obscure channel, beautifying the race, and rousing England to noble deeds. But in his case it would be unpleasant, a little, that every one of his future tenantry should know the relation in which he stood to a woman of the fisher people. He did not fear any resentment, not that he would have cared a straw for it on such trifling grounds, but people in their low condition never thought anything of such slips on the part of their women, especially where a great man was concerned. What he did fear was that the immediate relations of the woman, that was how he spoke of Lizzy to himself, might presume upon the honour he had done them. Lizzy, however, was a good girl, and had promised to keep the matter secret until she heard from him, whatever might be the consequences. And surely there was fascination enough in the holding of a secret with such as he, to enable her to keep her promise. She must be perfectly aware, however appearances might be against him, that he was not one to fail in appreciation of her conduct, however easy and natural all that he required of her might be. He would requite her royally when he was Lord of Lossie. Meantime, although it was even now in his power to make her rich amends, he would prudently leave things as they were, and not run the risk that must lie in opening communications. And so the young Earl held his head high, looked as innocent as may be desirable for a gentleman, had many a fair clean hand laid in his,
and many a maiden waist yielded to his arm, while the woman flitted about half an alien amongst her own, with his child wound in her old shawl of lossy tartan, wandering not seldom in the gloaming, when her little one slept, along the top of the dune, with the wind blowing keen upon her from the regions of eternal ice. Sometimes the snow settling softly on her hair, sometimes the hailstones nestling in its meshes, the skies growing blacker about her, and the sea stormier, while hope retreated so far into the heavenly regions that hope and heaven both were lost to her view. Thus, alas, the things in which he was superior to her, most of all that he was a gentleman while she was but a peasant girl, the things whose witchery drew her to his will, he made the means of casting her down from the place of her excellency into the mire of shame and loss. The only love worthy of the name ever and always uplifts. Of the people belonging to the upper town of Portlossie, which raised itself high above the sea town in other respects besides the topical, there were none who did not make poor Lizzy feel they were aware of her disgrace, and but one man who made her feel it by being kinder than before. That man, strange to say, was the factor. With all his faults, he had some chivalry, and he showed it to the fisher girl. Nor did he alter his manner to her because of the rudeness with which her mother had taken Malcolm's part. It was a sore proof to Mr. Crathie that his discharged servant was in favour with the Marchioness when the order came from Mr. Suitor to send up Kelpie. She had written to himself when she wanted her own horse. Now she sent for this brute through her lawyer. It was plain that Malcolm had been speaking against him, and he was the more embittered, therefore, against his friends. Since his departure he had been twice on the point of poisoning the mare. It was with difficulty he found 2 men to take her to Aberdeen. There they had an arduous job to get her on board and secure her, but it had been done, and all the Monday night Malcolm was waiting her arrival at the wharf. Alone, for after what had passed between them he would not ask Peter to go with him, and besides he was no use with horses. At length, in the grey of a girly dawn, the smack came alongside. They had had a rough passage, and the mare was considerably subdued by sickness, so that there was less difficulty in getting her ashore, and she paced for a little while in tolerable quietness. But with every step on dry land, the evil spirit in her awoke, and soon Malcolm had to dismount and lead her. The morning was little advanced, and few vehicles were about, otherwise he could hardly have got her home uninjured, notwithstanding the sugar with which he had filled a pocket. Before he reached the mews he was very near wishing he had never seen her, but when he led her into the stable he was a little encouraged, as well as surprised, to find that she had not forgotten Florimel's horse. They had always been a little friendly, and now they greeted each other with an affectionate neigh, after which, with the help of all she could devour, the demoness was quieter. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The Marquis of Lossie by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 19. Kelpie in London. Before noon, Lord Liftore came round to the mews. His riding horses were there. Malcolm was not at the moment in the stable. "What animal is that?" he asked of his own groom, catching sight of Kelpie in her loose box. "One just come up from Scotland for Lady Lossie, my lord," answered the man. "She looks a clipper. Lead her out, and let me see her." "She's not sound in the temper, my lord, the groom that brought her says. He told me on no account to go near her till she got used to the sight of me." "Oh, you're afraid, are you?" said his lordship, whose breeding had not taught him courtesy to his inferiors. At the word, the man walked into her box. As he did so, he looked out for her hoofs, but his circumspection was in vain. In a moment she had wheeled, jammed him against the wall, and taken his shoulder in her teeth. He gave a yell of pain. His lordship caught up a stable broom and attacked the mare with it over the door, but it flew from his hand to the other end of the stable, and the partition began to go after it. But she still kept her hold of the man. Happily, however, Malcolm was not far off, and hearing the noise, rushed in. He was just in time to save the groom's life. Clearing the stall partition and seizing the mare by the nose with a mighty grasp, he inserted a forefinger behind her tusk, for she was one of the few mares tusked like a horse, and soon compelled her to open her mouth. The groom staggered and would have fallen, so cruelly had she mauled him, but Malcolm's voice roused him. "For God's sake, gang out, as long as there's two limbs of ye sticking together." The poor fellow just managed to open the door, and fell senseless on the stones. Lord Liftore called for help, and they carried him into the saddle-room, while one ran for the nearest surgeon. Meantime, Malcolm was putting a muzzle on Kelpie, which he believed she understood as a punishment, and while he was thus occupied, his lordship came from the saddle-room and approached the box. "Who are you?" he said. "I think I have seen you before."
"I was servant to the late Marquis of Lossie, my lord, and now I am groom to her ladyship."
"What a fury you've brought up with you! She'll never do for London."
"I told the man not to go near her, my lord."
"What's the use of her if no one can go near her?"
"I can, my lord."
"By Jove, she's a splendid creature to look at. But I don't know what you can do with her here, my man. She's fit to go double with Satan himself."
"She'll do for me to ride after my lady well enough. If only I had room to exercise her a bit."
"Take her into the park early in the morning and gallop her round. Only mind she don't break your neck. What can have made Lady Lossie send for such a devil as that?" Malcolm held his peace. "I'll try her myself some morning," said his lordship, who thought himself a better horseman than he was.
"I wouldn't advise you, my lord."
"Who the devil asked your advice?"
10 to 1 she'll kill you, my lord."
"That's my lookout," said Liftore, and went into the house. As soon as he had done with Kelpie, Malcolm dressed himself in his new livery, and went to tell his mistress of her arrival. She sent him orders to bring the mare round in half an hour. He went back to her, took off her muzzle, fed her, and while she ate her corn, put on the spurs he had prepared expressly for her use. A spike without a rowel, rather blunt, but sharp indeed when sharply used, like those of the gauchos of the Pampas. Then he saddled her and rode her round. Having had her fit of temper, she was, to all appearance, going to be fairly good for the rest of the day, and looked splendid. She was a large mare, nearly thoroughbred, but with more bone than usual for her breeding, which she carried triumphantly. An animal most men would have been pleased to possess, and proud to ride. Florimel came to the door to see her, accompanied by Liftore, and was so delighted with the very sight of her that she sent at once to the stables for her own horse, that she might ride out attended by Malcolm. His lordship also ordered his horse. They went straight to Rotten Row for a little gallop, and Kelpie was behaving very well for her. "What did you have two such savages, horse and groom both, up from Scotland for, Florimel?" asked his lordship, as they cantered gently along the row, Kelpie coming sideways after them, as if she would fain alter the pairing of her legs. Florimel turned and cast an admiring glance on the two. "Do you know, I am rather proud of them," she said. "He's a clumsy fellow, the groom, and for the mare, she's downright wicked," said Liftore. "At least neither is a hypocrite," returned Florimel, with Malcolm's account of his quarrel with the factor in her mind. "The mare is just as wicked as she looks, and the man as good. Believe me, my lord, that man you call a savage never told a lie in his life." As she spoke, she looked him hard in the face, with her father in her eyes. Liftore could not return the look with equal steadiness. It seemed for the moment to be inquiring too curiously. "I know what you mean," he said. "You don't believe my professions." As he spoke, he edged his horse close up to hers. "But," he went on, "if I know that I speak the truth when I swear that I love every breath of wind that has but touched your dress as it passed, that I would die gladly for one loving touch of your hand, why should you not let me ease my heart by saying so? Florimel, my life has been a different thing from the moment I saw you first. It has grown precious to me since I saw that it might be—" "Confound the fellow! What's he about now with his horse devil?" For at that moment his lordship's horse, a high-bred but timid animal, sprang away from the side of Florimel's, and there stood Kelpie on her hind legs, pawing the air between him and his lady, and Florimel, whose old confidence in Malcolm was now more than revived, was laughing merrily at the discomfiture of his attempt at love-making. Her behaviour and his own frustration put him in such a rage that, wheeling quickly round, he struck Kelpie just as she dropped on all fours, a great cut with his whip across the haunches. She plunged and kicked violently, came within an inch of breaking his horse's leg, and flew across the rail into the park. Nothing could have suited Malcolm better. He did not punish her as he would have done had she been to blame, for he was always just to lower as well as higher animals. But he took her a great round at racing speed, while his mistress and her companion looked on, and everyone in the row stopped and stared. Finally, he hopped her over the rail again, and brought her up dripping and foaming to his mistress. Florimel's eyes were flashing, and Liftore looked still angry. "Dinna do that again, my lord," said Malcolm. "Ye're no my maester, and gin ye were, you would hae no right to break my neck." "No fear of that. That's not how your neck will be broken, my man," said his lordship, with an attempted laugh. For though he was all the angrier that he was ashamed of what he had done, he dared not further wrong the servant before his mistress. A policeman came up and laid his hand on Kelpie's bridle.
"Take care what you're about," said Malcolm. "The mare's not safe. There's my mistress, the Marchioness of Lossie."
The man saw an ugly look in Kelpie's eye, withdrew his hand, and turned to Florimel. "My groom is not to blame," said she. "Lord Liftore struck his mare, and she became ungovernable." The man gave a look at Liftore, seemed to take his likeness, touched his hat, and withdrew. "You'd better ride the jade home," said Liftore. Malcolm only looked at his mistress. She moved on, and he followed. He was not so innocent in the affair as he had seemed. The expression of Liftore's face as he drew nearer to Florimel was to him so hateful that he interfered in a very literal fashion. Kelpie had been doing no more than he had made her, until the earl struck her. "Let us ride to Richmond tomorrow," said Florimel, "and have a good gallop in the park. Did you ever see a finer sight than that animal on the grass?" "The fellow's too heavy for her," said Liftore. "I should very much like to try her myself." Florimel pulled up and turned to Malcolm. "MacPhail," she said, "have that mare of yours ready whenever Lord Liftore chooses to ride her."
"I beg your pardon, my lady,"
returned Malcolm.
"but would your ladyship make a condition with my lord, that he should not mount her anywhere on the stones?"
"By Jove," said Liftore scornfully, "you fancy yourself the only man that can ride."
"It's nothing to me, my lord, if you break your neck. But I am bound to tell you I do not think your lordship will sit my mare. Stoat can't, and I can only because I know her as well as my own palm."
The young earl made no answer, and they rode on, Malcolm nearer than his lordship liked. "I can't think, Florimel," he said, "why you should want that fellow about you again. He is not only very awkward, but insolent as well." "I should call it straightforward," returned Florimel. "My dear Lady Lossie, see how close he is riding to us now. He is anxious, I dare say, as to your lordship's behaviour. He is like some dogs that are a little too careful of their mistresses, touchy as to how they are addressed, not a bad fault in dog, or a groom either. He saved my life once, and he was a great favourite with my father. I won't hear anything against him. But for your own sake, just consider. What will people say if you show any preference for a man like that?" said Liftore, who had already become jealous of the man who, in his heart, he feared could ride better than himself. "My lord!" exclaimed Florimel, with a mingling of surprise and indignation in her voice, and suddenly quickening her pace, dropped him behind. Malcolm was after her so instantly that it brought him abreast of Liftore. "Keep your own place," said his lordship, with stern rebuke.
"I keep my place to my mistress,"
returned Malcolm. Liftore looked at him as if he would strike him, but he thought better of it apparently, and rode after Florimel. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Marquis of Lossie by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 20. Blue Peter. By the time he had put up Kelpie,
Malcolm found that his only chance of seeing Blue Peter before he left London lay in going direct to the wharf. On his road, he reflected on what had just passed, and was not altogether pleased with himself. He had nearly lost his temper with Liftore, and if he should act in any way unbefitting the position he had assumed, from the duties of which he was in no degree exonerated by the fact that he had assumed it for a purpose, it would not only be a failure in himself, but an impediment perhaps insurmountable in the path of his service. To attract attention was almost to ensure frustration. When he reached the wharf, he found they had nearly got her freight on board the smack. Blue Peter stood on the forecastle. He went to him and explained how it was that he had been unable to join him sooner. "I dinna ken ye," said Blue Peter, "in sic play-actor kind of clothes."
"Nobody in London would look at me twice now. But you remember how we were stared at when first we came,"
said Malcolm.
"Oh, aye," returned Peter with almost a groan. "There's a sair change passed upon ye, but I'm going home to the old way of things. The herrin'll be out o' the fore, I'm thinking, and gin we get in a harbour, we'll get to heaven."
Judging it better to take no notice of this pretty strong expression of distrust and disappointment, Malcolm led him aside, and putting a few sovereigns in his hand, said,
"Here, Peter, that will take you home."
"It's o'er muckle, a heap o'er muckle. I'll take nothing frae ye but what'll pay my way."
"And what is such a trifle between friends?"
"There was a time, Malcolm, when what was mine was yours, and what was yours was mine. But that time's gone."
"I'm sorry to hear that, Peter. But still I owe you as much as that for bare wages."
"There was no word o' wages when ye said, 'Peter, come to London with me.' Davy there, he mun have his wages."
"Well," said Malcolm, thinking it better to give way, "I'm not abune being obliged to ye, Peter. I mun bide my time, I see, for ye winna lippen to me."
"Eh, man, your faith's soon at the way." "Faith? What faith?" returned Peter, almost fiercely. "We're told to put no faith in man, and gin I be not come to that yet freely, I'm nearer till it nor ever I was before." "Well, Peter, all 'at I can say is, I ken my ain hert, and ye dinna ken it." "Daur ye tell me?" cried Peter. "Disna the scripture itsel' say the hert o' man is deceitful and desperately wicked? Who can know it?"
"Peter," said Malcolm, and he spoke very gently, for he understood that love and not hate was at the root of his friend's anger and injustice. "Gin ye winna lippen to me, there's nothing for it but I maun lippen to you. Gang hame to your wife, and give her my compliments, and tell her all 'at's passed atween you and me, as near word for word as ye can tell the same. And say till her, I pray her to judge atween you and me, and to make the best o' me to ye 'at she can, for I would ill thole to lose your friendship, Peter." The same moment came the command for all but passengers to go ashore. The men grasped each other's hand, looked each other in the eyes with something of mutual reproach, and parted. Blue Peter down the river to Scournos and Annie, Malcolm to the yacht lying still in the upper pool. He saw it taken properly in charge, and arranged for having it towed up the river and anchored in the Chelsea Reach. When Blue Peter found himself once more safe out at sea, with 1,200 yards of canvas spread above him in one mighty wing betwixt boom and gaff, and the wind blowing half a gale, the weather inside him began to change a little. He began to see that he had not been behaving altogether as a friend ought. It was not that he saw reason for being better satisfied with Malcolm or his conduct, but reason for being worse satisfied with himself, and the consequence was that he grew still angrier with Malcolm, and the wrong he had done him seemed more and more an unpardonable one. When he was at length seated on the top of the coach running betwixt Aberdeen and Fauquebers, which would set him down as near Scournos as coach could go, he began to be doubtful how Annie, formerly retained on Malcolm's side by the message he had to give her, would judge in the question between them. For what did she know of theatres and such places? And the doubt strengthened as he neared home. The consequence was that he felt in no haste to execute Malcolm's commission, and hence, the delights of greeting over, Annie was the first to open her bag of troubles. Mr. Crathie had given them notice to quit at midsummer.
"Just what I might ha' expected," cried Blue Peter, starting up. "Woe be to the man 'at puts his trust in princes. I look till him to save the fisher folk, and not to the Lord, and the Torah Siloam's fallen upon my head. What does he the first thing but turn his ain old friends out of the small bield they had? That his father nor his grandfather, it was neither of them God-fearing men, would never ha' put their hand till. Woman, but my heart saireth in me. To think of Malcolm MacPhail turning his back upon them 'at's been friends with him since ever he was a wee loony, rinnin' about in coaties."
"Hoot, man, what's gotten into your head?" returned his wife. "It's not Malcolm, it's the ill-woolly factor. Bide ye till he comes till his ain, and Maister Crathie'll have to lech on the wrong side o' his mouth." But thereupon Peter began his tale of how he had fared in London, and in the excitement of keenly anticipated evil, and with his recollection of events wrapped in the mist of a displeasure which had deepened during his journey, he so clothed the facts of Malcolm's conduct in the garments of his own feelings, that the mind of Annie Mare also became speedily possessed with the fancy that their friend's good fortune had upset his moral equilibrium, and that he had not only behaved to her husband with pride and arrogance, breaking all the ancient bonds of friendship between them, but had tried to seduce him from the ways of righteousness by inveigling him into a playhouse, where marvels of wickedness were going on at the very time. She wept a few bitter tears of disappointment, dried them hastily, lifted her head high, and proceeded to set her affairs in order, as if death were at the door. For indeed it was to them as a death to leave Scourknows. True, Annie came from inland, and was not of the fisher race, but this part of the coast she had known from childhood, and in this cottage all her married years had been spent, while banishment of the sort involved banishment from every place they knew, for all the neighbourhood was equally under the power of the factor. And poor as their accommodation here was, they had plenty of open air and land room, whereas, if they should be compelled to go to any of the larger ports, it would be to circumstances greatly inferior, and neighbourhood in all probability very undesirable for their children. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of The Marquis of Lossie by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 21. Mr. Graham. When Malcolm at length reached his lodging, he found there a letter from Miss Horne, containing the much-desired information as to where the schoolmaster was to be found in the London wilderness. It was now getting rather late, and the dusk of a spring night had begun to gather, but little more than the breadth of the Regent's Park lay between him and his best friend, his only one in London, and he set out immediately for Camden Town. The relation between him and his late schoolmaster was indeed of the strongest and closest. Long before Malcolm was born, and ever since, had Alexander Graham loved Malcolm's mother. But not until within the last few months had he learned that Malcolm was the son of Griselda Campbell. The discovery was to the schoolmaster like the bursting out of a known flower on an unknown plant. He knew then not why he had loved the boy, for he loved every one of his pupils more or less, but why he had loved him with such a peculiar tone of affection. It was a lovely evening. There had been rain in the afternoon as Malcolm walked home from the pool, but before the sun set it had cleared up, and as he went through the park towards the dingy suburb, the first heralds of the returning youth of the year met him from all sides in the guise of odours. Not yet those of flowers, but the more ethereal, if less sweet, scents of buds and grass, and ever pure earth moistened with the waters of heaven. And to his surprise, he found that his sojourn in a great city, although as yet so brief, had already made the open earth with its corn and grass more dear to him and wonderful. But when he left the park, and crossed the Hampstead Road into a dreary region of dwellings crowded and commonplace as the thoughts of a worshipper of Mammon, houses upon houses, here and there shepherded by a tall spire, It was hard to believe that the spring was indeed coming slowly up this way. After not a few inquiries, he found himself at a stationer's shop, a poor little place, and learned that Mr. Graham lodged over it, and was then at home. He was shown up into a shabby room, with an iron bedstead, a chest of drawers daubed with sickly paint, a table with a stained red cover, a few bookshelves in a recess over the washstand, and 2 chairs seated with haircloth. On one of these, by the side of a small fire in a neglected grate, sat the schoolmaster, reading his Plato. On the table beside him lay his Greek New Testament, and an old edition of George Herbert. He looked up as the door opened, and notwithstanding his strange dress, recognizing at once his friend and pupil, rose hastily, and welcomed him with hand and eyes and countenance, but without words spoken. For a few moments the two stood silent, holding each the other's hand, and gazing each in the other's eyes, then sat down, still speechless, one on each side of the fire. They looked at each other and smiled, and again a minute passed. Then the schoolmaster rose, rang the bell, and when it was answered by a rather careworn young woman, requested her to bring tea. "I'm sorry I cannot give you cakes or fresh butter, my lord," he said with a smile, and they were the first words spoken. "The former is not to be had, and the latter is beyond my means. But what I have will content one who is able to count that abundance which many would count privation." He spoke in the choice word, measured phrase, and stately speech, which Wordsworth says, "grave livers do in Scotland use." But under it all rang a tone of humour, as if he knew the form of his utterance too important for the subject matter of it, and would gently amuse with it both his visitor and himself. He was a man of middle height, but so thin that notwithstanding a slight stoop in the shoulders, he looked rather tall, much on the young side of 50, but apparently a good way on the other, partly from the little hair he had being grey. He had sandy-coloured whiskers and a shaven chin. Except his large, sweetly closed mouth and rather long upper lip, there was nothing very notable in his features. At ordinary moments, indeed, there was nothing in his appearance other than insignificant to the ordinary observer. His eyes were of a pale, quiet blue, but when he smiled they sparkled and throbbed with light. He wore the same old black tail-coat he had worn last in his school at Portlossie, but the white neckcloth he had always been seen in there had given place to a black one. That was the sole change in the aspect of the man. About Portlossie he had been greatly respected, notwithstanding the rumour that he was a stickit minister, that is, one who had failed in the attempt to preach, and when the presbytery dismissed him on the charge of heresy, there had been many tears on the part of his pupils, and much childish defiance of his unenviable successor. Few words passed between the two men until they had had their tea, and then followed a long talk, Malcolm first explaining his present position, and then answering many questions of the master as to how things had gone since he left. Next followed anxious questions on Malcolm's side as to how his friend found himself in the prison of London. "I do miss the air, and the lavrocks, skylarks, and the gowans," he confessed. "But I have them all in my mind, and at my age a man ought to be able to satisfy himself with the idea of a thing in his soul. Of outer things that have contributed to his inward growth, the memory alone may then well be enough. The sights which, when I lie down to sleep, rise before that inward eye Wordsworth calls the bliss of solitude, have upon me power almost of a spiritual vision, so purely radiant are they of that which dwells in them, the divine thought which is their substance, their hypostasis. My boy, I doubt if you can tell what it is to know the presence of the living God in and about you." "I hope I hae a bit notion o't, sir," said Malcolm. "But believe me that in any case, however much a man may have of it, he may have it endlessly more. Since I left the cottage where I hoped to end my days under the shadow of the house of your ancestors, since I came into this region of bricks and smoke, and the crowded tokens too plain of want and care, I have found a reality in the things I had been trying to teach you at Portlossie, such as I had before imagined only in my best moments. And more still, I am now far better able to understand how it must have been with our Lord when he was trying to teach the men and women of Palestine to have faith in God. Depend upon it, we get our best use of life in learning by the facts of its ebb and flow to understand the Son of Man. And again, when we understand him, then only do we understand our life and ourselves. Never can we know the majesty of the will of God concerning us, except by understanding Jesus and the work the Father gave him to do. Now nothing is of a more heavenly delight than to enter into a dusky room in the house of your friend, and there, with a blow of the heavenly rod, draw light from the dark wall, open a window, a fountain of the eternal light, and let in the truth which is the life of the world. Joyously would a man spend his life, right joyously even if the road led to the gallows, in showing the grandest he sees, the splendid purities of the divine religion, the mountain-top up to which the voice of God is ever calling his children. Yes, I can understand even how a man might live, like the good hermits of old, in triumphant meditation upon such all-satisfying truths, and let the waves of the world's time wash by him in unheeded flow, until his cell changed to his tomb, and his spirit soared free. But to spend your time in giving little lessons when you have great ones to give, in teaching the multiplication table the morning after you made at midnight a grand discovery upon the very summits of the moonlit mountain range of the mathematics, in enforcing the old law, thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself, when you know in your own heart that not a soul can ever learn to keep it without first learning to fulfill an infinitely greater one, to love his neighbor, even as Christ hath loved him. Then indeed one may well grow disheartened, and feel as if he were not in the place prepared for, and at the work required of him. But it is just then that he must go back to school himself, and learn not only the patience of God, who keeps the whole dull, obstinate world alive, while generation after generation is born and vanishes, and of the mighty multitude only one here and there rises up from the fetters of humanity into the freedom of the sons of God, and yet goes on teaching the whole, and bringing every man who will but turn his ear a little towards the voice that calls him, nearer and nearer to the second birth, of sonship and liberty. Not only this divine patience must he learn, but the divine insight as well, which in every form spies the reflex of the truth it cannot contain, and in every lowliest lesson sees the highest drawn nearer, and the soul growing alive unto God. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The Marquis of Lossie by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 22. Richmond Park. The next day at noon, mounted on Kelpie, Malcolm was in attendance upon his mistress, who was eager after a gallop in Richmond Park. Lord Liftore, who had intended to accompany her, had not made his appearance yet, but Florimel did not seem the less desirous of setting out at the time she had appointed Malcolm. The fact was, she had said 1 o'clock to Liftore, intending 12, that she might get away without him. Kelpie seemed on her good behaviour, and they started quietly enough. By the time they had got out of the park upon the Kensington road, however, the evil spirit had begun to wake in her. But even when she was quietest, she was nothing to be trusted, and about London Malcolm found he dared never let his thoughts go, or take his attention quite off her ears. They got to Kew Bridge in safety nevertheless, though whether they were to get safely across was doubtful all the time they were upon it, for again and again she seemed on the very point of clearing the stone balustrade, but for the terrible bit and chain without which Malcolm never dared ride her. Still, whatever her caracoles or escapades, they caused Florimel nothing but amusement, for her confidence in Malcolm, that he could do whatever he believed he could, was unbounded. They got through Richmond, with some trouble, but hardly were they well into the park, when Lord Liftore, followed by his groom, came suddenly up behind them at such a rate as quite destroyed the small stock of equanimity Kelpie had to go upon. She bolted. Florimel was a good rider, and knew herself quite mistress of her horse, and if she now followed, it was at her own will, and with a design. She wanted to make the horses behind her bolt also, if she could. His lordship came flying after her, and his groom after him, but she kept increasing her pace until they were all at full stretch, thundering over the grass, upon which Malcolm had at once turned Kelpie, giving her little rein and plenty of spur. Gradually Florimel slackened speed, and at last pulled up suddenly. Liftore and his groom went past her like the wind. She turned at right angles and galloped back to the road. There, on a gaunt thoroughbred with a furnace of old life in him yet, sat Lenormand, whom she had already passed and signalled to remain thereabout. They drew alongside of each other, but they did not shake hands. They only looked each in the other's eyes, and for a few moments neither spoke. The three riders were now far away over the park, and still Kelpie held on, and the other horses after her.
"I little expected such a pleasure," said Lenormand.
"I meant to give it you, though," said Florimel, with a merry laugh. "Bravo, Kelpie! Take them with you," she cried, looking after the still retreating horseman. "I have got a familiar since I saw you last, Raoul," she went on. "See if I don't get some good for us out of him. We'll move gently along the road here, and by the time Liftore's horse is spent, we shall be ready for a good gallop. I want to tell you all about it. I did not mean Liftore to be here when I sent you word, but he has been too much for me." Lenormand replied with a look of gratitude, and as they walked their horses along, she told him all concerning Malcolm and Kelpie. "Liftore hates him already," she said, "and I can hardly wonder. But you must not, for you will find him useful. He is one I can depend upon. You should have seen the look Liftore gave him when he told him he could not sit his mare. It would have been worth gold to you." Lenormand winced a little. "He thinks no end of his riding," Florimel continued, "but if it were not so improper to have secrets with another gentleman, I would tell you that he rides just pretty well." Lenormand's great brow gloomed over his eyes like the Eiger in a mist, but he said nothing. "He wants to ride Kelpie, and I have told my groom to let him have her. Perhaps she'll break his neck." Lenormand smiled grimly. "You wouldn't mind, would you, Raoul?" added Florimel with a roguish look.
"Would you mind telling me, Florimel, what you mean by the impropriety of having secrets with another gentleman? Am I the other gentleman?"
"Why, of course. You know Liftore imagines he has only to name the day."
"And you allow an idiot like that to cherish such a degrading idea of you?"
"Why, Raoul, what does it matter what a fool like him thinks?"
"If you don't mind it, I do. I feel it an insult to me that he should dare think of you like that."
"I don't know. I suppose I shall have to marry him some day."
"Lady Lossie, do you want to make me hate you?"
"Don't be foolish, Raoul. It won't be tomorrow, nor the next day. Freut euch des Lebens."
"Oh, Florimel, what is to come of this? Do you want to break my heart? I hate to talk rubbish. You won't kill me. You will only ruin my work and possibly drive me mad."
Florimel drew close to his side, laid her hand on his arm, and looked in his face with a witching entreaty. "We have the present, Raoul," she said.
"So has the butterfly," answered Lenormand. "But I had rather be the caterpillar with a future. Why don't you put a stop to the man's love-making? He can't love you or any woman. He does not know what love means. It makes me ill to hear him when he thinks he is paying you irresistible compliments. They are so silly, so mawkish. Good heavens, Florimel, can you imagine that smile every day and always? Like the rest of his class, he seems to think himself perfectly justified in making fools of women. I want to help you grow as beautiful as God meant you to be when he thought of you first. I want you to be my embodied vision of life, that I may forever worship at your feet, live in you, die with you. Such bliss, even were there nothing beyond, would be enough for the heart of a god to bestow."
Stop, Raoul. I'm not worthy of such love, said Florimel, again laying her hand on his arm. I do wish for your sake I had been born a village girl. If you had been, then I might have wished for your sake that I had been born a marquis. As it is, I would rather be a painter than any nobleman in Europe. That is, with you to love me. Your love is my patent of nobility. But I may glorify what you love, and tell you that I can confer something on you also, what none of your noble admirers can. God forgive me, you will make me hate them all. Raoul, this won't do at all, said Florimel, with the authority that should belong only to the one in the right. And indeed, for the moment, she felt the dignity of restraining a too impetuous passion. You will spoil everything. I dare not come to your studio if you are going to behave like this. It would be very wrong of me. And if I am never to come and see you, I shall die. I know I shall. The girl was so full of the delight of the secret love between them, that she cared only to live in the present as if there were no future beyond. Lenormand wanted to make that future like, but better than, the present. The word marriage put Florimel in a rage. She thought herself superior to Lenormand, because he, in the dread of losing her, would have her marry him at once, while she was more than content with the bliss of seeing him now and then. Often and often her foolish talk stung him with bitter pain, worst of all when it compelled him to doubt whether there was that in her to be loved as he was capable of loving. Yet always the conviction that there was a deep root of nobleness in her nature again got uppermost, and had it not been so, I fear he would nevertheless have continued to prove her irresistible as often as she chose to exercise upon him the full might of her witcheries. At one moment she would reveal herself in such a sudden rush of tenderness as seemed possible only to one ready to become his altogether and forever. The next she would start away as if she had never meant anything, and talk as if not a thought were in her mind beyond the cultivation of a pleasant acquaintance doomed to pass with the season, if not with the final touches of her portrait. Or she would fall to singing some song he had taught her, more likely a certain one he had written in a passionate mood of bitter tenderness, with the hope of stinging her love to some show of deeper life, but would, while she sang, look with merry defiance in his face, as if she adopted in seriousness what he had written in loving and sorrowful satire. They rode in silence for some 100 yards. At length he spoke, replying to her last asseveration. "Then what can you gain, child?" he said. "Will you dare to call me child? A marchioness in my own right," she cried, playfully threatening him with uplifted whip, in the handle of which the little jewels sparkled. "What, then, can you gain, my lady marchioness?" he resumed, with soft seriousness and a sad smile. "By marrying one of your own rank. I should lay new honour and consideration at your feet. I am young, I have done fairly well already, but I have done nothing to what I could do now, if only my heart lay safe in the port of peace. You know where alone that is for me, my lady marchioness. And you know, too, that the names of great painters go down with honour from generation to generation, when my lord this or my lord that is remembered only as a label to the picture that makes the painter famous. I am not a great painter yet, but I will be one if you will be good to me. And men shall say, when they look on your portrait, in ages to come, no wonder he was such a painter, when he had such a woman to paint." He spoke the words with a certain tone of dignified playfulness. "When shall the woman sit to you again, painter?" said Florimel, sole reply to his rhapsody. The painter thought a little, then he said, "I don't like that tire-woman of yours. She has 2 evil eyes, one for each of us. I have again and again caught their expression when they were upon us, and she thought none were upon her. I can see without lifting my head when I am painting, and my art has made me quick at catching expressions, and I hope at interpreting them." "I don't altogether like her myself," said Florimel. "Of late I am not so sure of her as I used to be. But what can I do? I must have somebody with me, you know." "A thought strikes me." "Yes,
I won't say now what it is, lest I should disappoint my painter. But, yes, you shall see what I will dare for you, faithless man." She set off at a canter, turned onto the grass, and rode to meet Liftore, whom she saw in the distance returning, followed by the 2 grooms. "Come on, Raoul," she cried, looking back. "I must account for you. He sees I have not been alone." Lenormand joined her, and they rode along side by side. The Earl and the painter knew each other, and as they drew near, the painter lifted his hat, and the Earl nodded. "You owe Mr. Lenormand some acknowledgment, my lord, for taking charge of me after your sudden desertion," said Florimel. "Why did you gallop off in such a mad fashion?" "I am sorry," began Liftore, a little embarrassed. "Oh, don't trouble yourself to apologize," said Florimel. "I have always understood that great horsemen find a horse more interesting than a lady. It is a mark of their breed, I am told." She knew that Liftore would not be ready to confess he could not hold his hack. "If it hadn't been for Mr. Lenormand," she added, "I should have been left without a squire, subject to any whim of my 4-footed servant here." As she spoke, she patted the neck of her horse. The Earl, on his side, had been looking the painter's horse up and down with a would-be humorous expression of criticism. "I beg your pardon, Marchioness," he replied, "but you pulled up so quickly that we shot past you. I thought you were close behind and preferred following. Seen his best days, eh, Lenormand?" he concluded, willing to change the subject. "I fancy he doesn't think so," returned the painter. "I bought him out of a butterman's cart 3 months ago. He's been coming to himself ever since. Look at his eye, my lord." "Are you knowing in horses, then?" "I can't say I am, beyond knowing how to treat them something like human beings." "That's no ill," said Malcolm to himself. He was just near enough, on the pawing and foaming Kelpie, to catch what was passing. "The fellow'll do. He's worth a score of sic yearls as yon." "Ha, ha," said his lordship. "I don't know about that. He's not the best of tempers, I can see. But look at that demon of Lady Lossie's, that black mare there. I wish you could teach her some of your humanity. By the way, Florimel, I think, now we are upon the grass," he said it loftily, as if submitting to an injustice, "I will presume to mount the reprobate." The gallop had communicated itself to Liftore's blood, and besides, he thought after such a run, Kelpie would be less extravagant in her behaviour. "She is at your service," said Florimel. He dismounted, his groom rode up, he threw him the reins, and called Malcolm. "Bring your mare here, my man," he said. Malcolm rode her up halfway, and dismounted.
"If your lordship is going to ride her," he said, "will you please get on her here? I would rather not take her near the other horses."
"Well, you know her better than I do. You and I must ride about the same length, I think." So saying, his lordship carelessly measured the stirrup leather against his arm, and took the reins.
"Stand well forward, my lord. Don't mind turning your back to her head. I'll look after her teeth. You mind her hind hoof," said Malcolm, with her head in one hand and the stirrup in the other. Kelpie stood rigid as a rock, and the Earl swung himself up cleverly enough. But hardly was he in the saddle, and Malcolm had just let her go, when she plunged and lashed out, then, having failed to unseat her rider, stood straight up on her hind legs. "Give her head, my lord," cried Malcolm. She stood swaying in the air, Liftore's now frightened face half hid in her mane, and his spurs stuck in her flanks. "Come off her, my lord, for God's sake! Off with you!" cried Malcolm, as he leapt at her head. "She'll be on her back in a moment." Liftore only clung the harder. Malcolm caught her head, just in time. She was already falling backwards. "Let all go, my lord! Throw yourself off!" He swung her towards him with all his strength, and just as his lordship fell off behind her, she fell sideways to Malcolm, and clear of Liftore. Malcolm was on the side away from the little group, and their own horses were excited. Those who had looked breathless on at the struggle could not tell how he had managed it, but when they expected to see the groom writhing under the weight of the demoness, there he was with his knee upon her head, while Liftore was gathering himself up from the ground, only just beyond the reach of her iron-shod hoofs. "Thank God," said Florimel. "There is no harm done. Well, have you had enough of her yet, Liftore?" "Pretty nearly, I think," said his lordship, with an attempt at a laugh, as he walked rather feebly and foolishly towards his horse.
He mounted with some difficulty, and looked very pale. "I hope you're not much hurt," said Florimel kindly, as she moved alongside of him. "Not in the least, only disgraced," he answered, almost angrily. "The brute's a perfect Satan. You must part with her. With such a horse and such a groom, you'll get yourself talked of all over London. I believe the fellow himself was at the bottom of it. You really must sell her." "I would, my lord, if you were my groom," answered Florimel, whom his accusation of Malcolm had filled with angry contempt, and she moved away towards the still prostrate mare. Malcolm was quietly seated on her head. She had ceased sprawling, and lay nearly motionless, but for the heaving of her sides with her huge inhalations. She knew from experience that struggling was useless.
"I beg your pardon, my lady,"
said Malcolm,
"but I daren't get up."
"How long do you mean to sit there, then?" she asked.
"If your ladyship wouldn't mind riding home without me, I would give her a good half-hour of it. I always do when she throws herself over like that. I've got my Epictetus?"
he asked himself, feeling in his coat pocket. "Do as you please," answered his mistress. "Let me see you when you get home. I should like to know you are safe."
"Thank you, my lady. There is little fear of that,"
said Malcolm. Florimel returned to the gentleman, and they rode homewards. On the way she said suddenly to the earl, "Can you tell me, Liftore, who Epictetus was?" "I'm sure I don't know," answered his lordship. "One of the old fellows." She turned to Lenormand. Happily, the Christian heathen was not altogether unknown to the painter. "May I inquire why your ladyship asks?" he said, when he had told all he could at the moment recollect. "Because," she answered, "I left my groom sitting on his horse's head, reading Epictetus." "By Jove!" exclaimed Liftore. "Ha ha ha! In the original, I suppose?" "I don't doubt it," said Florimel. In about 2 hours Malcolm reported himself. Lord Liftore had gone home, they told him. The painter fellow, as Wallace called him, had stayed to lunch, but was now gone also, and Lady Lossie was alone in the drawing-room. She sent for him. "I am glad to see you safe, MacPhail," she said. "It is clear your Kelpie— don't be alarmed, I'm not going to make you part with her, but it is clear she won't always do for you to attend me upon. Suppose now I wanted to dismount and make a call, or go into a shop."
"There's a sort of friendship between your abbot and her, my lady. She would stand all the better if I had him to hold."
"Well, but how would you put me up again?"
"I never thought of that, my lady. Of course I daren't let you come near Kelpie."
"Could you trust yourself to buy another horse to ride after me about town?"
"No, my lady, not without a 10 days' trial. If lies stuck like London mud, there's many a horse would never be seen again. But there's Mr. Lenormand. If he would go with me, I fancy between us we could do pretty well."
"Ah, a good idea," returned his mistress. "But what makes you think of him?" she added, willing enough to talk about him.
"The look of the gentleman and his horse together, and what I heard him say," answered Malcolm.
"What did you hear him say?"
"That he knew he had to treat horses something like human beings. I've often fancied within the last few months that God does with some people something like as I do with Kelpie."
"I know nothing about theology."
"I don't fancy you do, my lady. But this concerns biography rather than theology. No one could tell what I meant except he had watched his own history, and that of people he knew."
"And horses too?"
"It's hard to get at their insides, my lady, but I suspect it must be so. I'll ask Mr. Graham."
"What Mr. Graham?"
"The schoolmaster of Portlossie."
"Is he in London, then?"
"Yes, my lady. He believed too much to please the presbytery, and they turned him out."
"I should like to see him. He was very attentive to my father on his deathbed."
"Your ladyship will never know till you are dead yourself what Mr. Graham did for my lord."
"What do you mean? What could he do for him?"
"He helped him through sore trouble of mind, my lady."
Florimel was silent for a little, then repeated, "I should like to see him. I ought to pay him some attention. Couldn't I make them give him his school again?"
"I don't know about that, my lady, but I am sure he would not take it against the will of the presbytery."
"I should like to do something for him. Ask him to call."
"If your ladyship lays your commands upon me,"
answered Malcolm.
"Otherwise I would rather not."
"Why so, pray?"
"Because, except he can be of any use to you, he will not come."
But I want to be of use to him."
"How, if I may ask, my lady?"
"That I can't exactly say on the spur of the moment. I must know the man first, especially if you are right in supposing he would not enjoy a victory over the presbytery. I should. He wouldn't take money, I fear."
"Except it came of love or work. He would put it from him as he would brush the dust from his coat."
"I could introduce him to good society. That is no small privilege to one of his station."
"He has more of that, and better than your ladyship could give him. He holds company with Socrates and St. Paul, and greater still."
"But they're not like living people."
"Very like them, my lady, only far better company in general. But Mr. Graham would leave Plato himself, yes, or St. Paul either, though he were sitting beside him in the flesh, to go and help any old washerwoman that wanted him."
"Then I want him."
"No, my lady, you don't want him."
"How dare you say so?"
"If you did, you would go to him."
Florimel's eyes flashed, and her pretty lip curled. She turned to her writing-table, annoyed with herself that she could not find a fitting word wherewith to rebuke his presumption. Rudeness, was it not? And a feeling of angry shame arose in her, that she, the Marchioness of Lossie, had not dignity enough to prevent her own groom from treating her like a child. But he was far too valuable to quarrel with. She sat down and wrote a note. "There," she said, "take that note to Mr. Lenormand. I have asked him to help you in the choice of a horse."
"What price would you be willing to go to, my lady?"
"I leave that to Mr. Lenormand's judgment, and your own," she added.
"Thank you, my lady,"
said Malcolm, and was leaving the room when Florimel called him back. "Next time you see Mr. Graham," she said, "give him my compliments, and ask him if I can be of any service to him."
"I'll do that, my lady. I am sure he will take it very kindly."
Florimel made no answer, and Malcolm went to find the painter. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of The Marquis of Lossie by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 23. Painter and Groom. The address upon the note Malcolm had to deliver took him to a house in Chelsea. One of a row of beautiful old houses fronting the Thames, with little gardens between them and the road. The one he sought was overgrown with creepers, most of them now covered with fresh spring buds. The afternoon had turned cloudy, and a cold east wind came up the river, which, as the tide was falling, raised little waves on its surface, and made Malcolm think of the herring. Somehow, as he went up to the door, a new chapter of his life seemed about to commence. The servant who took the note returned immediately, and showed him up to the study, a large back room, looking over a good-sized garden, with stables on one side. There Lenormand sat at his easel. "Ah," he said, "I'm glad to see that wild animal has not quite torn you to pieces. Take a chair. What on earth made you bring such an incarnate fury to London?"
"I see well enough now, sir. She's not exactly the one for London use. But if you had once ridden her, you would never quite enjoy another between your knees."
"She's such an infernal brute."
"You can't say too ill of her. But I fancy a jail chaplain sometimes takes the most interest in the worst villain under his charge. I should be a proud man to make her fit to live with decent people."
"I'm afraid she'll be too much for you. At last you'll have to part with her, I fear."
"If she had bitten you as often as she has me, sir, you wouldn't part with her. Besides, it would be wrong to sell her. She would only be worse with anyone else. But indeed, though you will hardly believe it, she is better than she was."
"Then what must she have been?"
"You may well say that, sir."
"Here your mistress tells me you want my assistance in choosing another horse."
"Yes, sir, to attend upon her in London."
"I don't profess to be knowing in horses. What made you think of me?"
"I saw how you sat your own horse, sir, and I heard you say you bought him out of a butterman's cart, and treated him like a human being. That was enough for me, sir. I've long had the notion that the beasts, poor things, have a half-sleeping, half-waking human soul in them, and it was a great pleasure to hear you say something of the same sort. That gentleman, I said to myself, he and I would understand one another."
"I am glad you think so," said Lenormand, with entire courtesy. It was not merely that the very doubtful recognition of his profession by society had tended to keep him clear of his prejudices, but both as a painter and a man, he found the young fellow exceedingly attractive. As a painter, from the rare combination of such strength with such beauty, and as a man, from a certain yet rarer clarity of nature, which to the vulgar observer seems fatuity until he has to encounter it in action, when the contrast is like meeting a thunderbolt. Naturally, the dishonest takes the honest for a fool. Beyond his understanding, he imagines him beneath it. But Lenormand, although so much more a man of the world, was able in a measure to look into Malcolm and appreciate him. His nature and his art combined in enabling him to do this. "You see, sir," Malcolm went on, encouraged by the simplicity of Lenormand's manner, "if they were nothing like us, how should we be able to get on with them at all, teach them anything, or come a hair nearer them, do what we might? For all her wickedness, I firmly believe Kelpie has a sort of regard for me. I won't call it affection, but perhaps it comes as near that as may be possible in the time, to one of her temper."
"Now I hope you will permit me, Mr. MacPhail," said Lenormand, who had been paying more attention to Malcolm than to his words, "to give a violent wrench to the conversation, and turn it upon yourself. You can't be surprised, and I hope you will not be annoyed, if I say you strike one as not altogether like your calling. No London groom I have ever spoken to in the least resembles you. How is it?"
"I hope you don't mean to imply, sir, that I don't know my business," returned Malcolm, laughing.
"Anything but that. It were nearer the thing to say that for all I know you may understand mine as well."
"I wish I did, sir. Except the pictures at Lossie House and those in Portland Place, I've never seen one in my life. About most of them I must say I find it hard to imagine what better the world is for them. Mr. Graham says that no work that doesn't tend to make the world better makes it richer. If he were a heathen, he says, he would build a temple to Sis, the sister of Psyche."
"Sis? I don't remember her,"
said Lenormand. "The moth, sir. The moth and the rust, you know."
Yes, now I know. Capital. Only more things may tend to make the world better than some people think. Who is this Mr. Graham of yours? He must be no common man."
"You are right there, sir. There is not another like him in the whole world, I believe." And thereupon Malcolm set himself to give the painter an idea of the schoolmaster. When they had talked about him for a little while,
"Well, all this accounts for your being a scholar," said Lenormand, "but—"
"I am little enough of that, sir," interrupted Malcolm. "Any Scotch boy that likes to learn finds the way open to him."
"I am aware of that. But were you really reading Epictetus when we left you in the park this morning?"
"Yes, sir. Why not?"
"In the original?"
"Yes, sir, but not very readily. I am a poor Greek scholar. But my copy has a rough Latin translation on the opposite page, and that helps me out. It's not difficult. You would think nothing of it if it had been Cornelius Nepos or Cordery's Colloquies. It's only a better, not a more difficult book."
"I don't know about that. It's not everyone who can read Greek that can understand Epictetus. Tell me what you have learned from him."
"That would be hard to do. A man is very ready to forget how he came first to think of the things he loves best. You see, they are as much a necessity of your being as they are of the man's who thought them first. I can no more do without the truth than Plato. It is as much my needful food, and as fully mine to possess as his. His having it, Mr. Graham says, was for my sake as well as his own. It's just like what Sir Thomas Browne says about the faces of those we love, that we cannot retain the idea of them because they are ourselves. Those that help the world must be served like their master, and a good deal forgotten, I fancy. Of course they don't mind it. I remember another passage I think says something to the same purpose. One in Epictetus himself," continued Malcolm, drawing the little book from his pocket and turning over the leaves, while Lenormand sat waiting, wondering, and careful not to interrupt him. He turned to the 42nd chapter, and began to read from the Greek.
"I've forgotten all the Greek I ever had,"
said Lenormand. Then Malcolm turned to the opposite page and began to read the Latin.
"Tut, tut,"
said Lenormand.
"I can't follow your Scotch pronunciation."
"That's a pity," said Malcolm. It's the right way."
"I don't doubt it. You Scotch are always in the right. But just read it off in English, will you?"
Thus adjured, Malcolm read slowly, and with choice of word and phrase. "And if any one shall say unto thee, that thou knowest nothing, notwithstanding thou must not be vexed. Then know thou that thou hast begun thy work." "That is," explained Malcolm, "when you keep silence about principles in the presence of those that are incapable of understanding them. For the sheep also do not manifest to the shepherds how much they have eaten by producing fodder, but, inwardly digesting their food, they produce outwardly wool and milk. And thou therefore set not forth principles before the unthinking, but the actions that result from the digestion of them." "That last is not quite literal, but I think it's about right," concluded Malcolm, putting the book again in the breast pocket of his silver-buttoned coat. "That's the passage I thought of, but I see now it won't apply. He speaks of not saying what you know. I spoke of forgetting where you got it." "Come now," said Lenormand, growing more and more interested in his new acquaintance. "Tell me something about your life. Account for yourself. If you will make a friendship of it, you must do that." "I will, sir," said Malcolm, and with the word began to tell him most things he could think of as bearing upon his mental history up to and after the time also when his birth was disclosed to him. In omitting that disclosure, he believed he had, without it, quite accounted for himself. Through the whole recital he dwelt chiefly on the lessons and influences of the schoolmaster. "Well, I must admit," said Lenormand when he had ended, "that you are no longer unintelligible, not to say incredible. You have had a splendid education, in which I hope you give the herring and Kelpie their due share." He sat silently regarding him for a few moments. Then he said, "I'll tell you what now. If I help you to buy a horse, you must help me to paint a picture." "I don't know how I'm to do that," said Malcolm, "but if you do, that's enough. I shall only be too happy to do what I can." "Then I'll tell you, but you're not to tell anybody. It's a secret. I have discovered that there is no suitable portrait of Lady Lossie's father. It is a great pity. His brother and his father and grandfather are all in Portland Place in Highland costume, as chiefs of their clan. His place only is vacant. Lady Lossie, however, has in her possession 1 or 2 miniatures of him, which, although badly painted, I should think may give the outlines of his face and head with tolerable correctness. From the portraits of his predecessors, and from Lady Lossie herself, I gain some knowledge of what is common to the family, and from all together I hope to gather and paint what will be recognizable by her as a likeness of her father, which afterwards I hope to better by her remarks. These remarks I hope to get first from her feelings unadulterated by criticism, through the surprise of coming upon the picture suddenly, afterwards from her judgment at its leisure. Now, I remember seeing you wait at table, the first time I saw you, in the Highland dress. Will you come to me so dressed, and let me paint from you?" "I'll do better than that, sir," cried Malcolm eagerly. "I'll get up from Lossie House my lord's very dress that he wore when he went to court, his jewelled dirk, and Andrew Ferrara broadsword with the hilt of real silver. That'll greatly help your design upon my lady, for he dressed up in them all more than once just to please her." "Thank you," said Lenormand very heartily. "That will be of immense advantage. Write at once." "I will, sir. Only I'm a bigger man than my late master, and you must mind that." "I'll see to it. You get the clothes and all the rest of the accoutrements. Rich with barbaric gems and gold, and—" "Neither gems nor gold, sir. Honest Scotch cairngorms and plain silver," said Malcolm. "I only quoted Milton," returned Lenormand. "Then you should have quoted correctly, sir. Showers on her kings, barbaric, pearl and gold. That's the line, and you can't better it. Mr. Graham always pulled me up if I didn't quote correctly. By the by, sir, some say it's kings barbaric, but there's barbaric gold in Virgil." "I dare say you are right," said Lenormand, "but you're far too learned for me." "Don't make game of me, sir. I know 2 or 3 books pretty well, and when I get a chance I can't help talking about them. It's so seldom now I can get a mouthful of Milton. There's no cave here to go into and roll the mimic thunder in your mouth. If the people here heard me reading loud out, they would call me mad.
It's a mercy in this London if a working man get loneliness enough to say his prayers in." "You do say your prayers, then?" asked Lenormand, looking at him curiously. "Yes, don't you, sir? You had so much sense about the beasts, I thought you must be a man that said his prayers." Lenormand was silent. He was not altogether innocent of saying prayers, but of late years it had grown a more formal and gradually a rarer thing. One reason of this was that it had never come into his head that God cared about pictures, or had the slightest interest whether he painted well or ill. If a man's earnest calling, to which of necessity the greater part of his thought is given, is altogether dissociated in his mind from his religion, it is not wonderful that his prayers should by degrees wither and die. The question is whether they ever had much vitality. But one mighty negative was yet true of Lenormand. He had not got in his head, still less had he ever cherished in his heart, the thought that there was anything fine in disbelieving in a god, or anything contemptible in imagining communication with a being of grander essence than himself. That in which Socrates rejoiced with exultant humility, many a youth nowadays thinks himself a fine fellow for casting from him with ignorant scorn. A true conception of the conversation above recorded can hardly be had, except my reader will take the trouble to imagine the contrast between the Scotch accent and inflection, the largeness and prolongation of vowel sounds, and above all the Scotch tone of Malcolm, and the pure, clear articulation and decided utterance of the perfect London speech of Lenormand. It was something like the difference between the blank verse of Young and the prose of Burke. The silence endured so long that Malcolm began to fear he had hurt his new friend, and thought it better to take his leave. "I'll go and write to Mrs. Courthope, that's the housekeeper, tonight, to send up the things at once. When would it be convenient for you to go and look at some horses with me, Mr. Lenormand?" he said. "I shall be at home all tomorrow," answered the painter, "and ready to go with you any time you like to come for me." As he spoke, he held out his hand, and they parted like old friends. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of The Marquis of Lossie by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 24. A Lady. The next morning, Malcolm took Kelpie into the park, and gave her a good breathing. He had thought to jump the rails and let her have her head, but he found there were too many park-keepers and police about. He saw he could do little for her that way. He was turning home with her again when one of her evil fits came upon her, this time taking its first form in a sudden stiffening of every muscle. She stood stock still with flaming eyes. I suspect we human beings know but little of the fierceness with which the vortices of passion rage in the more purely animal natures. This beginning, he knew well, would end in a wild paroxysm of rearing and plunging. He had more than once tried the exorcism of patience, sitting sedate upon her back until she chose to move. But on these occasions the tempest that followed had been of the very worst description, so that he had concluded it better to bring on the crisis, thereby sure at least to save time. And after he had adopted this mode with her, attacks of the sort, if no less violent, had certainly become fewer. The moment, therefore, that symptoms of an approaching fit showed themselves, he used his spiked heels with vigour. Upon this occasion he had a stiff tussle with her, but as usual gained the victory, and was riding slowly along the row, Kelpie tossing up now her head, now her heels, in indignant protest against obedience in general, and enforced obedience in particular, when a lady on horseback, who had come galloping from the opposite direction with her groom behind her, pulled up, and lifted her hand with imperative grace. She had seen something of what had been going on. Malcolm reined in, but Kelpie, after her nature, was now as unwilling to stop as she had been before to proceed, and the fight began again, with some difference of movement and aspect, but the spurs once more playing a free part. "Man, man!" cried the lady, in most musical reproof. "Do you know what you are about?" "It would be a bad job for her, and me too, if I did not, my lady," said Malcolm,
whom her appearance and manner impressed with a conviction of rank. And as he spoke, he smiled in the midst of the struggle. He seldom got angry with Kelpie. But the smile, instead of taking from the apparent roughness of his speech, only made his conduct appear in the lady's eyes more cruel. "How is it possible you can treat the poor animal so unkindly? And in cold blood, too," she said, and an indescribable tone of pleading ran through the rebuke. "Why, her poor sides are actually—" A shudder and look of personal distress completed the sentence.
"You don't know what she is, my lady, or you would not think it necessary to intercede for her."
"But if she is naughty, is that any reason why you should be cruel?"
"No, my lady, but it is the best reason why I should try to make her good."
"You will never make her good that way."
"Improvement gives ground for hope," said Malcolm.
"But you must not treat a poor dumb animal as you would a responsible human being."
"She's not so very poor, my lady. She has all she wants and does nothing to earn it. Nothing to speak of, and nothing at all with good will. For her dumbness, that's a mercy. If she could speak, she wouldn't be fit to live among decent people. But, for that matter, if someone hadn't taken her in hand, dumb as she is, she would have been shot long ago."
"Better that than live with such usage."
"I don't think she would agree with you, my lady. My fear is that, for as cruel as it looks to your ladyship, take it altogether, she enjoys the fight. In any case, I am certain she has more regard for me than any other being in the universe."
"Who can have any regard for you," said the lady very gently, in utter mistake of his meaning, "if you have no command of your temper? You must learn to rule yourself first."
"That's true, my lady. And so long as my mare is not able to be a law to herself, I must be a law to her too."
"But have you never heard of the law of kindness? You could do so much more without the severity."
"With some natures, I grant you, my lady, but not with such as she. Horse or man, they never show kindness till they have learned fear. Kelpie would have torn me to pieces before now if I had taken your way with her. But except I can do a great deal more with her yet, she will be nothing better than a natural brute beast, made to be taken and destroyed."
"The Bible again," murmured the lady to herself. "Of how much cruelty has not that book to bear the blame?" All this time Kelpie was trying hard to get at the lady's horse to bite him. But she did not see that. She was much too distressed, and was growing more and more so. "I wish you would let my groom try her," she said after a pitiful pause. "He's an older and more experienced man than you. He has children. He would show you what can be done by gentleness." From Malcolm's words she had scarcely gathered even a false meaning, not a glimmer of his nature, not even a suspicion that he meant something. To her he was but a handsome, brutal young groom. From the world of thought and reasoning that lay behind his words, not an echo had reached her.
"It would be a great satisfaction to my old Adam to let him try her," said Malcolm.
"The Bible again," said the lady to herself.
"But it would be murder," he added, "not knowing myself what experience he has had."
"I see," said the lady to herself, but loud enough for Malcolm to hear, for her tender-heartedness had made her both angry and unjust. His self-conceit is equal to his cruelty, just what I might have expected. With the words she turned her horse's head and rode away, leaving a lump in Malcolm's throat. "I wuss folk," he still spoke in Scotch in his own chamber, "would do as they're telt, and no judge one anither. I'm sure it's Kelpie's best chance of salvation 'at I gang on with her. Stableman would ha' had her broken down altogether by this time, and life would ha' had little relish left." It added hugely to the bitterness of being thus rebuked, that he had never in his life seen such a radiance of beauty's softest light as shone from the face and form of the reproving angel. "Only she cannot be an angel," he said to himself, "or she would have kent better." She was young, not more than 20, tall and graceful, with a touch of the matronly, which she must have had even in childhood, for it belonged to her. So staid, so stately was she in all her grace. With her brown hair, her lily complexion, her blue-grey eyes, she was all of the moonlight and its shadows, even now in the early morning and angry. Her nose was so nearly perfect that one never thought of it. Her mouth was rather large, but had gained in value of shape, and in the expression of indwelling sweetness, with every line that carried it beyond the measure of smallness. Most little mouths are pretty, some even lovely, but not one have I seen beautiful. Her forehead was the sweetest of half-moons. Of those who knew her best, some absolutely believed that a radiance resembling moonlight shimmered from its precious expanse. "Be ye angry, and sin not," had always been a puzzle to Malcolm, who had, as I have said, inherited a certain Celtic fierceness. But now, even while he knew himself the object of the anger, he understood the word. It tried him sorely, however, that such gentleness and beauty should be unreasonable. Could it be that he should never have a chance of convincing her how mistaken she was concerning his treatment of Kelpie? What a celestial rosy red her face had glowed, and what summer lightnings had flashed up in her eyes, as if they had been the horizons of heavenly worlds, up which flew the dreams that broke from the brain of a young sleeping goddess, to make the worlds glad also in the night of their slumber. Something like this Malcolm felt. Whoever saw her must feel as he had never felt before. He gazed after her long and earnestly. "It's an awful thing to hae a woman like that anchored at ye," he said to himself, when at length she had disappeared. "As bonny as she is angry. God be praised that he kens all thing, and's no angered with ye for the look of a thing. But the wheel may come round again. Who kens? Anygate, I s' make the best o' Kelpie I can. I wonder gin she kens Lady Florimel. She's a heap mair bountiful like in her beauty nor her. The man might hold his own with an archangel that had a woman like that to the wife o' him. Hoots, I'll be wissing I had had another upbringing 'at I might ha' won a step nearer to the hem o' her garment, and that would be to deny him 'at made and ordained me. I will not do that. But I maun hae a crack wi' Maister Graham, anent things 2 or 3, just to hold me straight, for I'm just garrin' in at being sae regarded by sic a revelation. Gin she had been an old wife, I would hae only lachen. What for is that? I doubt I'm no muckle mair reasonable nor a sail. The thing was this, I fancy. It was sae clear she spake frae no ill nature, only frae pure humanity. She's a gran one, yon, only some soft, I doubt." For the lady, she rode away sadly strengthened in her doubts whether there could be a God in the world. Not because there were in it such men as she took Malcolm for, but because such a lovely animal had fallen into his hands. "It's a sair thing to be misjudged," said Malcolm to himself, as he put the demoness in her stall. "But it's no more than the maker o' us puts up with ilka hour o' the day, and says not a word. Eh, but God's unco quiet. Sae long as he kens till himsel' that he's a right, he lets folk think 'at they like, till he has time to let them ken better. Lord, mak clean my heart within me, and syne I'll care little for any judgment but thine." End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of The Marquis of Lossie by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 25. The Psyche. It was a lovely day, but Florimel would not ride. Malcolm must go at once to Mr. Lenormand. She would not go out again until she could have a choice of horses to follow her. "Your Kelpie is all very well in Richmond Park, and I wish I were able to ride her myself, Malcolm, but she will never do in London." His name sounded sweet on her lips, but somehow today, for the first time since he saw her first, he felt a strange sense of superiority in his protection of her. Could it be because he had that morning looked unto a higher orb of creation? It mattered little to Malcolm's generous nature that the voice that issued therefrom had been one of unjust rebuke. "Who knows, my lady?" he answered his mistress, "but you may ride her some day. Give her a bit of sugar every time you see her, on your hand, so that she may take it with her lips and not catch your fingers." "You shall show me how," said Florimel, and gave him a note for Mr. Lenormand. When he came in sight of the river, there, almost opposite the painter's house, lay his own little yacht. He thought of Kelpie in the stable, saw Psyche floating like a swan in the reach, made 2 or 3 long strides, then sought to exhale the pride of life in thanksgiving. The moment his arrival was announced to Lenormand, he came down and went with him, and in an hour or 2 they had found very much the sort of horse they wanted. Malcolm took him home for trial, and Florimel was pleased with him. The Earl's opinion was not to be had, for he had hurt his shoulder when he fell from the rearing Kelpie the day before, and was confined to his room in Curzon Street. In the evening Malcolm put on his yachter's uniform, and set out again for Chelsea. There he took a boat, and crossed the river to the yacht, which lay near the other side, in charge of an old salt whose acquaintance Blue Peter had made when lying below the bridges. On board he found all tidy and ship-shape. He dived into the cabin, lighted a candle, and made some measurements. All the little luxuries of the nest, carpets, cushions, curtains, and other things, were at Lossie House, having been removed when the Psyche was laid up for the winter. He was going to replace them, and he was anxious to see whether he could not fulfill a desire he had once heard Florimel express to her father, that she had a bed on board and could sleep there. He found it possible, and had soon contrived a berth. Even a tiny state-room was within the limits of construction. Returning to the deck, he was consulting Travers about a carpenter, when, to his astonishment, he saw young Davy, the boy he had brought from Duff Harbour, and whom he understood to have gone back with Blue Peter, gazing at him from before the mast. "Gin ye please, Maister MacPhail," said Davy, and said no more. "How on earth do you come to be here, ye rascal?" said Malcolm. "Peter was to take you home with him." "I garred him think I was goin'," answered the boy, scratching his red poll, which glowed in the dusk. "I gave him your wages," said Malcolm. "Aye, he told me that, but I let them gang, and gae him the slip, and went ashore close ahind yoursel, sir, just as the smack set sail. I couldna gang unhead a word with yoursel, sir, to see whether ye wouldna let me bide wi' ye, sir. I hadna muckle wut, they tell me, sir, but gin I mightna aye be able to do what ye telt me to do, I could aye hold undone what ye telt me no to do." The words of the boy pleased Malcolm more than he judged it wise to manifest. He looked hard at Davy. There was little to be seen in his face, except the best and only thing, truth. It shone from his round, pale blue eyes. It conquered the self-assertion of his unhappy nose. It seemed to glow in every freckle of his sunburnt cheeks, as earnestly he returned Malcolm's gaze. "But," said Malcolm, almost satisfied, "how is this, Travers? I never gave you any instructions about the boy." "That's where it is, sir," answered Travers. "I seen the boy aboard before, and when he come aboard again, just after you left, I never as much as said to myself, 'It's all right.' I axed him no questions, and he told me no lies." "Gin ye please, sir," struck in Davy, "Maister Travers gied me my mate, and I took it, 'cause I had no siller to buy ony. I hope it wasna stealin', sir. And gin ye would keep me, you could take it off o' my wages for 3 days." "Look here, Davy," said Malcolm, turning sharp upon him. "Can you swim?" "Aye can I, sir. Will that," answered Davy. "Jump overboard, then, and swim ashore," said Malcolm, pointing to the Chelsea bank. The boy made 2 strides to the larboard gunwale, and would have been over the next instant, but Malcolm caught him by the shoulder. "That'll do, Davy. I'll give you a chance, Davy," he said, "and if I get a good account of you from Travers, I'll rig you out like myself here." "Thank you, sir," said Davy. "I s' do what I can to please ye, sir, and gin ye would send my wages home to my mither, sir, ye would ken 'at I couldna be gaein' stravaigin' and drinkin' when your back was turned." "Well, I'll write to your mother and see what she says," said Malcolm. "Now I want to tell you, both of you, that this yacht belongs to the Marchioness of Lossie, and I have the command of her, and I must have everything on board ship-shape and as clean, Travers, as if she were 74. If there's the head of a nail visible, it must be as bright as silver, and everything must be at the word. The least hesitation, and I have done with that man. If Davy here had grumbled one mouthful, even on his way overboard, I wouldn't have kept him." He then arranged that Travers was to go home that night, and bring with him the next morning an old carpenter friend of his. He would himself be down by 7 o'clock to set him to work. The result was that, before a fortnight was over, he
he had the cabin thoroughly fitted up, with all the luxuries it had formerly possessed, and as many more as he could think of, to compensate for the loss of the space occupied by the daintiest little state-room, a very jewel-box for softness and richness and comfort. In the cabin, amongst the rest of his additions, he had fixed in a corner a set of tiny bookshelves, and filled them with what books he knew his sister liked, and some that he liked for her. It was not probable she would read in them much, he said to himself, but they wouldn't make the boat heel, and who could tell when a drop of celestial nepenthe might ooze from one or another of them? So there they stood in their lovely colours of Morocco, Russia, calf, or vellum, types of the infinite rest in the midst of the ever-restless, the types forever tossed, but the rest remaining. By that time also he had arranged with Travers and Davy a code of signals. The day after Malcolm had his new hack, he rode him behind his mistress in the park, and nothing could be more decorous than the behaviour of both horse and groom. It was early, and in Rotten Row, to his delight, they met the Lady of Rebuke. She and Florimel pulled up simultaneously, greeted, and had a little talk. When they parted, and the lady came to pass Malcolm, whom she had not suspected, sitting a civilized horse in all serenity behind his mistress, she cast a quick second glance at him, and her fair face flushed with the red reflex of yesterday's anger. He expected her to turn at once and complain of him to his mistress, but to his disappointment she rode on. When they left the park, Florimel went down Constitution Hill, and turning westward rode to Chelsea. As they approached Mr. Lenormand's house, she stopped and said to Malcolm, "I'm going to run in and thank Mr. Lenormand for the trouble he has been at about the horse. Which is the house?" She pulled up at the gate. Malcolm dismounted, but before he could get near to assist her, she was already halfway up the walk, flying, and he was but in time to catch the rein of Abbot, already moving off, curious to know whether he was actually trusted alone. In about 5 minutes she came again, glancing about her all ways but behind, with a scared look, Malcolm thought. But she walked more slowly and statelily than usual down the path. In a moment Malcolm had her in the saddle, and she cantered away, past the hospital into Sloane Street, and across the park home. He said to himself, "She knows the way." End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of The Marquis of Lossie by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 26. The Schoolmaster. Alexander Graham, the schoolmaster, was the son of a grieve, or farm overseer, in the north of Scotland. By straining every nerve, his parents had succeeded in giving him a university education, the narrowness of whose scope was possibly favourable to the development of what genius, rare and shy, might lurk among the students. He had laboured well, and had gathered a good deal from books and lectures, but far more from the minds they guided him to discover in his own nature. In common with so many Scotch parents, his had cherished the most wretched as well as hopeless of all ambitions, seeing it presumes to work in a region into which no ambition can enter. I mean that of seeing their son a clergyman. In presbyter, curate, bishop, or cardinal, ambition can fare but as that of the creeping thing to build its nest in the topmost boughs of the cedar. Worse than that, my simile is a poor one, for the moment a thought of ambition is cherished, that moment the man is out of the kingdom. Their son, with already a few glimmering insights, which had not yet begun to interfere with his acceptance of the doctrines of his church, made no opposition to their wish, but having qualified himself to the satisfaction of his superiors, at length ascended the pulpit to preach his first sermon. The custom of the time as to preaching was a sort of compromise between reading a sermon and speaking extempore, a mode morally as well as artistically false. The preacher learned his sermon by rote, and repeated it, as much like the man he therein was not, and as little like the parrot he was, as he could. It is no wonder, in such an attempt,
either that memory should fail a shy man, or assurance an honest man. In Mr. Graham's case it was probably the former. The practice was universal, and he could hardly yet have begun to question it, so as to have had any consciousness of evil. Blessedly, however, for his dawning truth and well-being, he failed utterly, pitifully. His tongue clave to the roof of his mouth, his lips moved, but shaped no sound. A deathly dew bathed his forehead, his knees shook, and he sank at last to the bottom of the chamber of his torture, whence, while his mother wept below and his father clutched hands of despair beneath the tails of his Sunday coat, he was half led, half dragged down the steps by the bedrill, shrunken together like one caught in a shameful deed, and with the ghastly look of him who has but just revived from the faint supervening on the agonies of the rack. Home they crept together, speechless and hopeless all three, to be thenceforth the contempt and not the envy of their fellow parishioners. For if the vulgar feeling towards the home-born prophet is superciliousness, what must the sentence upon failure be in ungenerous natures, to which every downfall of another is an uplifting of themselves? But Mr. Graham's worth had gained him friends in the presbytery, and he was that same week appointed to the vacant school of another parish. There it was not long before he made the acquaintance of Griselda Campbell, who was governess in the great house of the neighbourhood, and a love, not the less true that it was hopeless from the first, soon began to consume the chagrin of his failure, and substitute for it a more elevating sorrow. For how could an embodied failure, to offer whose miserable self would be an insult, dare speak of love to one before whom his whole being sank worshipping? Silence was the sole armour of his privilege. So long as he was silent, the terrible arrow would never part from the bow of those sweet lips. He might love on, love ever, nor begrudge the bliss of such visions as to him, seated on its outer steps, might come from any chance opening of the heavenly gate. And Miss Campbell thought of him more kindly than he knew. But before long she accepted the offered situation of governess to Lady Annabel, the only child of the late Marquis's elder brother, at that time himself Marquis, and removed to Lossie House. There the late Marquis fell in love with her, and persuaded her to a secret marriage. There also she became, in the absence of her husband, the mother of Malcolm. But the Marquis of the time, jealous for the succession of his daughter, and fearing his brother might yet marry the mother of his child, contrived, with the assistance of the midwife, to remove the infant and persuade the mother that he was dead, and also to persuade his brother of the death of both mother and child. After which, imagining herself wilfully deserted by her husband, yet determined to endure shame rather than break the promise of secrecy she had given him, the poor lady accepted the hospitality of her distant relative, Miss Horne, and continued with her till she died. When he learned where she had gone, Mr. Graham seized a chance of change to Portlossie that occurred soon after, and when she became her cousin's guest, went to see her, was kindly received, and for 20 years lived in friendly relations with the two. It was not until after her death that he came to know the strange fact that the object of his calm, unalterable devotion had been a wife all those years, and was the mother of his favourite pupil. About the same time he was dismissed from the school on the charge of heretical teaching, founded on certain religious conversations he had had with some of the fisher people who sought his advice. And thereupon he had left the place and gone to London, knowing it would be next to impossible to find or gather another school in Scotland after being thus branded. In London he hoped, one way or another, to avoid dying of cold or hunger, or in debt. That was very nearly the limit of his earthly ambition. He had just one acquaintance in the whole mighty city, and no more. Him he had known in the days of his sojourn at King's College, where he had grown with him from Bajan to magistrand. He was the son of a linen-draper in Aberdeen, and was a decent, good-humoured fellow, who, if he had not distinguished, had never disgraced himself. His father, having somewhat influential business relations, and finding in him no leanings to a profession, bespoke the good offices of a certain large retail house in London, and sent him thither to learn the business. The result was that he had married a daughter of one of the partners, and became a partner himself. His old friend wrote to him at his shop in Oxford Street, and then went to see him at his house in Haverstock Hill. He was shown into the library, in which were 2 mahogany cases with plate-glass doors, full of books, well cared for as to clothing and condition, and perfectly placid, as if never disturbed from one week's end to another. In a minute Mr. Marshall entered, so changed that he could never have recognized him. Still, however, a kind-hearted, genial man. He received his class-fellow cordially and respectfully, referred merrily to old times, and begged to know how he was getting on, asked whether he had come to London with any special object, and invited him to dine with them on Sunday. He accepted the invitation, met him, according to agreement, at a certain chapel in Kentish Town, of which he was a deacon, and walked home with him and his wife. They had but one of their family at home, the youngest son, whom his father was having educated for the dissenting ministry, in the full conviction that he was doing not a little for the truth, and justifying its cause before men, by devoting to its service the son of a man of standing and worldly means, whom he might have easily placed in a position to make money. The youth was of simple character and good inclination, ready to do what he saw to be right, but slow in putting to the question anything that interfered with his notions of laudable ambition or justifiable self-interest. He was attending lectures at a dissenting college in the neighbourhood, for his father feared Oxford or Cambridge, not for his morals, but his opinions in regard to church and state. The schoolmaster spent a few days in the house. His friend was generally in town, and his wife, regarding him as very primitive, and hardly fit for what she counted society, the class, namely, that she herself represented, was patronizing and condescending. But the young fellow, finding, to his surprise, that he knew a great deal more about his studies than he did himself, was first somewhat attracted and then somewhat influenced by him, so that at length an intimacy tending to friendship arose between them. Mr. Graham was not a little shocked to discover that his ideas in respect of the preacher's calling were of a very worldly kind. The notions of this fledgling of dissent differed from those of a clergyman of the same stamp in this. The latter regards the church as a society with accumulated property for the use of its officers. The former regarded it as a community of communities, each possessing a preaching house, which ought to be made commercially successful. Saving influences must emanate from it, of course, but dissenting saving influences. His mother was a partisan to a hideous extent. To hear her talk, you would have thought she imagined the apostles the first dissenters, and that the main duty of every Christian soul was to battle for the victory of congregationalism over episcopacy, and voluntarism over state endowment. Her every mode of thinking and acting was of a levelling commonplace. With her, love was liking, duty something pleasant, generally to other people, and kindness patronage. But she was just in money matters, and her son too had every intention of being worthy of his hire, though wherein lay the value of the labour with which he thought to counterpoise that hire, it were hard to say. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of The Marquis of Lossie by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 27. The Preacher. The sermon Mr. Graham heard at the chapel that Sunday morning in Kentish Town was not of an elevating, therefore not of a strengthening description. The pulpit was at that time in offer to the highest bidder. In orthodoxy, that is, combined with popular talent. The first object of the chapel's existence, I do not say in the minds of those who built it, for it was an old place, but certainly in the minds of those who now directed its affairs, was not to save its present congregation,
but to gather a larger. Ultimately that they might be saved, let us hope, but primarily that the drain upon the purses of those who were responsible for its rent and other outlays might be lessened. Mr. Mascar, therefore, to whom the post was a desirable one, had been mainly anxious that morning to prove his orthodoxy, and so commend his services. Not that in those days one heard so much of the dangers of heterodoxy. That monster was as yet but growling far off in the jungles of Germany. But certain whispers had been abroad concerning the preacher, which he thought desirable to hush, especially as they were founded in truth. He had tested the power of heterodoxy to attract attention, but having found that the attention it did attract was not of a kind favourable to his wishes, had so skilfully remodeled his theories that, although to his former friends he declared them in substance unaltered, it was impossible any longer to distinguish them from the most uncompromising orthodoxy. And his sermon of that morning had tended neither to the love of God, the love of man, nor a hungering after righteousness, its aim being to disprove the reported heterodoxy of Jacob Mascar. As they walked home, Mrs. Marshall, addressing her husband in a tone of conjugal disapproval, said with more force than delicacy, "The pulpit is not the place to give a man to wash his dirty linen in." "Well, you see, my love," answered her husband in a tone of apology, "people won't submit to be told their duty by mere students, and just at present there seems nobody else to be had. There's none in the market but old stagers and young colts, eh, Fred? But Mr. Mascar is at least a man of experience." "Of more than enough, perhaps," suggested his wife. "And the young ones must have their chance, else how are they to learn? You should have given the principal a hint. It is a most desirable thing that Frederick should preach a little oftener. They have it in turn, and it wouldn't do to favour one more than another. He could hand his guinea or whatever they gave him to the one whose turn it ought to have been, and that would set it all right." At this point, the silk mercer, fearing that the dominie, as he called him, was silently disapproving, and willing therefore to change the subject, turned to him and said, "Why shouldn't you give us a sermon, Graham?" The schoolmaster laughed. "Did you never hear," he said, "how I fell like Dagon on the threshold of the church, and have lain there ever since?" "What has that to do with it?" returned his friend, sorry that his forgetfulness should have caused a painful recollection. "That is ages ago, when you were little more than a boy. Seriously," he added, chiefly to cover his little indiscretion, "will you preach for us the Sunday after next?" Deacons generally ask a man to preach for them. "No," said Mr. Graham. But even as he said it, a something began to move in his heart, a something half of jealousy for God, half of pity for poor souls buffeted by such winds as had that morning been roaring, chaff-laden about the church, while the grain fell all to the bottom of the pulpit. Something burned in him. Was it the word that was as a fire in his bones, or was it a mere lust of talk? He thought for a moment. "Have you any gatherings between Sundays?" he asked. "Yes, every Wednesday evening," replied Mr. Marshall. "And if you won't preach on Sunday, we shall announce tonight that next Wednesday a clergyman of the Church of Scotland will address the prayer meeting." He was glad to get out of it so, for he was uneasy about his friend, both as to his nerve, which might fail him, and his Scotch oddities, which would not. "That would hardly be true," said Mr. Graham, "seeing I never got beyond a licence. Nobody here knows the difference between a licentiate and a placed minister, and if they did they would not care a straw. So we'll just say clergyman. But I won't have it announced in any terms. Leave that alone, and I will try to speak at the prayer meeting. It won't be in the least worth your while except we announce it. You won't have a soul to hear you but the pew openers, the woman that cleans the chapel, Mrs. Marshall's washerwoman, and the old greengrocer we buy our vegetables from. We must really announce it." "Then I won't do it." "Just tell me, what would our Lord have said to Peter or John if they had told him that they had been to synagogue and had been asked to speak, but had declined because there were only the pew openers, the chapel cleaner, a washerwoman, and a greengrocer present?" "I said it only for your sake, Graham. You needn't take me up so sharply." "And rather irreverently, don't you think?"
"Excuse me, sir," said Mrs. Marshall very softly. But the very softness had a kind of jellyfish sting in it. "I think," rejoined the schoolmaster, indirectly replying, "we must be careful to show our reverence in a manner pleasing to our Lord. Now, I cannot discover that he cares for any reverences but the shaping of our ways after his. And if you will show me a single instance of respect of persons in our Lord, I will press my petition no farther to be allowed to speak a word to your pew-openers, washerwoman, and greengrocer." His entertainers were silent. The gentleman in the consciousness of deserved rebuke, the lady in offence. Just then the latter bethought herself that their guest, belonging to the Scottish Church, was, if no Episcopalian, yet no dissenter, and that seemed to clear up to her the spirit of his disapproval. "By all means, Mr. Marshall," she said, "let your friend speak on the Wednesday evening. It would not be to his advantage to have it said that he occupied a dissenting pulpit. It will not be nearly such an exertion either, and if he is unaccustomed to speak to large congregations, he will find himself more comfortable with our usual week evening one." "I have never attempted to speak in public but once," rejoined Mr. Graham, "and then I failed." "Ah, that accounts for it," said his friend's wife, and the simplicity of his confession, while it proved him a simpleton, mollified her. Thus it came that he spent the days between Sunday and Thursday in their house, and so made the acquaintance of young Marshall. When his mother perceived their growing intimacy, she warned her son that their visitor belonged to an unscriptural and worldly community, and that notwithstanding his apparent guilelessness, deficiency indeed, he might yet use cunning arguments to draw him aside from the faith of his fathers. But the youth replied that, although in the firmness of his own position as a Congregationalist, he had tried to get the Scotchman into a conversation upon church government, he had failed. The man smiled queerly and said nothing. But when a question of New Testament criticism arose, he came awake at once, and his little blue eyes gleamed like glowworms. "Take care, Frederick," said his mother. "The Scriptures are not to be treated like common books and subjected to human criticism." "We must find out what they mean, I suppose, mother," said the youth. "You're to take just the plain meaning that he that runneth may read," answered his mother. "More than that no one has any business with. You've got to save your own soul first, and then the souls of your neighbors, if they will let you. And for that reason you must cultivate, not a spirit of criticism, but the talents that attract people to the hearing of the word. You have got a fine voice, and it will improve with judicious use. Your father is now on the outlook for a teacher of elocution to instruct you how to make the best of it, and speak with power on God's behalf." When the afternoon of Wednesday began to draw towards the evening, there came on a mist, not a London fog, but a low, wet cloud, which kept slowly condensing into rain. And as the hour of meeting drew nigh with the darkness, it grew worse. Mrs. Marshall had forgotten all about the meeting and the schoolmaster. Her husband was late, and she wanted her dinner. At 20 minutes past 6, she came upon her guest in the hall, kneeling on the doormat, first on one knee, then on the other, turning up the feet of his trousers. "Why, Mr. Graham," she said kindly, as he rose and proceeded to look for his cotton umbrella, easily discernible in the stand among the silk ones of the house. "You're never going out in a night like this." "I am going to the prayer meeting, ma'am," he said. "Nonsense! You'll be wet to the skin before you get half-way." "I promised, you may remember, ma'am, to talk a little to them." "You only said so to my husband. You may be very glad, seeing it has turned out so wet, that I would not allow him to have it announced from the pulpit. There is not the slightest occasion for your going. Besides, you have not had your dinner." "That's not of the slightest consequence, ma'am. A bit of bread and cheese before I go to bed is all I need to sustain nature, and fit me for understanding my proposition in Euclid. I have been in the habit, for the last few years, of reading one every night before I go to bed." "We dissenters consider a chapter of the Bible the best thing to read before going to bed," said the lady, with a sustained voice. "I keep that for the noontide of my perceptions. For mental high water," said the schoolmaster. "Euclid is good enough after supper."
Not that I deny myself a small portion of the word," he added with a smile, as he proceeded to open the door, "when I feel very hungry for it." "There is no one expecting you," persisted the lady, who could ill endure not to have her own way, even when she did not care for the matter concerned. "Who will be the wiser or the worse if you stay at home?" "My dear lady," returned the schoolmaster, "when I have on good grounds made up my mind to a thing, I always feel as if I had promised God to do it. And indeed, it amounts to the same thing very nearly. Such a resolve, then, is not to be unmade except on equally good grounds with those upon which it was made. Having resolved to try whether I could not draw a little water of refreshment for souls which, if not thirsting, are but fainting the more, shall I allow a few drops of rain to prevent me?" "Pray don't let me persuade you against your will," said his hostess, with a stately bend of her neck over her shoulder as she turned into the drawing-room. Her guest went out into the rain, asking himself by what theory of the will his hostess could justify such a phrase. Too simple to see that she had only thrown it out, as the cuttlefish its ink, to cover her retreat. But the weather had got a little into his brain. Into his soul it was seldom allowed to intrude. He felt depressed and feeble and dull. But at the first corner he turned and met a little breath of wind. It blew the rain in his face, and revived him a little, reminding him at the same time that he had not yet opened his umbrella. As he put it up, he laughed. "Here I am," he said to himself, "lance in hand, spurring to meet my dragon." Once when he used a similar expression, Malcolm had asked him what he meant by his dragon. "I mean," replied the schoolmaster, "that huge slug, the commonplace. It is the wearifullest dragon to fight in the whole miscreation. Wound it as you may, the jelly mass of the monster closes, and the dull one is himself again, feeding all the time so cunningly that scarce one of his victims whom he has swallowed suspects that he is but pabulum, slowly digesting in the belly of the monster. If the schoolmaster's dragon, spread abroad as he lies, a vague dilution, everywhere throughout human haunts, has yet any headquarters, where else can they be than in such places as that to which he was now making his way to fight him? What can be fuller of the wearisome, depressing, beauty-blasting commonplace than a dissenting chapel in London, on the night of the weekly prayer-meeting, and that night a drizzly one? The few lights fill the lower part with a dull, yellow, steamy glare, while the vast galleries, possessed by an ugly twilight, yawn above like the dreary openings of a disconsolate eternity. The pulpit rises into the dim, damp air, covered with brown holland, reminding one of desertion and charwomen, if not of a chamber of death and spiritual undertakers, who have shrouded and coffined the truth. Gaping, empty, unsightly, the place is the very skull of the monster himself, the fittest place of all wherein to encounter the great slug, and deal him one of those death blows which every sunrise, every repentance, every childbirth, every true love deals him. Every hour he receives the blow that kills, but he takes long to die. For every hour he is right carefully fed and cherished by a whole army of purveyors, including every trade and profession, but officered chiefly by divines and men of science. When the dominie entered, all was still, and every light had a nimbus of illuminated vapour. There were hardly more than 3 present, beyond the number Mr. Marshall had given him to expect, and their faces, some grim, some grimy, most of them troubled, and none blissful, seemed the nervous ganglions of the monster whose faintly gelatinous bulk filled the place. He seated himself in a pew near the pulpit, communed with his own heart, and was still. Presently the ministering deacon, a humbler one in the worldly sense than Mr. Marshall, for he kept a small ironmongery shop in the next street to the chapel, entered, twirling the wet from his umbrella as he came along one of the passages intersecting the pews. Stepping up into the desk which cowered humbly at the foot of the pulpit, he stood erect and cast his eyes around the small assembly. Discovering there no one that could lead in singing, he chose out and read one of the monster's favourite hymns, in which never a sparkle of thought or a glow of worship gave reason wherefore the holy words should have been carpentered together. Then he prayed aloud, and then first the monster found tongue, voice, articulation. If this was worship, surely it was the monster's own worship of itself. No god were better than one to whom such were fitting words of prayer. What passed in the man's soul, God forbid I should judge. I speak but of the words that reach the ears of men. And over all the vast of London lay the monster, filling it like the night, not in churches and chapels only, in almost all theatres and most houses, most of all in rich houses. Everywhere he had a foot, a tail, a tentacle or two, everywhere suckers that drew the life-blood from the sickening and somnolent soul. When the deacon, a little brown man, about 35, had ended his prayer, he read another hymn of the same sort, one of such as form the bulk of most collections, and then looked meaningly at Mr. Graham, whom he had seen in the chapel on Sunday with his brother deacon, and therefore judged one of consequence, who had come to the meeting with an object, and ought to be propitiated. He had intended speaking himself. After having thus for a moment regarded him, "Would you favour us with a word of exhortation, sir?" he said, in a stage-like whisper. Now the monster had by this time insinuated a hair-like sucker into the heart of the schoolmaster, and was busy. But at the word, as the Red Cross knight, when he heard Orgoglio in the wood, staggered to meet him, he rose at once, and although his umbrella slipped and fell with a loud discomposing clatter, calmly approached the reading-desk. To look at his outer man, this knight of the truth might have been the very high priest of the monster, which, while he was sitting there, had been twisting his slimy, semi-electric, benumbing tendrils around his heart. His business was nevertheless to fight him, though to fight him in his own heart and that of other people at one and the same moment he might well find hard work. And the loathy worm had this advantage over the knight, that it was the first time he had stood up to speak in public since his failure 30 years ago. That hour again for a moment overshadowed his spirit. It was a wavy harvest morning in a village of the north. A golden wind was blowing, and little white clouds flying aloft in the sunny blue. The church was full of well-known faces, upturned, listening, expectant, critical. The hour vanished in a slow mist of abject misery and shame. But had he not learned to rejoice over all dead hopes, and write Te Deums on their coffin lids? And now he stood in dim light, in the vapour from damp garments, in dinginess and ugliness, with a sense of spiritual squalor and destitution in his very soul. He had tried to pray his own prayer, while the deacon prayed his, but there had come to him no reviving, no message for this handful of dull souls. There were 9 of them in all, and his own soul crouched hard and dull within his bosom. How to give them one deeper breath? How to make them know they were alive? Whence was his aid to come? His aid was nearer than he knew. There were no hills to which he could lift his eyes, but help may hide in the valley as well as come down from the mountain, and he found his under the coal-scuttle bonnet of the woman that swept out and dusted the chapel. She was no interesting young widow. A life of labour and vanished children lay behind as well as before her. She was 60 years of age, seamed with the smallpox, and in every seam the dust and smoke of London had left a stain. She had a troubled eye, and a gaze that seemed to ask of the universe why it had given birth to her. But it was only her face that asked the question. Her mind was too busy with the ever-recurring enigma, which, answered this week, was still an enigma for the next. How she was to pay her rent, too busy to have any other question to ask. Or would she not rather have gone to sleep altogether under the dreary fascination of the slug monster,
had she not had a severe landlady, who would be paid punctually or turn her out. Anyhow, every time and all the time she sat in the chapel, she was brooding over ways and means, calculating pence and shillings, the day's charing she had promised her, and the chances of more, mingling faint regrets over past indulgences, the extra half-pint of beer she drank on Saturday, the bit of cheese she bought on Monday. Of this face of care, revealing a spirit which Satan had bound, the schoolmaster caught sight. Caught from its commonness, its grimness, its defeature, inspiration and uplifting. For there he beheld the oppressed, downtrodden, mire-fouled humanity, which the man in whom he believed had loved, because it was his father's humanity divided into brothers, and had died straining to lift back to the bosom of that father. O tale of horror and dreary monstrosity, if it be such indeed as the bulk of its priests on the one hand, and its enemies on the other represent it. O story of splendorous fate, of infinite resurrection and uplifting, of sun and breeze, of organ blasts and exultation, for the heart of every man and woman, whatsoever the bitterness of its cark or the weight of its care, if it be such as the book itself has held it from age to age. It was the mere humanity of the woman, I say, and nothing in her individuality of what is commonly called the interesting, that ministered to the breaking of the schoolmaster's trance. "O ye of little faith," were the first words that flew from his lips. He knew not whether uttered concerning himself or the charwoman the more, and at once he fell to speaking of him who said the words, and of the people that came to him and heard him gladly. How this one, whom he described, must have felt, "Oh, if that be true!" How that one, whom also he described, must have said, "Now he means me," and so laid bare the secrets of many hearts, until he had concluded all in the misery of being without a helper in the world, a prey to fear and selfishness and dismay. Then he told them how the Lord pledged himself for all their needs, meat and drink and clothes for the body, and God and love and truth for the soul, if only they would put them in the right order and seek the best first. Next he spoke a parable to them, of a house and a father and his children. The children would not do what their father told them, and therefore began to keep out of his sight. After a while they began to say to each other that he must have gone out, it was so long since they had seen him, only they never went to look. And again after a time, some of them began to say to each other that they did not believe they had ever had any father. But there were some who dared not say that, who thought they had a father somewhere in the house, and yet crept about in misery, sometimes hungry and often cold, fancying he was not friendly to them, when all the time it was they who were not friendly to him, and said to themselves he would not give them anything. They never went to knock at his door, or call to know if he were inside and would speak to them. And all the time, there he was, sitting sorrowful, listening and listening for some little hand to come knocking, and some little voice to come gently calling through the keyhole. For sorely did he long to take them to his bosom and give them everything. Only if he did that without their coming to him, they would not care for his love or him, would only care for the things he gave them, and soon would come to hate their brothers and sisters, and turn their own souls into hells, and the earth into a charnel of murder. Ere he ended, he was pleading with the charwoman to seek her father in his own room, tell him her troubles, do what he told her, and fear nothing. And while he spoke, lo, the dragon slug had vanished. The ugly chapel was no longer the den of the hideous monster. It was but the dusky bottom of a glory shaft, adown which gazed the stars of the coming resurrection. "The whole trouble is that we won't let God help us," said the preacher, and sat down. A prayer from the greengrocer followed, in which he did seem to be feeling after God a little, and then the ironmonger pronounced the benediction, and all went. Among the rest, Frederick Marshall, who had followed the schoolmaster, and now walked back with him to his father's, where he was to spend one night more. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of The Marquis of Lossie by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 28. The Portrait. Florimel had found her daring visit to Lenormand stranger and more fearful than she had expected. Her courage was not quite so masterful as she had thought. The next day she got Mrs. Barnardiston to meet her at the studio, but she contrived to be there first by some minutes, and her friend found her seated, and the painter looking as if he had fairly begun his morning's work. When she apologized for being late, Florimel said she supposed her groom had brought round the horses before his time. Being ready, she had not looked at her watch. She was sharp on other people for telling stories, but had of late ceased to see any great harm in telling one to protect herself. The fact, however, had begun to present itself in those awful morning hours that seemed a mingling of time and eternity, and she did not like the discovery that, since her intimacy with Lenormand, she had begun to tell lies. What would he say if he knew? Malcolm found it dreary waiting in the street while she sat to the painter. He would not have minded it on Kelpie, for she was always occupation enough, but with only a couple of quiet horses to hold, it was dreary. He took to scrutinizing the faces that passed him, trying to understand them. To his surprise, he found that almost everyone reminded him of somebody he had known before, though he could not always identify the likeness. It was a pleasure to see his yacht lying so near him, and Davy on the deck, and to hear the blows of the hammer and the swish of the plane as the carpenter went on with the alterations to which he had set him. But he got tired of sharing an activity only with his ears and eyes. One thing he had by it, however, and that was a good lesson in quiescent waiting. A grand thing for any man, and most of all for those in whom the active is strong. The next day Florimel did not ride until after lunch, but took her maid with her to the studio, and Malcolm had a long morning with Kelpie. Once again he passed the beautiful lady in Rotten Row, but Kelpie was behaving in a most exemplary manner, and he could not tell whether she even saw him. I believe she thought her lecture had done him good. The day after that, Lord Liftore was able to ride, and for some days Florimel and he rode in the park before dinner, when, as Malcolm followed on the new horse, he had to see his lordship make love to his sister, without being able to find the least colourable pretext of involuntary interference. At length the parcel he had sent for from Lossie House arrived. He had explained to Mrs. Courthope what he wanted the things for, and she had made no difficulty of sending them to the address he gave her. Lenormand had already begun the portrait, had indeed been working at it very busily, and was now quite ready for him to sit. The early morning being the only time a groom could contrive to spare, and that involved yet earlier attention to his horses, they arranged that Malcolm should be at the study every day by 7 o'clock, until the painter's object was gained. So he mounted Kelpie at 6:30 of a fine breezy spring morning, rode across Hyde Park and down Grosvenor Place, and so reached Chelsea, where he put up his mare in Lenormand's stable, fortunately large enough to admit of an empty stall between her and the painter's grand screw, else a battle frightful to relate might have fallen to my lot. Nothing could have been more to Malcolm's mind than such a surpassing opportunity of learning with assurance what sort of man Lenormand was, and the relation that arose between them extended the sittings far beyond the number necessary for the object proposed. How the first of them passed I must recount with some detail. As soon as he arrived, he was shown in to the painter's bedroom, where lay the portmanteau he had carried thither himself the night before. Out of it, with a strange mingling of pleasure and sadness, he now took the garments of his father's vanished state, the philibeg of the dark tartan of his clan, in which green predominated, the French coat of black velvet of Genoa with silver buttons, the bonnet, which ought to have had an eagle's feather, but had only an aigrette of diamonds, the black sporran of long goat's hair with a silver clasp, the silver-mounted dirk with its appendages, set all with pale cairngorms nearly as good as oriental topazes, and the claymore of the renowned Andrew's forging, with its basket hilt of silver, and its black, silver-mounted sheath. He handled each with the reverence of a son. Having dressed in them, he drew himself up with not a little of the Celt's pleasure in fine clothes, and walked into the painting-room. Lenormand started with admiration of his figure, and wonder at the dignity of his carriage, while, mingled with these feelings, he was aware of an indescribable doubt, something to which he could give no name. He almost sprang at his palette and brushes. Whether he succeeded with the likeness of the late Marquis or not, it would be his own fault if he did not make a good picture. He painted eagerly, and they talked little, and only about things indifferent. At length the painter said, "Thank you. Now walk about the room while I spread a spadeful of paint. You must be tired standing." Malcolm did as he was told, and walked straight up to the temple of Isis, in which the painter had now long been at work on the goddess. He recognized his sister at once, but a sudden pinch of prudence checked the exclamation that had almost burst from his lips. "What a beautiful picture," he said. "What does it mean? Surely it is Hermione come into life, and Leontes dying of joy. But no, that would not fit. They are both too young, and—" "You read Shakespeare, I see," said Lenormand, "as well as Epictetus." "I do, a good deal," answered Malcolm. "But please tell me what you painted this for." Then Lenormand told him the parable of Novalis, and Malcolm saw what the poet meant. He stood staring at the picture, and Lenormand sat working away, but a little anxious. He hardly knew why. Had he bethought himself, he would have put the picture out of sight before Malcolm came. "You wouldn't be offended if I make a remark, would you, Mr. Lenormand?" said Malcolm at length. "Certainly not," replied Lenormand, something afraid, nevertheless, of what might be coming. "I don't know whether I can express what I mean," said Malcolm, "but I'll try. I could do it better in Scotch, I believe, but then you wouldn't understand me." "I think I should," said Lenormand. "I spent 6 months in Edinburgh once." "Oh, aye, but you see they dinna throw the words there just the same gait they do at Portlossie. Na, I maunna attempt it." Hold," cried Lenormand. "I want to have your criticism. I don't understand a word you are saying. You must make the best you can of the English." "I was only telling you in Scotch that I wouldn't try the Scotch," returned Malcolm. "Now I will try the English. In the first place, then, but really it's very presumptuous of me, Mr. Lenormand, and it may be that I am blind to something in the picture." "Go on," said Lenormand impatiently. "Don't you think, then, that one of the first things you would look for in a goddess would be, what shall I call it, an air of mystery? That was so much involved in the very idea of Isis, in her especially, that they said she was always veiled, and no man had ever seen her face." "That would greatly interfere with my notion of mystery," said Malcolm. "There must be revelation before mystery. I take it that mystery is what lies behind revelation, that which as yet revelation has not reached. You must see something, a part of something, before you can feel any sense of mystery about it. The Isis forever veiled is the absolutely unknown, not the mysterious." "But you observe the idea of the parable is different. According to that, Isis is forever unveiling, that is, revealing herself in her works, chiefly in the women she creates, and then chiefly in each of them to the man who loves her." "I see what you mean well enough. But not the less, she remains the goddess, does she not?" "Surely she does." "And can a goddess ever reveal all she is and has?" "Never." "Then ought there not to be mystery about the face and form of your Isis on her pedestal?" "Is it not there? Is there not mystery in the face and form of every woman that walks the earth?" "Doubtless. But you desire, do you not, to show that although this is the very lady the young man loved before ever he sought the shrine of the goddess, not the less is she the goddess Isis herself?" "I do, or at least I ought, only, by Jove, you have already looked deeper into the whole thing than I." "There may be things to account for that on both sides," said Malcolm. "But one word more to relieve my brain. If you would embody the full meaning of the parable, You must not be content that the mystery is there. You must show in your painting that you feel it there. You must paint the invisible veil that no hand can lift, for there it is, and there it ever will be, though Isis herself raise it from morning to morning." "How am I to do that?" said Lenormand. Not that he did not see what Malcolm meant, or agree with it. He wanted to make him talk. "How can I, who never drew a stroke or painted anything but the gunwale of a boat, tell you that?" rejoined Malcolm. "It is your business. You must paint that veil, that mystery in the forehead, and in the eyes, and in the lips. Yes, in the cheeks and the chin and the eyebrows and everywhere. You must make her say, without saying it, that she knows, oh, so much, if only she could make you understand it. That she is all there for you, but the all is infinitely more than you can know. As she stands there now—" "I must interrupt you," cried Lenormand, "just to say that the picture is not finished yet." "And yet I will finish my sentence, if you will allow me," returned Malcolm. "As she stands there, the goddess, she looks only a beautiful young woman, with whom the young man spreading out his arms to her is very absolutely in love. There is the glow and the mystery of love in both their faces, and nothing more." "And is not that enough?" said Lenormand. "No," answered Malcolm. "And yet it may be too much," he added, "if you are going to hang it up where people will see it." As he said this, he looked hard at the painter for a moment. The dark hue of Lenormand's cheek deepened. His brows lowered a little farther over the black wells of his eyes, and he painted on without answer. "By Jove," he said at length. "Don't swear, Mr. Lenormand," said Malcolm. "Besides, that's my Lord Liftore's oath. If you do, you will teach my lady to swear." "What do you mean by that?" asked Lenormand, with offence plain enough in his tone. Thereupon Malcolm told him how, on one occasion, himself being present, the Marquis her father happening to utter an imprecation, Lady Florimel took the first possible opportunity of using the very same words on her own account, much to the Marquis's amusement and Malcolm's astonishment. But upon reflection he had come to see that she only wanted to cure her father of the bad habit. The painter laughed heartily, but stopped all at once, and said, "It's enough to make any fellow swear, though, to hear a groom talk as you do about art." "Have I the impudence? I didn't know it," said Malcolm, with some dismay. "I seemed to myself merely saying the obvious thing, the common sense about the picture, on the ground of your own statement of your meaning in it. I am annoyed with myself if I have been talking of things I know nothing about." "On the contrary, MacPhail, you are so entirely right in what you say that I cannot for the life of me understand where or how you can have got it." "Mr. Graham used to talk to me about everything." "Well, but he was only a country schoolmaster." "A good deal more than that, sir," said Malcolm, solemnly. "He is a disciple of him that knows everything. And now I think of it, I do believe that what I've been saying about your picture I must have got from hearing him talk about the revelation, in which is included Isis herself with her brother and all their train." Lenormand held his peace. Malcolm had taken his place again unconsciously, and the painter was working hard and looking very thoughtful. Malcolm went again to the picture. "Hullo!" cried Lenormand, looking up and finding no object in the focus of his eyes. Malcolm returned directly. "There was just one thing I wanted to see," he said. "Whether the youth worshipping his goddess had come into her presence clean." "And what is your impression of him?" half murmured Lenormand, without lifting his head. "The one that's painted there," answered Malcolm, "does look as if he might know that the least a goddess may claim of a worshipper is, that he should come into her presence, pure enough to understand her purity. I came upon a fine phrase the other evening in your English prayer book. I never looked into it before, but I found one lying on a bookstall, and it happened to open at the marriage service. There, amongst other good things, the bridegroom says, 'With my body I thee worship.' That's grand, I said to myself. That's as it should be. The man whose body does not worship the woman he weds should marry a harlot. God bless Mr. William Shakespeare, he knew that. I remember Mr. Graham telling me once, before I had read the play, that the critics condemn Measure for Measure as failing in poetic justice,
I know little about the critics and care less, for a man who has to earn his bread and feed his soul as well has enough to do with the books themselves, without what people say about them. And Mr. Graham would not tell me whether he thought the critics right or wrong. He wanted me to judge for myself. But when I came to read the play, I found, to my mind, a most absolute and splendid justice in it. They think, I suppose, that my Lord Angelo should have been put to death. It just reveals the low breed of them. They think death the worst thing, therefore the greatest punishment. But Angelo prays for death, that it may hide him from his shame. It is too good for him, and he shall not have it. He must live to remove the shame from Mariana. And then see how Lucio is served. While Malcolm talked, Lenormand went on painting diligently, listening and saying nothing. When he had thus ended, a pause of some duration followed. "A goddess has a right to claim that one thing, has she not, Mr. Lenormand?" said Malcolm at length, winding up a silent train of thought aloud. "What thing?" asked Lenormand, still without lifting his head. "Purity in the arms a man holds out to her," answered Malcolm. "Certainly," replied Lenormand, with a sort of mechanical absoluteness. "And according to your picture, every woman whom a man loves is a goddess, the goddess of nature?" "Certainly. But what are you driving at? I can't paint for you. There you stand," he went on, half angrily, "as if you were Socrates himself, driving some poor Athenian buck into the corner of his deserts. I don't deserve any such insinuations, I would have you know." "I am making none, sir. I dare never insinuate except I were prepared to charge. But I have told you I was bred up a fisher lad, and partly among the fishers, to begin with, I half learned, half discovered things that tended to give me what some would count severe notions. I count them common sense. Then, as you know, I went into service, and in that position it is easy enough to gather that many people hold very loose and very nasty notions about some things. So I just wanted to see how you felt about such. If I had a sister now, and saw a man coming to woo her, all beclotted with puddle filth, or if I knew that he had just left some woman as good as she, crying eyes and heart out over his child, I don't know that I could keep my hands off him. At least, if I feared she might take him. What do you think, now? Mightn't it be a righteous thing to throttle the scum and be hanged for it?" "Well," said Lenormand, "I don't know why I should justify myself, especially where no charge is made, MacPhail. And I don't know why to you any more than another man. But at this moment I am weak or egotistic or sympathetic enough to wish you to understand that so far as the poor matter of one virtue goes, I might without remorse act Sir Galahad in a play." "Now you are beyond me," said Malcolm. "I don't know what you mean." So Lenormand had to tell him the old Armoric tale which Tennyson has since rendered so lovelily. For, amongst artists at least, he was one of the earlier burrowers in the British legends. And as he told it, in a half-sullen kind of way, the heart of the young Marquis glowed within him, and he vowed to himself that Lenormand and no other should marry his sister. But, lest he should reveal more emotion than the obvious occasion justified, he restrained speech, and again silence fell, during which Lenormand was painting furiously. "Confound it!" he cried at last, and sprang to his feet, but without taking his eyes from his picture. "What have I been doing all this time but making a portrait of you, MacPhail, and forgetting what you were there for? And yet," he went on, hesitating and catching up the miniature, "I have got a certain likeness. Yes, it must be so, for I see in it also a certain look of Lady Lossie. Well, I suppose a man can't altogether help what he paints any more than what he dreams. That will do for this morning anyhow, I think, MacPhail. Make haste and put on your own clothes, and come into the next room to breakfast. You must be tired with standing so long." "It is about the hardest work I ever tried," answered Malcolm. "But I doubt if I am as tired as Kelpie. I've been listening for the last half-hour to hear the stalls flying." End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of The Marquis of Lossie by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 29. An Evil Omen.
Florimel was beginning to understand that the shield of the portrait was not large enough to cover many more visits to the studio. Still she must and would venture, and should anything be said, there at least was the portrait. For some weeks it had been all but finished, was never off its easel, and always showed a touch of wet paint somewhere. He kept the last of it lingering, ready to prove itself almost, yet not altogether finished. What was to follow its absolute completion, neither of them could tell. The worst of it was that their thoughts about it differed discordantly. Florimel not unfrequently regarded the rupture of their intimacy as a thing not undesirable. This chiefly after such a talk with Lady Belair as had been illustrated by some tale of misalliance or scandal between high or low, of which kind of provision for age the bold-faced countess had a large store. Her memory was little better than an ash-pit of scandal. Amongst other biographical scraps, one day, she produced the case of a certain earl's daughter, who, having disgraced herself by marrying a low fellow, an artist, she believed, was, as a matter of course, neglected by the man whom, in accepting him, she had taught to despise her, and before a 12-month was over, her family finding it impossible to hold communication with her, was actually seen by her late maid scrubbing her own floor. "Why couldn't she leave it dirty?" said Florimel. "Why, indeed," returned Lady Belair, "but that people sink to their fortunes. Blue blood won't keep them out of the gutter." The remark was true, but of more general application than she intended, seeing she herself was in the gutter and did not know it. She spoke only of what followed on marriage beneath one's natal position, than which she declared there was nothing worse a woman of rank could do. "She may get over anything but that," she would say, believing, but not saying, that she spoke from experience. Was it part of the late Marquis's purgatory to see now, as the natural result of the sins of his youth, the daughter whose innocence was dear to him, exposed to all the undermining influences of this good-natured but low-moraled woman, whose ideas of the most mysterious relations of humanity were in no respect higher than those of a class which must not even be mentioned in my pages? At such tales the high-born heart would flutter in Florimel's bosom, beat itself against its bars, turn sick at the sight of its danger, imagine it had been cherishing a crime, and resolve soon, before very long, at length, finally, to break so far at least with the painter as to limit their intercourse to the radiation of her power across a dinner-table, the rhythmic heaving of their two hearts at a dance, or the quiet occasional talk in a corner, when the looks of each would reveal to the other that they knew themselves the martyrs of a cruel and inexorable law. It must be remembered that she had had no mother since her childhood, that she was now but a girl, and that the passion of a girl to that of a woman is as moonlight unto sunlight, and as water unto wine. Of genuine love she had little more than enough to serve as salt to the passion, and passion, however bewitching, yea, entrancing a condition, may yet be of more worth than that induced by opium or hashish, and a capacity for it may be conjoined with anything or everything contemptible and unmanly or unwomanly. In Florimel's case, however, there was chiefly much of the childish in it. Definitely separated from Lenormand, she would have been merry again in a fortnight, and yet, though she half knew this herself, and at the same time was more than half ashamed of the whole affair, she did not give it up, would not, only intended by and by to let it go, and meantime gave, occasionally, pretty free flutter to the half-grown wings of her fancy. Her liking for the painter had, therefore, not unnaturally, its fits. It was subject, in a measure, to the nature of the engagements she had, that is, to the degree of pleasure she expected from them. It was subject, as we have seen, to skilful battery from the guns of her chaperone's entrenchment, and more than to either was it subject to those delicate changes of condition, which in the microcosm are as frequent and as varied both in kind and degree as in the macrocosm. The spirit has its risings and settings of sun and moon, its seasons, its clouds and stars, its solstices, its tides, its winds, its storms, its earthquakes, infinite vitality in endless fluctuation. To rule these changes, Florimel had neither the power that comes of love, nor the strength that comes of obedience. What of conscience she had was not yet conscience toward God, which is the guide to freedom, but conscience toward society, which is the slave of a fool. It was no wonder, then, that Lenormand, believing, hoping she loved him, should find her hard to understand. He said hard, but sometimes he meant impossible. He loved as a man loves who has thought seriously, speculated, tried to understand, whose love therefore is consistent with itself, harmonious with its nature and history, changing only in form and growth, never in substance and character. Hence the idea of Florimel became in his mind the centre of perplexing thought. The unrest of her being metamorphosed on the way passed over into his, and troubled him sorely. Neither was his mind altogether free of the dread of reproach. For self-reproach he could find little or no ground, seeing that to pity her much for the loss of consideration her marriage with him would involve, would be to undervalue the honesty of his love and the worth of his art. And indeed, her position was so independently based that she could not lose it, even by marrying one who had not the social standing of a brewer or a stockbroker. But his pride was uneasy under the foreseen criticism that his selfishness had taken advantage of her youth and inexperience to work on the mind of an ignorant girl, a criticism not likely to be the less indignant that those who passed it would, without a shadow of compunction, have handed her over, body, soul, and goods, to one of their own order, had he belonged to the very canaille of the race. The painter was not merely in love with Florimel, he loved her. I will not say that he was in no degree dazzled by her rank, or that he felt no triumph, as a social nomad camping on the no-man's land of society, at the thought of the justification of the human against the conventional, in his scaling of the giddy heights of superiority, and on one of its topmost peaks, taking from her nest that rare bird in the earth, a landed and titled marchioness. But such thoughts were only changing hues on the feathers of his love, which itself was a mighty bird with great and yet growing wings. A day or two passed before Florimel went again to the studio, accompanied, notwithstanding Lenormand's warning and her own doubt, yet again by her maid, a woman unhappily of Lady Belaire's finding. At Lossie House, Malcolm had felt a repugnance to her, both moral and physical. When first he heard her name, one of the servants speaking of her as Miss Cayley, he took it for Scaly, and if that was not her name, yet Scaly was her nature. This time Florimel rode to Chelsea with Malcolm, having directed Cayley to meet her there, and the one designing to be a little early, and the other to be a little late, two results naturally followed. First, that the lovers had a few minutes alone, and second, that when Cayley crept in, noiseless and unannounced as a cat, she had her desire, and saw the painter's arm round Florimel's waist, and her head on his bosom. Still more to her contentment, not hearing, they did not see her, and she crept out again, quietly as she had entered. It would of course be to her advantage to let them know that she had seen, and that they were in her power. But it might be still more to her advantage to conceal the fact, so long as there was a chance of additional discovery in the same direction. Through the success of her trick, it came about that Malcolm, chancing to look up from Honour's back to the room where he always breakfasted with his new friend, saw in one of the windows, as in a picture, a face radiant with such an expression as that the woman-headed snake might have worn when he saw Adam take the apple from the hand of Eve. Cayley was of the common class of servants in this, that she considered service servitude, and took her amends in selfishness. She was unlike them in this, that while false to her employers, she made no common cause with her fellows against them, regarded and sought none but her own ends. Her one thought was to make the most of her position, for that, to gain influence with, and if it might be power over her mistress, and thereto first of all to find out whether she had a secret. She had now discovered not merely that she had one, but the secret itself. She was clever, greedy, cunning, equally capable, according to the faculty with which she might be matched, of duping or of being duped. She rather liked her mistress, but watched her in the interests of Lady Belair. She had a fancy for the Earl, a natural dislike for Malcolm, which she concealed in distant politeness, and for all the rest of the house, indifference. As to her person, she had a neat oval face, thin and sallow, in expression subacid, a lithe, rather graceful figure, and hands too long, with fingers almost too tapering, of which hands and fingers she was very careful, contemplating them in secret, with a regard amounting almost to reverence. They were her sole witnesses to a descent in which she believed, but of which she had no other shadow of proof. Cayley's face, then, with its unsaintly illumination, gave Malcolm something to think about as he sat there upon Honour, the new horse. Clearly she had had a triumph. What could it be? The nature of the woman was not altogether unknown to him even from the first, and he could not for months go on meeting her occasionally in passages and on stairs without learning to understand his own instinctive dislike. It was plain the triumph was not in good. It was plain, too, that it was in something which had that very moment occurred, and could hardly have had to do with anyone but her mistress. Then her being in that room revealed more. They would never have sent her out of the study, and so put themselves in her power. She had gone into the house but a moment before, a minute or two behind her mistress, and he knew with what a cat-like step she went about. She had surprised them, discovered how matters stood between her mistress and the painter. He saw everything, almost as it had taken place. She had seen without being seen, and had retreated with her prize. Florimel was then in the woman's power. What was he to do? He must at least let her gather what warning she could from the tale of what he had seen. Once arrived at a resolve, Malcolm never lost time. They had turned but one corner on their way home when he rode up to her. "Please, milady," he began. But the same instant Florimel was pulling up. "Malcolm," she said, "I have left my pocket-handkerchief. I must go back for it." As she spoke, she turned her horse's head, but Malcolm, dreading lest Cayley should yet be lingering, would not allow her to expose herself to a greater danger than she knew. "Before you go, my lady, I must tell you something I happened to see while I waited with the horses," he said. The earnestness of his tone struck Florimel. She looked at him with eyes a little wider, and waited to hear. "I happened to look up at the drawing-room windows, my lady, and Cayley came to one of them with such a look on her face. I can't exactly describe it to you, my lady, but—" "Why do you tell me?" interrupted his mistress, with absolute composure and hard, questioning eyes. But she had drawn herself up in the saddle. Then, before he could reply, a flash of thought seemed to cross her face with a quick, single motion of her eyebrows, and it was instantly altered and thoughtful. She seemed to have suddenly perceived some cause for taking a mild interest in his communication. "But it cannot be, Malcolm," she said in quite a changed tone. "You must have taken someone else for her. She never left the studio all the time I was there." "It was immediately after her arrival, my lady. She went in about 2 minutes after your ladyship, and could not have had much more than time to go upstairs when I saw her come to the window. I felt bound to tell your ladyship." "Thank you, Malcolm," returned Florimel kindly. "You did right to tell me, but it's of no consequence. Mr. Lenormand's housekeeper and she must have been talking about something." But her eyebrows were now thoughtfully contracted over her eyes. "There had been no time for that, I think, my lady," said Malcolm. Florimel turned again and rode on, saying no more about the handkerchief. Malcolm saw that he had succeeded in warning her, and was glad. But had he foreseen to what it would lead, he would hardly have done it. Florimel was indeed very uneasy. She could not help strongly suspecting that she had betrayed herself to one who, if not an intentional spy, would yet be ready enough to make a spy's use of anything she might have picked up. What was to be done? It was now too late to think of getting rid of her. That would be but her signal to disclose whatever she had seen, and so not merely enjoy a sweet revenge, but account with clear satisfactoriness for her dismissal. What would not Florimel now have given for someone who could sympathize with her, and yet counsel her? She was afraid to venture another meeting with Lenormand, and besides was not a little shy of the advantage the discovery would give him in pressing her to marry him. And now first she began to feel as if her sins were going to find her out. A day or two passed in alternating psychical flaws and fogs, with poor glints of sunshine between. She watched her maid, but her maid knew it, and discovered no change in her manner or behavior. Weary of observation, she was gradually settling into her former security, when Kayleigh began to drop hints that alarmed her. Might it not be altogether the safest thing to take her into confidence? It would be such a relief, she thought, to have a woman she could talk to. The result was that she began to lift a corner of the veil that hid her trouble. The woman encouraged her, and at length the silly girl threw her arms round the scaly one's neck, much to that person's satisfaction, and told her that she loved Mr. Lenormand. She knew, of course, she said, that she could not marry him. She was only waiting a fit opportunity to free herself from a connection which, however delightful, she was unable to justify. How the maid interpreted her confession I do not care to inquire very closely, but anyhow it was in a manner that promised much to her after influence. I hasten over this part of Florimel's history, for that confession to Kayleigh was perhaps the one thing in her life she had most reason to be ashamed of, for she was therein false to the being she thought she loved best in the world. Could Lenormand have known her capable of unbosoming herself to such a woman, it would almost have slain the love he bore her. The notions of that odd-and-end sort of person, who made his livelihood by spreading paint, would have been too hideously shocked by the shadow of an intimacy between his love and such as she. Kayleigh first comforted the weeping girl, and then began to insinuate encouragement. She must indeed give him up, there was no help for that. But neither was there any necessity for doing so all at once. Mr. Lenormand was a beautiful man, and any woman might be proud to be loved by him. She must take her time to it. She might trust her, and so on, for she was as vulgar-minded as the worst of those whom ladies endure about their persons, handling their hair, and having access to more of their lock-fast places than they would willingly imagine. The first result was that, on the pretext of bidding him farewell, and convincing him that he and she must meet no more, fate and fortune, society and duty being all alike against their happiness, I mean on that pretext to herself, the only one to be deceived by it, Florimel arranged with her woman one evening to go the next morning to the studio. She knew the painter to be an early riser, and always at his work before 8 o'clock. But although she tried to imagine she had persuaded herself to say farewell, certainly she had not yet brought her mind to any ripeness of resolve in the matter. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the Marchioness habited like a housemaid, they slipped out by the front door, turned the corners of 2 streets, found a hackney coach waiting for them, and arrived in due time at the painter's abode. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of The Marquis of Lossie by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 30. A Quarrel. When the door opened and Florimel glided in, the painter sprang to his feet to welcome her, and she flew softly, soundless as a moth, into his arms. For the study being large and full of things, she was not aware of the presence of Malcolm. From behind a picture on an easel he saw them meet, but shrinking from being an open witness to their secret, and also from being discovered in his father's clothes by the sister who knew him only as a servant, he instantly sought escape. Nor was it hard to find, for near where he stood was a door opening into a small intermediate chamber, communicating with the drawing-room, and by it he fled, intending to pass through to Lenormand's bedroom and change his clothes. With noiseless stride he hurried away, but could not help hearing a few passionate words that escaped his sister's lips before Lenormand could warn her that they were not alone. Words which, it seemed to him, could come only from a heart whose very pulse was devotion. "How can I live without you, Raoul?" said the girl as she clung to him. Lenormand gave an uneasy glance behind him, saw Malcolm disappear, and answered, "I hope you will never try, my darling." "Oh, but you know this can't last," she returned, with playfully affected authority. "It must come to an end. They will interfere." "Who can? Who will dare?" said the painter with confidence. "People will. We had better stop it ourselves, before it all comes out, and we are shamed," said Florimel, now with perfect seriousness.
"Shamed?" cried Lenormand. "Well, if you can't help being ashamed of me, and perhaps, as you have been brought up, you can't, do you not then love me enough to encounter a little shame for my sake? I should welcome worlds of such for yours."
Florimel was silent. She kept her face hidden on his shoulder, but was already halfway to a quarrel.
"You don't love me, Florimel,"
he said after a pause, little thinking how nearly true were the words. "Well, suppose I don't!" she cried, half defiantly, half merrily. And drawing herself from him, she stepped back 2 paces, and looked at him with saucy eyes, in which burned 2 little flames of displeasure that seemed to shoot up from the red spots glowing upon her cheeks. Lenormand looked at her. He had often seen her like this before, and knew that the shell was charged and the fuse lighted. But within lay a mixture even more explosive than he suspected. For not merely was there more of shame and fear and perplexity mingled with her love than he understood, but she was conscious of having now been false to him, and that rendered her temper dangerous. Lenormand had already suffered severely from the fluctuations of her moods. They had been almost too much for him. He could endure them, he thought, to all eternity, if he had her to himself, safe and sure. But the confidence to which he rose every now and then that she would one day be his, just as often failed him, rudely shaken by some new symptom of what almost seemed like cherished inconstancy. If after all she should forsake him, it was impossible, but she might. If even that should come, he was too much of a man to imagine anything but a stern encounter of the inevitable, and he knew he would survive it. But he knew also that life could never be the same again. That for a season work would be impossible. The kind of work he had hitherto believed his own, rendered forever impossible, perhaps, and his art degraded to the mere earning of a living. At best he would have to die and be buried and rise again before existence could become endurable under the new squalid condition of life without her. It was no wonder, then, if her behavior sometimes angered him, for even against a will-o'-the-wisp that has enticed us into a swamp, a glow of foolish indignation will spring up. And now a black fire in his eyes answered the blue flash in hers, and the difference suggests the diversity of their loves. Hers might vanish in fierce explosion. His would go on burning like a coal mine. A word of indignant expostulation rose to his lips, but a thought came that repressed it. He took her hand and led her. The wonder was that she yielded, for she had seen the glow in his eyes, and the fuse of her own anger burned faster. But she did yield, partly from curiosity, and followed where he pleased, her hand lying dead in his. It was but to the other end of the room he led her, to the picture of her father, now all but finished. Why he did so, he would have found it hard to say. Perhaps the genius that lies under the consciousness forefelt a catastrophe, and urged him to give his gift, ere giving should be impossible. Malcolm stepped into the drawing-room, where the table was laid as usual for breakfast. There stood Cayley, helping herself to a spoonful of honey from Hymettus. At his entrance she started violently, and her sallow face grew earthy. For some seconds she stood motionless, unable to take her eyes off the apparition, as it seemed to her, of the late Marquis, in wrath at her encouragement of his daughter in disgraceful courses. Malcolm, supposing only she was ashamed of herself, took no farther notice of her, and walked deliberately towards the other door. Ere he reached it, she knew him. Burning with the combined ires of fright and shame, conscious also that, by the one little contemptible act of greed in which he had surprised her, she had justified the aversion which her woman instinct had from the first recognized in him, she darted to the door, stood with her back against it, and faced him flaming. "So," she cried, "this is how my lady's kindness is abused. The insolence! Her groom goes and sits for his portrait in her father's court dress." As she ceased, all the latent vulgarity of her nature broke loose, and with a contracted "pff," she seized her thin nose between her thumb and forefinger, to the indication that an evil odour of fish interpenetrated her atmosphere, and must at the moment be defiling the garments of the dead Marquis. "My lady shall know of this," she concluded, with a vicious clenching of her teeth, and 2 or 3 nods of her neat head. Malcolm stood regarding her with a coolness that yet inflamed her wrath. He could not help smiling at the reaction of shame and indignation. Had her anger been but a passing flame, that smile would have turned it into enduring hate. She hissed in his face. "Go and have the first word," he said. "Only leave the door and let me pass." "Let you pass, indeed! What would you pass for? The bastard of old Lord James and a married woman! I don't care that for you!" And she snapped her fingers in his face. Malcolm turned from her and went to the window, taking a newspaper from the breakfast table as he passed, and there sat down to read until the way should be clear. Carried beyond herself by his utter indifference, Kayleigh darted from the room and went straight into the study. Lenormand led Florimel in front of the picture. She gave a great start, and turned and stared pallid at the painter. The effect upon her was such as he had not foreseen, and the words she uttered were not such as he could have hoped to hear. "What would he think of me if he knew?" she cried, clasping her hands in agony. That moment Kayleigh burst into the room, her eyes lamping like a cat's. "My lady!" she shrieked. "There's MacPhail, the groom, my lady, dressed up in your honoured father's beautiful clothes as he always wore when he went to dine with the prince. And please, my lady, he's that rude I could hardly keep my hands off him." Florimel flashed a dagger of question in Lenormand's eyes. The painter drew himself up. "It was at my request, Lady Lossie," he said. "Indeed!" returned Florimel in high scorn, and glanced again at the picture. "I see," she went on. "How could I be such an idiot? It was my groom's, not my father's likeness you meant to surprise me with." Her eyes flashed, as if she would annihilate him. "I have worked hard in the hope of giving you pleasure, Lady Lossie," said the painter, with wounded dignity. "And you have failed," she rejoined cruelly. The painter took the miniature after which he had been working from a table near, handed it to her with a proud obeisance, and the same moment dashed a brushful of dark paint across the face of the picture. "Thank you, sir," said Florimel, and for a moment felt as if she hated him. She turned away and walked from the study. The door of the drawing-room was open, and Kayleigh stood by the side of it. Florimel, too angry to consider what she was about, walked in. There sat Malcolm in the window, in her father's clothes, and his very attitude, reading the newspaper. He did not hear her enter. He had been waiting till he could reach the bedroom unseen by her, for he knew from the sound of the voices that the study door was open. Her anger rose yet higher at the sight. "Leave the room," she said. He started to his feet, and now perceived that his sister was in the dress of a servant. He took one step forward and stood, a little amazed, gorgeous in dress and arms of price, before his mistress in the cotton gown of a housemaid. "Take those clothes off, instantly," said Florimel slowly, replacing wrath with haughtiness, as well as she might. Malcolm turned to the door without a word. He saw that things had gone wrong, where most he would have wished them to go right. "I'll see to them being well aired, my lady," said Kayleigh, with sibilant indignation. Malcolm went to the study. The painter sat before the picture of the Marquis, with his elbows on his knees and his head between his hands. "Mr. Lenormand," said Malcolm, approaching him gently.
"Oh, go away,"
said Lenormand, without raising his head.
"I can't bear the sight of you yet."
Malcolm obeyed, a little smile playing about the corners of his mouth. Cayley saw it as he passed, and hated him yet worse. He was in his own clothes, booted and belted in 2 minutes. 3 sufficed to replace his father's garments in the portmanteau, and in 3 more he and Kelpie went plunging past his mistress and her maid as they drove home in their lumbering vehicle. "The insolence of the fellow," said Cayley, loud enough for her mistress to hear, notwithstanding the noise of the rattling windows. "A pretty pass we are come to." But already Florimel's mood had begun to change. She felt that she had done her best to alienate men on whom she could depend, and that she had chosen for a confidant one whom she had no ground for trusting. She got safe and unseen to her room, and Cayley believed she had only to improve the advantage she had now gained. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of The Marquis of Lossie by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 31. The Two Daimons. Things had taken a turn that was not to Malcolm's satisfaction, and his thoughts were as busy all the way home as Kelpie would allow. He had ardently desired that his sister should be thoroughly in love with Lenormand, for that seemed to open a clear path out of his worst difficulties. Now they had quarrelled, and besides were both angry with him. The main fear was that Liftore would now make some progress with her. Things looked dangerous. Even his warning against Cayley had led to a result the very opposite of his intent and desire. And now it recurred to him that he had once come upon Liftore talking to Cayley, and giving her something that shone like a sovereign. Earlier on the same morning of her visit to the studio, Florimel had awaked, and found herself in the presence of the spiritual Waimgericht. Every member of the tribunal seemed against her. All her thoughts were busy accusing, none of them excusing one another. So hard were they upon her, that she fancied she had nearly come to the conclusion that, if only she could do it pleasantly, without pain or fear, the best thing would be to swallow something and fall asleep. For, like most people, she was practically an atheist, and therefore always thought of death as the refuge from the ills of life. But, although she was very often uncomfortable, Florimel knew nothing of such genuine, downright misery as drives some people to what can be no more to their purpose than if a man should strip himself naked because he is cold. When she returned from her unhappy visit, and had sent her attendant to get her some tea, she threw herself upon her bed, and found herself yet again in the dark chambers of the spiritual police. But already even their company was preferable to that of Cayley, whose officiousness began to enrage her. She was yet tossing in the Nessus tunic of her own disharmony, when Malcolm came for orders. To get rid of herself and Cayley both, she desired him to bring the horses round at once. It was more than Malcolm had expected. He ran. He might yet have a chance of trying to turn her in the right direction. He knew that Liftore was neither in the house nor at the stable. With the help of the Earl's groom, he was round in 10 minutes. Florimel was all but ready. Like some other ladies, she could dress quickly when she had good reason. She sprang from Malcolm's hand to the saddle, and led as straight northward as she could go, never looking behind her till she drew rein on the top of Hampstead Heath. When he rode up to her, "Malcolm," she said, looking at him half ashamed, "I don't think my father would have minded you wearing his clothes." "Thank you, my lady," said Malcolm. "At least he would have forgiven anything meant for your pleasure." "I was too hasty," she said. "But the fact was, Mr. Lenormand had irritated me, and I foolishly mixed you up with him." "When I went into the studio, after you left it this morning, my lady," Malcolm ventured, "he had his head between his hands, and would not even look at me." Florimel turned her face aside, and Malcolm thought she was sorry, but she was only hiding a smile. She had not yet got beyond the kitten stage of love, and was pleased to find she gave pain. "If your ladyship never had another true friend, Mr. Lenormand is one," added Malcolm. "What opportunity can you have had for knowing?" said Florimel. "I have been sitting to him every morning for a good many days," answered Malcolm. "He is something like a man." Florimel's face flushed with pleasure. She liked to hear him praised, for he loved her. "You should have seen, my lady, the pains he took with that portrait. He would stare at the little picture you lent him of my lord for minutes, as if he were looking through it at something behind it. Then he would get up and go and gaze at your ladyship on the pedestal, as if you were the goddess herself, able to tell him everything about your father. And then he would hurry back to his easel and give a touch or two to the face, looking at it all the time as if he loved it. It must have been a cruel pain that drove him to smear it as he did." Florimel began to feel a little motion of shame somewhere in the mystery of her being. But to show that to her servant would be to betray herself, the more that he seemed the painter's friend. "I will ask Lord Liftore to go and see the portrait, and if he thinks it like, I will buy it," she said. "Mr. Lenormand is certainly very clever with his brush." Malcolm saw that she said this not to insult Lenormand, but to blind her groom, and made no answer. "I will ride there with you tomorrow morning," she added in conclusion, and moved on. Malcolm touched his hat and dropped behind. But the next moment he was by her side again. "I beg your pardon, my lady, but would you allow me to say one word more?" She bowed her head. "That woman Kelpie, I am certain, is not to be trusted. She does not love you, my lady." "How do you know that?" asked Florimel, speaking steadily, but writhing inwardly with the knowledge that the warning was too late. "I have tried her spirit," answered Malcolm, "and know that it is of the devil. She loves herself too much to be true." After a little pause, Florimel said, "I know you mean well, Malcolm, but it is nothing to me whether she loves me or not. We don't look for that nowadays from servants." "It is because I love you, my lady," said Malcolm, "that I know Kelpie does not. If she should get hold of anything your ladyship would not wish talked about—" "That she cannot," said Florimel, but with an inward shudder. "She may tell the whole world all she can discover." She would have cantered on as the words left her lips, but something in Malcolm's looks held her. She turned pale. She trembled. Her father was looking at her, as only once had she seen him, in doubt whether his child lied. The illusion was terrible. She shook in her saddle. The next moment she was galloping along the grassy border of the heath in wild flight from her worst enemy, whom yet she could never by the wildest of flights escape. For when, coming a little to herself as she approached a sand-pit, she pulled up, there was her enemy, neither before nor behind, neither above nor beneath nor within her. It was the self which had just told a lie to the servant of whom she had so lately boasted that he never told one in his life. Then she grew angry. What had she done to be thus tormented? She, a marchioness, thus pestered by her own menials, pulled in opposing directions by a groom and a maid. She would turn them both away and have nobody about her either to trust or suspect. She might have called them her good and her evil demon, for she knew, that is, she had it somewhere about her, but did not look it out, that it was her own cowardice and concealment, her own falseness to the traditional, never-failing courage of her house, her ignobility and unfitness to represent the Collinses, her double-dealing, in short, that had made the Marchioness in her own right the slave of her woman, the rebuked of her groom. She turned and rode back, looking the other way as she passed Malcolm. When they reached the top of the heath, riding along to meet them came Liftore, this time to Florimel's consolation and comfort. She did not like riding unprotected with a good angel at her heels. So glad was she that she did not even take the trouble to wonder how he had discovered the road she went. She never suspected that Kelpie had sent his lordship's groom to follow her, until the direction of her ride should be evident, but took his appearance without question, as a lover-like attention, and rode home with him, talking the whole way, and cherishing a feeling of triumph over both Malcolm and Lenormand. Had she not a protector of her own kind? Could she not, when they troubled her, pass from their sphere into one beyond their ken? For the poor moment, the weak lord who rode beside her seemed to her foolish heart a tower of refuge. She was particularly gracious to her tower as they rode, and fancied again and again that perhaps the best way out of her troubles would be to encourage and at last accept him, so getting rid of honeyed delights and rankling stings together, of good and evil angels and low-bred lover at one sweep. Quiet would console for dullness, innocence for weariness. She would fain have a good conscience towards society, that image whose feet are of gold, and its head a bag of chaff and sawdust. Malcolm followed, sick at heart that she should prove herself so shallow. Riding honour, he had plenty of leisure to brood. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of The Marquis of Lossie by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 32. A Chastisement. When she went to her room, there was Kelpie, taking from a portmanteau the Highland dress which had occasioned so much. A note fell, and she handed it to her mistress. Florimel opened it, grew pale as she read it, and asked Kelpie to bring her a glass of water. No sooner had her maid left the room than she sprang to the door and bolted it. Then the tears burst from her eyes, she sobbed despairingly, and but for the help of her handkerchief would have wailed aloud. When Kelpie returned, she answered to her knock that she was lying down and wanted to sleep. She was, however, trying to force further communication from the note. In it the painter told her that he was going to set out the next morning for Italy, and that her portrait was at the shop of certain carvers and gilders, being fitted with a frame for which he had made drawings. 3 times she read it, searching for some hidden message to her heart. She held it up between her and the light, then before the fire till it crackled like a bit of old parchment. But all was in vain. By no device, intellectual or physical, could she coax the shadow of a meaning out of it, beyond what lay plain on the surface. She would see him again. That night she was merrier than usual at dinner. After it, sang ballad after ballad to please Liftore, then went to her room and told Kelpie to arrange for yet a visit the next morning to Mr. Lenormand's studio. She positively must, she said, secure her father's portrait, ere the ill-tempered painter, all men of genius were hasty and unreasonable, should have destroyed it utterly, as he was certain to do before leaving. And with that she showed her Lenormand's letter. Kelpie was all service, only said that this time she thought they had better go openly. She would see Lady Belair as soon as Lady Lossie was in bed, and explain the thing to her. The next morning, therefore, they drove to Chelsea in the carriage. When the door opened, Florimel walked straight up to the study. There she saw no one, and her heart, which had been fluttering strangely, sank, and was painfully still, while her gaze went wandering about the room. It fell upon the pictured temple of Isis. A thick, dark veil had fallen and shrouded the whole figure of the goddess, leaving only the outline, and the form of the worshipping youth had vanished utterly. Where he had stood, the tessellated pavement, with the serpent of life twined through it, and the sculptured walls of the temple, shone out clear and bare, as if Hyacinth had walked out into the desert to return no more. Again the tears gushed from the heart of Florimel. She had sinned against her own fame, had blotted out a fair memorial record that might have outlasted the Knight of Stone under the Norman canopy in Lossie Church. Again she sobbed. Again she choked down a cry that had else become a scream. Arms were around her. Never doubting whose the embrace, she leaned her head against his bosom, stayed her sobs with the one word, "Cruel!" and slowly opening her tearful eyes, lifted them to the face that bent over hers. It was Liftore's. She was dumb with disappointment and dismay. It was a hateful moment. He kissed her forehead and eyes, and sought her mouth. She shrieked aloud, in her very agony at the loss of one, to be kissed by another, and there! It was too degrading, too horrid. At the sound of her cry, someone started up at the other end of the room. An easel with a large canvas on it fell, and a man came forward with great strides. Liftore let her go with a muttered curse on the intruder, and she darted from the room into the arms of Cayley, who had had her ear against the other side of the door. The same instant, Malcolm received from his lordship a well-planted blow between the eyes, which filled them with flashes and darkness. The next, the Earl was on the floor. The ancient fury of the Celt had burst up into the 19th century and mastered a noble spirit. All Malcolm could afterwards remember was that he came to himself dealing Liftore merciless blows, his foot on his back, and his weapon the Earl's whip. His lordship, struggling to rise, turned up a face white with hate and impotent fury. "You damned flunkey!" he panted. "I'll have you shot like a mangy dog!" "Meanwhile I will chastise you like an insolent nobleman," said Malcolm, who had already almost recovered his self-possession. "You dared to touch my mistress." And with the words he gave him one more stinging cut with the whip. "Stand off, and let it be man to man," cried Liftore, with a fierce oath, clenching his teeth in agony and rage. "That it cannot be, my lord, but I have had enough, and so I hope has your lordship," said Malcolm, and as he spoke he threw the whip to the other end of the room, and stood back. Liftore sprang to his feet and rushed at him. Malcolm caught him by the wrist with a fisherman's grasp. "My lord, I don't want to kill you. Take a warning, and let ill be for fear of worse," he said, and threw his hand from him with a swing that nearly dislocated his shoulder. The warning sufficed. His lordship cast him one scowl of concentrated hate and revenge, and leaving the room, hurried also from the house. At the usual morning hour, Malcolm had ridden to Chelsea, hoping to find his friend in a less despairing and more companionable mood than when he left him. To his surprise and disappointment, he learned that Lenormand had sailed by the packet to Ostend the night before. He asked leave to go into the study. There on its easel stood the portrait of his father as he had last seen it, disfigured with a great smear of brown paint across the face. He knew that the face was dry, and he saw that the smear was wet. He would see whether he could not, with turpentine and a soft brush, remove the insult. In this endeavour he was so absorbed, and by the picture itself was so divided from the rest of the room, that he neither saw nor heard anything until Florimel cried out. Naturally, those events made him yet more dissatisfied with his sister's position. Evil influences and dangers were on all sides of her. The worst possible outcome being that, loving one man, she should marry another, and him such a man as Liftore. Whatever he heard in the servants' hall, both tone and substance, only confirmed the unfavourable impression he had had from the first of the bold-faced countess. The oldest of her servants had, he found, the least respect for their mistress, although all had a certain liking for her, which gave their disrespect the heavier import. He must get Florimel away somehow. While all was right between her and the painter, he had been less anxious about her immediate surroundings, trusting that Lenormand would ere long deliver her. But now she had driven him from the very country, and he had left no clue to follow him up by. His housekeeper could tell nothing of his purposes. The gardener and she were left in charge as a matter of course. He might be back in a week or a year. She could not even conjecture. Seeming possibilities, in varied mingling with rank absurdities, passed through Malcolm's mind, as, after Liftore's punishment, he lifted the portrait, set it again upon its easel, and went on trying to clean the face of it, with no small promise of success. But as he made progress, he grew anxious, lest with the defilement he should remove some of the colour as well. The painter alone, he concluded at length, could be trusted to restore the work he had ruined. He left the house, walked across the road to the river-bank, and gave a short, sharp whistle. In an instant, Davy was in the dinghy, pulling for the shore. Malcolm went on board the yacht, saw that all was right, gave some orders, went ashore again, and mounted Kelpie. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of The Marquis of Lossie by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 33 Lies. In pain, wrath, and mortification, Liftore rode home. What would the men at his club say if they knew that he had been thrashed by a scoundrel of a groom for kissing his mistress? The fact would soon be out. He must do his best to have it taken for what it ought to be, namely fiction. It was the harder upon him that he knew himself no coward. He must punish the rascal somehow. He owed it to society to punish him. But at present he did not see how. And the first thing was to have the first word with Florimel. He must see her before she saw the ruffian. He rode as hard as he dared to Curzon Street, sent his groom to the stables, telling him he should want the horses again before lunch, had a hot bath, of which he stood in dire need, and some brandy with his breakfast, and then, all unfit for exercise as he was, walked to Portland Place. Mistress and maid rode home together in silence. The moment Florimel heard Malcolm's voice, she had left the house. Cayley, following, had heard enough to know that there was a scuffle at least going on in the study, and her eye witnessed against her heart that Liftore could have no chance with the detested groom, if the respect of the latter gave way. Would MacPhail thrash his lordship? If he did, it would be well she should know it. In the hoped event of his lordship's marrying her mistress, it was desirable not only that she should be in favour with both of them, but that she should have some hold upon each of a more certainly enduring nature. If she held secrets with husband and wife separately, she would be in clover for the period of her natural existence. As to Florimel, she was enraged at the liberties Liftore had taken with her. But alas, was she not in some degree in his power? He had found her there, and in tears. How did he come to be there? If Malcolm's judgment of her was correct, Cayley might have told him. Was she already false? She pondered within herself, and cast no look upon her maid until she had concluded how best to carry herself towards the Earl. Then, glancing at the hooded cobra beside her, "What an awkward thing that Lord Liftore of all moments should appear just then," she said. "How could it be?" "I'm sure I haven't an idea, my lady," returned Cayley. "My lord has always been kind to Mr. Lenormand, and I suppose he has been in the way of going to see him at work. Who would have thought my lord had been such an early riser? There are not many gentlemen like him nowadays, my lady. Did your ladyship hear the noise in the studio after you left it?" "I heard high words," answered her mistress. "Nothing more." "How on earth did MacPhail come to be there as well?" "From you, Cayley, I will not conceal that his lordship behaved indiscreetly. In fact, he was rude, and I can quite imagine that MacPhail thought it his duty to defend me. It is all very awkward for me. Who could have imagined him there, and sitting behind amongst the pictures? It almost makes me doubt whether Mr. Lenormand be really gone." "It seems to me, my lady," returned Cayley, "that the man is always just where he ought not to be, always meddling with something he has no business with. I beg your pardon, my lady," she went on, "but wouldn't it be better to get some staid elderly man for a groom? One who has been properly bred up to his duties and taught his manners in a gentleman's stable? It is so odd to have a groom from a rough seafaring set, one who behaves like the rude fisherman he is, never having had to obey orders of lord or lady. The worst of it is, your ladyship will soon be the town's talk if you have such a groom on such a horse after you everywhere." Florimel's face flushed. Cayley saw she was angry, and held her peace. Breakfast was hardly over when Liftore walked in, looking pale and, in spite of his faultless get-up, somewhat disreputable, for shame, secret pain, and anger do not favour a good carriage or honest mien. Florimel threw herself back in her chair, an action characteristic of the bold-faced countess, and held out her left hand to him in an expansive, benevolent sort of way. "How dare you come into my presence looking so well pleased with yourself, my lord, after giving me such a fright this morning?" she said. "You might at least have made sure that we were—" She could not bring herself to complete the sentence.
"My dearest girl," said his lordship, not only delighted to get off so pleasantly, but profoundly flattered by the implied understanding. "I found you in tears, and how could I think of anything else? It may have been stupid, but I trust you will think it pardonable." Cayley had not fully betrayed her mistress to his lordship, and he had, entirely to his own satisfaction, explained the liking of Florimel for the society of the painter as the mere fancy of a girl for the admiration of one whose employment, although nothing above the servile, yet gave him a claim something beyond that of a milliner or hairdresser to be considered a judge in matters of appearance. As to anything more in the affair, and with him in the field, of such a notion he was simply incapable. He could not have wronged the lady he meant to honour with his hand, by regarding it as within the bounds of the possible. "It was no wonder I was crying," said Florimel. "A seraph would have cried to see the state my father's portrait was in." "Your father's portrait?" "Yes. Did you not know? Mr. Lenormand has been painting one from a miniature I lent him. Under my supervision, of course. And just because I let fall a word that showed I was not altogether satisfied with the likeness, what should the wretched man do but catch up a brush full of filthy black paint and smudge the face all over?" "Oh, Lenormand will soon set it to rights again. He's not a bad fellow, though he does belong to the genus irritable. I will go about it this very day." "You'll not find him, I'm sorry to say. There's a note I had from him yesterday. And the picture's quite unfit to be seen, utterly ruined. But I can't think how you could miss it. To tell you the truth, Florimel, I had a bit of a scrimmage after you left me in the studio." Here his lordship did his best to imitate a laugh. "Who should come rushing upon me out of the back regions of paint and canvas but that mad groom of yours? I don't suppose you knew he was there." "Not I. I saw a man's feet, that was all." "Well, there he was. For what reason the devil knows. Perdu among the painter's litter. And when he heard your little startled cry, most musical, most melancholy, what should he fancy but that you were frightened, and he must rush to the rescue, and so he did with a vengeance. I don't know when I shall quite forget the blow he gave me." And again Liftore laughed, or thought he did. "He struck you!" exclaimed Florimel, rather astonished, but hardly able for inward satisfaction to put enough of indignation into her tone. "He did, the fellow. But don't say a word about it, for I thrashed him so unmercifully that, to tell the truth, I had to stop because I grew sorry for him. I am sorry now. So I hope you will take no notice of it. In fact, I begin to like the rascal. You know I was never favourably impressed with him. By Jove, it is not every mistress that can have such a devoted attendant. I only hope his over-zeal in your service may never get you into some compromising position. He is hardly, with all his virtues, the proper servant for a young lady to have about her. He has had no training, no proper training at all, you see. But you must let the villain nurse himself for a day or two anyhow. It would be torture to make him ride, after what I gave him." His lordship spoke feelingly, with heroic endurance indeed, and if Malcolm should dare give his account of the fracas, he trusted to the word of a gentleman to outweigh that of a groom. Not all to whom it may seem incredible that a nobleman should thus lie are themselves incapable of doing likewise. Any man may put himself in training for a liar by doing things he would be ashamed to have known. The art is easily learned, and to practice it well is a great advantage to people with designs. Men of ability, indeed, if they take care not to try hard to speak the truth, will soon become able to lie as truthfully as any sneak that sells grease for butter to the poverty of the new cut. It is worth remarking to him who can from the lie factual carry his thought deeper to the lie essential, that all the power of a lie comes from the truth. It has none in itself. So strong is the truth that a mere resemblance to it is the source of strength to its opposite, until it be found that like is not the same. Florimel had already made some considerable progress in the art, but proficiency in lying does not always develop the power of detecting it. She knew that her father had on one occasion struck Malcolm, and that he had taken it with the utmost gentleness, confessing himself in the wrong. Also, she had the impression that for a menial to lift his hand against a gentleman, even in self-defence, was a thing unheard of. The blow Malcolm had struck Liftore was for her, not himself. Therefore, while her confidence in Malcolm's courage and prowess remained unshaken, she was yet able to believe that Liftore had done as he said, and supposed that Malcolm had submitted. In her heart she pitied without despising him. Kaylee herself took him the message that he would not be wanted. As she delivered it, she smiled an evil smile, and dropped a mocking courtesy, with her gaze well fixed on his 2 black eyes and the great bruise between them. When Liftore mounted to accompany Lady Lossie, it took all the pluck that belonged to his high breed to enable him to smile and smile, with 20 counsellors in different parts of his body, feelingly persuading him that he was at least a liar. As they rode, Florimel asked him how he came to be at the studio that morning. He told her that he had wanted very much to see her portrait before the final touches were given it. He could have made certain suggestions, he believed, that no one else could. He had indeed, he confessed, and felt absolutely virtuous in doing so, because here he spoke a fact, heard from his aunt that Florimel was to be there that morning for the last time. It was therefore his only chance. But he had expected to be there hours before she was out of bed. For the rest, he hoped he had been punished enough, seeing her rascally groom, and once more his lordship laughed peculiarly, had but just failed of breaking his arm. It was all he could do to hold the reins. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of The Marquis of Lossie by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 34. An Old Enemy. One Sunday evening, it must have been just while Malcolm and Blue Peter stood in the Strand, listening to a voluntary that filled and overflowed an otherwise empty church. A short, stout, elderly woman was walking lightly along the pavement of a street of small houses, not far from a thoroughfare which, crowded like a market the night before, had now 2 lively boarders only, of holiday-makers, mingled with churchgoers. The bells for evening prayers were ringing. The sun had vanished behind the smoke and steam of London. Indeed, he might have set. It was hard to say without consulting the almanac. But it was not dark yet. The lamps in the street were lighted, however, and also in the church she passed. She carried a small Bible in her hand, folded in a pocket-handkerchief, and looked a decent woman from the country. Her quest was a place where the minister said his prayers and did not read them out of a book. She had been brought up a Presbyterian, and had prejudices in favour of what she took for the simpler form of worship. Nor had she gone much farther before she came upon a chapel which seemed to promise all she wanted. She entered, and a sad-looking woman showed her to a seat. She sat down square, fixing her eyes at once on the pulpit, rather dimly visible over many pews, as if it were one of the mountains that surrounded her Jerusalem. The place was but scantily lighted, for the community at present could ill afford to burn daylight. When the worship commenced and the congregation rose to sing, she got up with a jerk that showed the duty as unwelcome as unexpected, but seemed, by the way she settled herself in her seat for the prayer, already thereby reconciled to the differences between Scotch church customs and English chapel customs. She went to sleep softly, and woke warily as the prayer came to a close. While the congregation again sang, the minister who had officiated hitherto left the pulpit, and another ascended to preach. When he began to read the text, the woman gave a little start, and leaning forward, peered very hard to gain a satisfactory sight of his face between the candles on each side of it, but without success. She soon gave up her attempted scrutiny, and thenceforward seemed to listen with marked attention. The sermon was a simple, earnest, at times impassioned appeal to the hearts and consciences of the congregation.
There was little attempt in it at the communication of knowledge of any kind, but the most indifferent hearer must have been aware that the speaker was earnestly straining after something. To those who understood, it was as if he would force his way through every stockade of prejudice, ditch of habit, rampart of indifference, moat of sin, wall of stupidity, and curtain of ignorance, until he stood face to face with the conscience of his hearer.
"Rank Arminianism," murmured the woman. "Where's the gospel o' that?"
But still she listened with seeming intentness, while something of wonder mingled with the something else that set in motion every live wrinkle in her forehead, and made her eyebrows undulate like writhing snakes. At length the preacher rose to eloquence, an eloquence inspired by the hunger of his soul after truth eternal, and the love he bore to his brethren who fed on husks, an eloquence innocent of the tricks of elocution or the arts of rhetoric. To have discovered himself using one of them would have sent him home to his knees in shame and fear. An eloquence not devoid of discords, the strings of his instrument being now slack with emotion, now tense with vision, yet even in those discords, shrouding the essence of all harmony. When he ceased, the silence that followed seemed instinct with thought, with that speech of the spirit which no longer needs the articulating voice.
"It cannot be the stick-it minister,"
said the woman to herself. The congregation slowly dispersed, but she sat motionless until all were gone, and the sad-faced woman was putting out the lights. Then she rose, drew near through the gloom, and asked her the name of the gentleman who had given them such a grand sermon. The woman told her, adding that, although he had 2 or 3 times spoken to them at the prayer-meeting, such words of comfort, the poor soul added, as she had never in her life heard before, this was the first time he had occupied the pulpit. The woman thanked her, and went out into the street.
"God bless me," she said to herself as she walked away. "It is the stick-it minister. Well, wonders'll never cease. The age o' miracles'll be come back, I'm thinking." And she laughed an oily, contemptuous laugh in the depths of her profuse person. What caused her astonishment need cause none to the thoughtful mind. The man was no longer burdened with any anxiety as to his reception by his hearers. He was hampered by no necromantic agony to raise the dead letter of the sermon, buried in the tail pocket of his coat. He had 30 years more of life, and a whole granary filled with such truths as grow for him who is ever breaking up the clods of his being to the spiritual sun and wind and dew. And above all, he had an absolute yet expanding confidence in his Father in heaven, and a tender love for everything human. The tongue of the dumb had been in training for song. And first of all he had learned to be silent while he had naught to reveal. He had been trained to babble about religion, but through God's grace had failed in his babble, and that was in itself a success. He would have made one of the swarm that year after year cast themselves like flies on the burning sacrifice, that they may live on its flesh, with evil odours extinguishing the fire that should have gone up in flame. But a burning coal from off the altar had been laid on his lips, and had silenced them in torture. For 30 years he had held his peace, until the word of God had become as a fire in his bones. It was now breaking forth in flashes. On the Monday, Mrs. Catanach sought the shop of the deacon that was an ironmonger, secured for herself a sitting in the chapel for the next half-year, and prepaid the sitting. "Who kens," she said to herself, "what birds may come together, worms and golachs beetles, about the body cross any graham."
She was one to whom intrigue, founded on the knowledge of private history, was as the very breath of her being. She could not exist in composure without it. Wherever she went, therefore, and her changes of residence had not been few, it was one of her first cares to enter into connection with some religious community, first that she might have scope for her calling, that of a midwife, which in London would probably be straitened towards that of a mere monthly nurse, and next, that thereby she might have good chances for the finding of certain weeds of occult power that spring mostly in walled gardens, and are rare on the roadside. Poisonous things, mostly, called generically secrets. At this time she had been for some painful months in possession of a most important one. Painful, I say, because all those months she had discovered no possibility of making use of it. The trial had been hard. Her one passion was to drive the dark horses of society, and here she had been sitting week after week on the coach-box over the finest team she had ever handled, ramping and foaming tar, unable to give them their heads because the demon grooms had disappeared and left the looped traces dangling from their collars. She had followed Florimel from Portlossie to Edinburgh and then to London, but not yet had seen how to approach her with probable advantage. In the meantime she had renewed old relations with a certain herb doctor in Kentish town, at whose house she was now accommodated. There she had already begun to entice the confidences of maidservants, by use of what evil knowledge she had, and pretence to more, giving herself out as a wise woman. Her faith never failed her that, if she but kept handling the fowls of circumstance, one or other of them must at length drop an egg of opportunity in her lap. When she stumbled upon the schoolmaster, preaching in a chapel near her own haunts, she felt something more like a gust of gratitude to the dark power that sat behind and pulled the strings of events, for thus she saw through her own projected phantom the heart of the universe, than she had ever yet experienced. If there were such things as special providences, here, she said, was one. If not, then it was better luck than she had looked for. The main point in it was that the dominie seemed likely after all to turn out a popular preacher. Then, beyond a doubt, other Scotch people would gather to him. This or that person might turn up, and anyone might turn out useful. One thread might be knotted to another, until all together had made a clue to guide her straight through the labyrinth to the centre, to lay her hand on the collar of the demon of the House of Lossie. It was the biggest game of her life, and had been its game long before the opening of my narrative. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of The Marquis of Lossie by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 35. The Evil Genius. When Malcolm first visited Mr. Graham, the schoolmaster had already preached 2 or 3 times in the pulpit of Hope Chapel. His ministrations at the prayer meetings had led to this. For every night on which he was expected to speak, there were more people present than on the last. And when the deacons saw this, they asked him to preach on the Sundays. After 2 Sundays they came to him in a body, and besought him to become a candidate for the vacant pulpit, assuring him of success if he did so. He gave a decided refusal, however, nor mentioned his reasons. His friend Marshall urged him, pledging himself for his income to an amount which would have been riches to the dominie, but in vain. Thereupon the silk mercer concluded that he must have money, and, kind man as he was, grew kinder in consequence, and congratulated him on his independence. "I depend more on the fewness of my wants than on any earthly store for supplying them," said the dominie. Marshall's thermometer fell a little, but not his anxiety to secure services which he insisted would be for the glory of God and the everlasting good of perishing souls. The schoolmaster only smiled queerly and held his peace. He consented, however, to preach the next Sunday, and on the Monday consented to preach the next again. For several weeks the same thing occurred, but he would never promise on a Sunday, or allow the briefest advertisement to be given concerning him. All said he was feeling his way. Neither had he up to this time said a word to Malcolm about the manner in which his Sundays were employed, while yet he talked much about a school he had opened in a room occupied in the evenings by a debating club, where he was teaching such children of small shopkeepers and artisans as found their way to him, in part through his connection with the chapel folk. When Malcolm had called on a Sunday, his landlady had been able to tell him nothing more than that Mr. Graham had gone out at such and such an hour, she presumed to church. And when he had once or twice expressed a wish to accompany him wherever he went to worship, Mr. Graham had managed somehow to let him go without having made any arrangement for his doing so. On the evening after his encounter with Liftore, Malcolm visited the schoolmaster and told him everything about the affair. He concluded by saying that Lizzy's wrongs had loaded the whip far more than his sister's insult, but that he was very doubtful whether he had had any right to constitute himself the avenger of either after such a fashion. Mr. Graham replied that a man ought never to be carried away by wrath, as he had so often sought to impress upon him, and not without success, but that, in the present case, as the rascal deserved it so well, he did not think he need trouble himself much. At the same time, he ought to remind himself that the rightness or wrongness of any particular act was of far less consequence than the rightness or wrongness of the will whence sprang the act, and that, while no man could be too anxious as to whether a contemplated action ought or ought not to be done, at the same time no man could do anything absolutely right until he was one with him whose was the only absolute self-generated purity. That is, until God dwelt in him, and he in God. Before he left, the schoolmaster had acquainted him with all that portion of his London history which he had hitherto kept from him, and told him where he was preaching. When Cayley returned to her mistress after giving Malcolm the message that she did not require his services, and reported the condition of his face, Florimel informed her of the chastisement he had received from Liftore, and desired her to find out for her how he was, for she was anxious about him. Somehow Florimel felt sorrier for him than she could well understand, seeing he was but a groom, a great lumbering fellow all his life used to hard knocks, which probably never hurt him. That her mistress should care so much about him added yet an acrid touch to Cayley's spite. But she put on her bonnet and went to the mews, to confer with the wife of his lordship's groom, who, although an honest woman, had not yet come within her dislike. She went to make her inquiries, however, full of grave doubt as to his lordship's statement to her mistress, and the result of them was a conviction that, beyond his facial bruises, of which Mrs. Merton had heard no explanation, Malcolm had had no hurt. This confirmed her suspicion that his lordship had received what he professed to have given. From a window she had seen him mount his horse, and her woman's fancy for him, while it added to her hate of Malcolm, did not prevent her from thinking of the advantage the discovery might bring in the prosecution of her own schemes. But now she began to fear Malcolm a little as well as hate him. And indeed he was rather a dangerous person to have about, where all but himself had secrets more or less bad, and one at least had dangerous ones, as Cayley's conscience, or what poor monkey rudiment in her did duty for one, in private asserted. Notwithstanding her hold upon her mistress, she would not have felt it quite safe to let her know all her secrets. She would not have liked to say, for instance, how often she woke suddenly with a little feeble wail sounding in the ears that fingers cannot stop, or to confess that it cried out against a double injustice, that of life and that of death. She had crossed the border of the region of horror, and went about with a worm coiled in her heart, like a centipede in the stone of a peach. "Merton's wife knows nothing, my lady," she said on her return. "I saw the fellow in the yard going about much as usual. He will stand a good deal of punishing, I fancy, my lady. Like that brute of a horse he makes such a fuss with. I can't help wishing, for your ladyship's sake, we had never set eyes on him. He'll do us all a mischief yet before we get rid of him. I've had a hinstink of it, my lady, from the first moment I set eyes on him." Cayley's speech was never classic. When she was excited, it was low. "And when I have a hinstink of anythink, he's not a dog as barks for nothink. Mark my words, and I'm sure I beg your pardon, my lady, but that man will bring shame on the house. He's that arrogant and interferin' as is certain sure to bring your ladyship into public speech and a scandal. Things will come to be spoke, my lady, that hadn't ought to be mentioned. Why, my lady, he must have struck his lordship before he'd have give him two such black eyes as them. And him that good-natured and condescendin'.
I'm sure I don't know what's to come on it, but your ladyship might cast a thought on the rest of us females as can't take the liberties of born ladies without sufferin' for it. Think what the world will say of us. It's hard, my lady, on the likes of us." But Florimel was not one to be talked into doing what she did not choose. Neither would she to her maid render her reasons for not choosing. She had repaired her fortifications, strengthened herself with Liftore, and was confident. "The fact is, Kaylee," she said, "I have fallen in love with Kelpie, and never mean to part with her, at least till I can ride her, or she kills me. So I can't do without MacPhail, and I hope she won't kill him before he has persuaded her to let me mount her. The man must go with the mare. Besides, he is such a strange fellow, if I turned him away I should quite expect him to poison her before he left." The maid's face grew darker. That her mistress had the slightest intention of ever mounting that mare, she did not find herself fool enough to believe. But of other reasons she could spy plenty behind. And such there truly were, though none of the sort which Kaylee's imagination, swift to evil, now supplied. The kind of confidence she reposed in her groom, Kaylee had no faculty for understanding, and was the last person to whom her mistress could impart the fact of her father's leaving her in charge to his young henchman. To the memory of her father she clung, and so far faithfully that, even now, when Malcolm had begun to occasion her a feeling of awe and rebuke, she did not the less confidently regard him as her good genius, that he was in danger of becoming an unpleasant one. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of The Marquis of Lossie by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 36. Conjunctions. As the days passed on, and Florimel heard nothing of Lenormand, the uneasiness that came with the thought of him gradually diminished, and all the associations of opposite complexion returned. Untrammelled by fear, the path into a scaring future seeming to be cut off, her imagination began to work in the quarry of her late experience, shaping its dazzling material into gorgeous castles, with foundations deep dug in the air, wherein lorded the person and gifts and devotion of the painter. When lost in such blissful reveries, not seldom moments arrived in which she imagined herself, even felt as if she were capable, if not of marrying Lenormand in the flushed face of outraged society, yet of fleeing with him from the judgment of the all-but all-potent divinity to the friendly bosom of some blessed isle of the southern seas, whose empty luxuriance they might change into luxury, and there living a long harmonious idyll of wedded love, in which old age and death should be provided against by never taking them into account. This mere fancy, which, poor in courage as it was in invention, she was far from capable of carrying into effect, yet seemed to herself the outcome and sign of a whole world of devotion in her bosom. If one of the meanest of human conditions is conscious heroism, paltrier yet is heroism before the fact, incapable of self-realization. But even the poorest dreaming has its influences, and the result of hers was that the attentions of Liftore became again distasteful to her. And no wonder, for indeed his lordship's presence in the actual world made a poor show beside that of the painter in the ideal world of the woman who, if she could not with truth be said to love him, yet certainly had a powerful fancy for him. The mean phrase is good enough, even although the phantom of Lenormand roused in her all the twilight poetry of her nature, and the presence of Liftore set her whole consciousness in the perpendicular shadowless gaslight of prudence and self-protection. The pleasure of her castle-building was but seldom interrupted by any thought of the shamefulness of her behaviour to him. That did not matter much. She could so easily make up for all he had suffered. Her selfishness closed her eyes to her own falsehood. Had she meant it truly, she would have been right both for him and for herself. To have repented and become as noble a creature as Lenormand was capable of imagining her, not to say as God had designed her, would indeed have been to make up for all he had suffered. But the poor blandishment she contemplated as amends
could render him blessed only while its intoxication blinded him to the fact that it meant nothing of what it ought to mean, that behind it was no entire, heart-filled woman. Meantime, as the past, with its delightful imprudences, its trembling joys, glided away, swiftly widening the space between her and her false fears and shames, and seeming to draw with it the very facts themselves, promising to obliterate at length all traces of them, she gathered courage. And as the feeling of exposure that had made the covert of Liftore's attentions acceptable began to yield, her variableness began to reappear, and his lordship to find her uncertain as ever. Assuredly, as his aunt said, she was yet but a girl incapable of knowing her own mind, and he must not press his suit. Nor had he the spur of jealousy or fear to urge him. Society regarded her as his, and the shadowy repute of the bold-faced countess intercepted some favourable rays which would otherwise have fallen upon the young and beautiful marchioness from fairer luminaries even than Liftore. But there was one good process, by herself little regarded, going on in Florimel. Notwithstanding the moral discomfort oftener than once occasioned her by Malcolm, her confidence in him was increasing, and now that the kind of danger threatening her seemed altered, she leaned her mind upon him not a little, and more than she could well have accounted for to herself on the only grounds she could have adduced, namely, that he was an attendant authorized by her father, and, like herself, loyal to his memory and will, and that, faithful as a dog, he would fly at the throat of anyone who dared touch her, of which she had had late proof, supplemented by his silent endurance of consequent suffering. Demon sometimes looked angry, when she teased him, had even gone so far as to bare his teeth, but Malcolm had never shown temper. In a matter of imagined duty, he might presume, but that was a small thing beside the sense of safety his very presence brought with it. She shuddered indeed at the remembrance of one look he had given her, but that had been for no behaviour to himself. And now that the painter was gone, she was clear of all temptation to the sort of thing that had caused it. And never, never more would she permit herself to be drawn into circumstances the least equivocal. If only Lenormand would come back, and allow her to be his friend, his best friend, his only young lady friend, leaving her at perfect liberty to do just as she liked, then all would be well, absolutely comfortable. In the meantime, life was endurable without him, and would be, provided Liftore did not make himself disagreeable. If he did, there were other gentlemen who might be induced to keep him in check. She would punish him. She knew how. She liked him better, however, than any of those. It was out of pure kindness to Malcolm, upon Liftore's representation of how he had punished him, that for the rest of the week she dispensed with his attendance upon herself. But he, unaware of the lies Liftore had told her, and knowing nothing, therefore, of her reason for doing so, supposed she resented the liberty he had taken in warning her against Cayley, feared the breach would go on widening, and went about, if not quite downcast, yet less hopeful still. Everything seemed going counter to his desires. A whole world of work lay before him, a harbour to build, a numerous fisher clan to house as they ought to be housed, justice to do on all sides, righteous servants to appoint in place of oppressors, and, all over, to show the heavens more just than his family had in the past allowed them to appear. He had mortgages and other debts to pay off, clearing his feet from fetters and his hands from manacles, that he might be the true lord of his people. He had Miss Horne to thank, and the schoolmaster to restore to the souls and hearts of Portlossie, and next of all to his sister, he had old Duncan, his first friend and father, to find and minister to. Not a day passed, not a night did he lay down his head without thinking of him. But the old man, whatever his hardships, and even the fishermen, with no harbour to run home to from the wild elements, were in no dangers to compare with such as threatened his sister. To set her free was his first business, and that business as yet refused to be done. Hence he was hemmed in, shut up, incarcerated in stubborn circumstance, from a long-reaching range of duties, calling aloud upon his conscience and heart to hasten with the first, that he might reach the second. What rendered it the more disheartening was, that having discovered, as he hoped, how to compass his first end, The whole possibility had, by his sister's behaviour and the consequent disappearance of Lenormand, been swept from him, leaving him more resourceless than ever. When Sunday evening came, he found his way to Hope Chapel, and walking in, was shown to a seat by a grimy-faced pew-opener. It was with strange feelings he sat there, thinking of the past, and looking for the appearance of his friend on the pulpit stair. But his feelings would have been stranger still had he seen who sat immediately in the pew behind him, watching him like a cat watching a mouse, or rather like a half-grown kitten watching a rat, for she was a little frightened at him, even while resolved to have him. But how could she doubt her final success, when her plans were already affording her so much more than she had expected? Who would have looked for the great red stag himself to come browsing so soon about the scarecrow? He was too large game, however, to be stalked without due foresight. When the congregation was dismissed, after a sermon the power of whose utterance astonished Malcolm, accustomed as he was to the schoolmaster's best moods, he waited until the preacher was at liberty from the unwelcome attentions and vulgar congratulations of the richer and more forward of his hearers, and then joined him to walk home with him. He was followed to the schoolmaster's lodging, and thence, an hour after, to his own, by a little boy far too little to excite suspicion, the grandson of Mrs. Catanach's friend, the herb doctor. Until now, the woman had not known that Malcolm was in London. When she learned that he was lodged so near Portland Place, she concluded that he was watching his sister, and chuckled over the idea of his being watched in turn by herself. Every day for weeks after her declaration concerning the birth of Malcolm, had the mind of Mrs. Catanach been exercised to the utmost to invent some mode of undoing her own testimony. She would have had no scruples, no sense of moral disgust in eating every one of her words. But a magistrate and a lawyer had both been present at the uttering of them, and she feared the risk. Malcolm's behaviour to her after his father's death had embittered the unfriendly feeling she had cherished towards him for many years. While she believed him base-born, and was even ignorant as to his father, she had thought to secure power over him for the annoyance of the blind old man to whom she had committed him, and whom she hated with the hatred of a wife with whom, for the best of reasons, he had refused to live. But she had found in the boy a rectitude over which, although she had assailed it from his childhood, she could gain no influence. Either a blind repugnance in Malcolm's soul, or a childish instinct of and revulsion from embodied evil, had held them apart. Even then, it had added to her vile indignation that she regarded him as owing her gratitude for not having murdered him at the instigation of his uncle. And when at length, to her endless chagrin, she had herself unwittingly supplied the only lacking link in the testimony that should raise him to rank and wealth, she imagined that by making affidavit to the facts she had already divulged, she enlarged the obligation infinitely, and might henceforth hold him in her hand a tool for further operations. When therefore he banished her from Lossie House, and sought to bind her to silence as to his rank by the conditional promise of a small annuity, she hated him with her whole huge power of hating. And now she must make speed, for his incognito in a great city afforded 1,000-fold facility for doing him a mischief. And first, she must draw closer a certain loose tie she had already looped betwixt herself and the household of Lady Belair. This tie was the conjunction of her lying influence with the credulous confidence of a certain very ignorant and rather wickedly romantic scullery-maid, with whom, having in espial seen her come from the house, she had scraped acquaintance, and to whom, for the securing of power over her through her imagination, she had made the strangest and most appalling disclosures. Amongst other secret favours, she had promised to compound for her a horrible mixture, some of whose disgusting ingredients, as potent as hard to procure, she named in her awe-stricken hearing, which, administered under certain conditions and with certain precautions, one of which was absolute secrecy in regard to the person who provided it, must infallibly secure for her the affections of any man on whom she might cast a loving eye, and whom she could, either with or without his consent, contrive to cause partake of the same. This girl she now sought, and from her learned all she knew about Malcolm. Pursuing her inquiries into the nature and composition of the household, however, Mrs. Catanach soon discovered a far more capable and indeed less scrupulous associate and instrument in Cayley. I will not introduce my reader to any of their evil counsels, although, for the sake of my own credit, it might be well to be less considerate, seeing that many, notwithstanding the superabundant evidence of history, find it all but impossible to believe in the existence of such moral abandonment as theirs. I will merely state concerning them, and all the relations of the two women, that Mrs. Catanach assumed and retained the upper hand, in virtue of her superior knowledge, invention, and experience, gathering from Cayley, as she had hoped, much valuable information, full of reactions, and tending to organic development of scheme in the brain of the arch-plotter. But their designs were so mutually favourable as to promise from the first a final coalescence in some common plan for their attainment. Those who knew that Miss Campbell, as Portlossie regarded her, had been in reality Lady Lossie, and was the mother of Malcolm, knew as well that Florimel had no legal title even to the family cognomen. But if his mother, and therefore the time of his mother's death, remained unknown, the legitimacy of his sister would remain unsuspected, even upon his appearance as the heir. Now there were but three besides Mrs. Catanach and Malcolm who did know who was his mother, namely, Miss Horne, Mr. Graham, and a certain Mr. Morrison, a laird and magistrate near Portlossie, an elderly man, and of late in feeble health. The lawyers the Marquis had employed on his deathbed did not know. He had, for Florimel's sake, taken care that they should not. Upon what she knew and what she guessed of these facts, regarded in all their relations according to her own theories of human nature, the midwife would found a scheme of action. Doubtless she saw, and prepared for it, that after a certain point should be reached, the very similarity of their designs must cause a rupture between her and Cayley. Neither could expect the other to endure such a rival near her hidden throne of influence. For the aim of both was power in a great family, with consequent money, and consideration, and midnight councils, and the wielding of all the weapons of hint, and threat, and insinuation. There was one difference, indeed, that in Cayley's eye money was the chief thing, while power itself was the Swedenborgian hell of the midwife's bliss. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of The Marquis of Lossie by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 37. An Innocent Plot. Florimel and Lady Clementina Thornycroft, the same who in the park rebuked Malcolm for his treatment of Kelpie, had met several times during the spring, and had been mutually attracted. Florimel as to a nature larger, more developed, more self-supporting than her own, and Lady Clementina as to one who, it was plain, stood in sore need of what countenance and encouragement to good and free action the friendship of one more experienced might afford her. Lady Clementina was but a few years older than Florimel, it is true, but had shown a courage which had already wrought her an unquestionable influence, and that chiefly with the best. The root of this courage was compassion. Her rare humanity of heart would, at the slightest appearance of injustice, drive her like an angel with a flaming sword against customs regarded, consciously or unconsciously, as the very buttresses of social distinction. Anything but a wise woman, she had yet so much in her of what is essential to all wisdom, love to her kind, that, if as yet she had done little but blunder, she had at least blundered beautifully. On every society that had for its declared end the setting right of wrong, or the alleviation of misery, she lavished, and mostly wasted, her money. Every misery took to her the shape of a wrong. Hence, to every mendicant that could trump up a plausible story, she offered herself a willing prey. Even when the barest-faced imposition was brought home to one of the race parasitical, her first care was to find all possible excuse for his conduct. It was matter of pleasure to her friends when she stopped there, and made no attempt at absolute justification. Left like Florimel an orphan, but at a yet earlier age, she had been brought up with a care that had gone over into severity, against which her nature had revolted with an energy that gathered strength from her own repression of its signs. And when she came of age, and took things into her own hands, she carried herself in its eyes so oddly, yet with such sweetness and dignity and consistency in her oddest extravagances, that society honoured her, even when it laughed at her, loved her, listened to her, applauded, approved, did everything except imitate her, which indeed was just as well, for else confusion would have been worse confounded. She was always rushing to defence, with money, with indignation, with refuge. It would look like a caricature did I record the number of charities to which she belonged, and the various societies which, in the exuberance of her passionate benevolence, she had projected and, of necessity, abandoned. Yet still the fire burned, for her changes were from no changeableness. Through them all the fundamental operation of her character remained the same. The case was that, for all her headlong passion for deliverance, she could not help discovering now and then, through an occasional self-assertion of that real good sense which her rampant and unsubjected benevolence could but overlay, not finally smother, that she was either doing nothing at all, or more evil than good. The lack of discipline in her goodness came out in this, at times amusingly, that she would always at first side with the lower, or weaker, or worse. If a dog had torn a child, and was going to be killed in consequence, she would not only intercede for the dog, but absolutely side with him, mentioning this and that provocation which the naughty child must have given him ere he could have been goaded to the deed. Once, when the schoolmaster in her village was going to cane a boy for cruelty to a cripple, she pleaded for his pardon on the ground that it was worse to be cruel than to be a cripple, and therefore more to be pitied. Everything painful was to her cruel, and softness and indulgence, moral honey and sugar and nuts to all alike, was the panacea for human ills. She could not understand that infliction might be loving kindness. On one occasion, when a boy was caught in the act of picking her pocket, she told the policeman he was doing nothing of the sort. He was only searching for a lozenge for his terrible cough, and in proof of her asserted conviction, she carried him home with her, but lost him before morning, as well as the spoon with which he had eaten his gruel. As to her person, I have already made a poor attempt at describing it. She might have been grand but for loveliness. When she drew herself up in indignation, however, she would look grand for the one moment ere the blood rose to her cheek and the water to her eyes. She would have taken the whole world to her infinite heart, and in unwisdom coddled it into corruption. Praised be the grandeur of the God who can endure to make and see his children suffer. Thanks be to him for his north winds and his poverty, and his bitterness that falls upon the spirit that errs. Let those who know him thus praise the Lord for his goodness. But Lady Clementina had not yet descried the face of the Son of Man through the mists of Mount Sinai, and she was not one to justify the ways of God to men. Not the less was it the heart of God in her that drew her to the young Marchioness, over whom was cast the shadow of a tree that gave but baneful shelter. She liked her frankness, her activity, her daring, and fancied that, like herself, she was at noble feud with that infernal parody of the kingdom of heaven, called society. She did not well understand her relation to Lady Belair, concerning whom she was in doubt whether or not she was her legal guardian, but she saw plainly enough that the Countess wanted to secure her for her nephew, and this nephew had about him a certain air of perdition, which even the Catholic heart of Lady Clementina could not brook. She saw, too, that, being a mere girl, and having no scope of choice in the limited circle of their visitors, she was in great danger of yielding without a struggle, and she longed to take her in charge, like a poor little persecuted kitten, for the possession of which each of a family of children was contending. What if her father had belonged to a rowdy set? Was that any reason why his innocent daughter should be devoured, body and soul and possessions, by those of the same set, who had not yet perished in their sins? Lady Clementina thanked heaven that she came herself of decent people, who paid their debts, dared acknowledge themselves in the wrong, and were as honest as if they had been born peasants. And she hoped a shred of the mantle of their good name had dropped upon her, big enough to cover also this poor little thing who had come of no such parentage. With her passion for redemption, therefore, she seized every chance of improving her acquaintance with Florimel, and it was her anxiety to gain such a standing in her favour as might further her coveted ministration that had prevented her from bringing her charge of brutality against Malcolm as soon as she discovered whose groom he was. When she had secured her footing on the peak of her friendship, she would unburden her soul, and meantime the horse must suffer for his mistress. A conclusion in itself a great step in advance, for it went dead against one of her most confidently argued principles, namely, that the pain of any animal is, in every sense, of just as much consequence as the pain of any other, human or inferior. Pain is pain, she said, and equal pains are equal wherever they sting, in which she would have been right, I think, if pain and suffering were the same thing. But knowing well that the same degree, and even the same kind of pain, means two very different things in the foot and in the head, I refuse the proposition. Happily for Florimel, she had by this time made progress enough to venture a proposal, namely, that she should accompany her to a small estate she had on the south coast, with a little ancient house upon it, a strange place altogether, she said, to spend a week or two in absolute quiet, only she must come alone, without even a maid. She would take none herself. This she said because, with the instinct, if not quite insight, of a true nature, she could not endure the woman Kelpie. "Will you come there with me for a fortnight?" she concluded. "I shall be delighted," returned Florimel, without a moment's hesitation. "I am getting quite sick of London. There's no room in it, and there's the spring all outside and can't get in here. I shall be only too glad to go with you, you dear creature." "And on those hard terms? No maid, you know," insisted Clementina. "The only thing wanted to make the pleasure complete. I shall be charmed to be rid of her." "I am glad to see you so independent." "You don't imagine me such a baby as not to be able to get on without a maid? You should have seen me in Scotland. I hated having a woman about me then, and indeed I don't like it a bit better now. Only everybody has one, and your clothes want looking after," added Florimel, thinking what a weight it would be off her if she could get rid of Kelpie altogether. "But I should like to take my horse," she said. "I don't know what I should do in the country without Abbot." "Of course, we must have our horses," returned Clementina. "And, yes, you had better bring your groom. Please, you will find him very useful. He can do anything and everything, and is so kind and helpful." "Except to his horse," Clementina was on the point of saying, but thought again she would first secure the mistress, and bide her time to attack the man. Before they parted, the two ladies had talked themselves into ecstasies over the anticipated enjoyments of their scheme. It must be carried out at once. "Let us tell nobody," said Lady Clementina, "and set off tomorrow." "Enchanting!" cried Florimel in full response. Then her brow clouded. "There is one difficulty, though," she said. "No man could ride Kelpie with a led horse, and if we had to employ another, Liftore would be sure to hear where we had gone." "That would spoil all," said Clementina. "But how much better it would be to give that poor creature a rest, and bring the other I see him on sometimes. And by the time we came back there would not be a living creature, horse or man, anything bigger than a rat, about the stable. Kelpie herself would be dead of hunger if she hadn't been shot. No, no, where Malcolm goes, Kelpie must go. Besides, she's such fun, you can't think." "Then I'll tell you what," cried Clementina, after a moment's pause of perplexity. "We'll ride down. It's not 100 miles, and we can take as many days on the road as we please." "Better and better," cried Florimel. "We'll run away with each other." "But what will dear old Belair say?" "Never mind her," rejoined Clementina. "She will have nothing to say. You can write and tell her as much as will keep her from being really alarmed. Order your man to get everything ready, and I will instruct mine. He is such a staid old fellow, you know. He will be quite protection." Tomorrow morning we shall set out together for a ride in Richmond Park, that lying in our way. You can leave a letter on the breakfast table, saying you are gone with me for a little quiet. You're not in Chancery, are you?" "I don't know," answered Florimel. "I suppose I'm all right. Anyhow, whether I'm in Chancery or not, here I am and going with you. And if Chancery don't like it, Chancery may come and fetch me. Send anything you think you may want to my house. I shall get a box ready, and we will write from some town on our way to have it sent there, and then we can write for it from the Gloom. We shall find all mere necessaries there." So the thing was arranged. They would start quite early the next morning, and that there might be no trouble in the streets, Malcolm should go before with Kelpie, and wait them in the park. End of chapter 37.